I mean, I'm usually trading meme coins, and one fine morning, one of my friends just called up and just told me that, hey, we are tracking your wallets and we saw you trading a specific meme coin, and the group chat just erupted after that, and they were just like shaming me on it, and I just had this
Can you say
idea
the
that
name? Can you say the name
nah,
of the unicorn?
nah,
Okay, so maybe some
I'm not
shame is
giving them
due.
any attention. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. But again, like beyond the humor of avoiding my eavesdropping friends, right? So I think it's a fundamental human right. It's about protecting who we are, what our personal interests are, what our net worth is, and what our trading strategies are. Like we are kind of living in a world where we are constantly being monitored. Uh, each click is basically a data point, and having control of our own privacy helps us to maintain our freedom and security. That's why like privacy isn't just a feature; it's a crucial narrative that we kind of all need to embrace going forwards.
So it sounds like Umra is really starting with these anonymous swaps, and you're at like ground level here of what you're building. What does that look like? Like, what's the grandiose vision here of how deep does privacy go?
Right. So yeah, so we're starting with the ground level features that we have. We start with private transfers, and now we are building private swaps. The entire idea or the vision for Umbra is to be like an incognito mode for Solana. Like privacy should be inbuilt by default, but it should be your choice whether you want to be you know private or not. And it sits just in the middle of the user and the blockchain, and anyone should have the right to kind of use it, and people should be able to build over it. That's the idea.
So what does that look like when you say build over it? Is it like again on this grandiose vision kind of thing? Every
Mhm.
platform kind of integrating this SDK into it so that they can have private swaps through say Axiom or Photon or whatever
Right,
it might be.
right. So the next product that we're releasing is the SDK, and it's just 5 lines of code that anyone can just integrate in their existing product, and they would be able to integrate privacy into it. So we're just building towards it, and eventually hope it becomes the privacy layer for Solana.
What does it look like to make that happen? Because it takes two things, right? It takes obviously a great product, and then some level of
Mhm.
BD, just getting it implemented in all these systems. Where are you? What are you looking at from that angle? Have you started the BD yet? Or are you full fledged product focused right now?
Right now, I'm product focused at least for the next couple of weeks. But the most important idea going forward for me is going to be compliance, right? Privacy already is put in a bad spotlight, I'd say. And in order for us to kind of make it acceptable for everyone, I think compliance plays a huge role. And that's what I'm trying to build apart from just, focusing on the Umbra wallet and the SDK. That's something that we need to focus on so that uh, majority of the protocols do not have to kind of focus on this legal aspect of things. And the more compliant we are, the better it is for protocols to integrate Umbra. And once I'm just really confident about this, the biz dev work starts.
Where are the pain points right now in compliance? What are the biggest pain points? Because we know we've had the SEC constantly deem things securities, and now we're
Right.
moving in a different financial, a different space regulatory wise. Where are the biggest pain points that you're seeing then from this?
Right. So, well, usually compliance lies in a pretty gray area. Like most of these countries do not have any set regulations about what blockchains are and how it works. And usually, it should be our duty to kind of make it really clear for our users that it's safe to use and there won't be any legal trouble that they fall into while using the product. And the clearer we are, the better the product gets. So I think, yeah, that's the thing that we're looking at right now. That uh, compliance should be like really clear and upfront for users, and that's something that's really important.
And what does the team look like? Who's working on this? Obviously, you have a $3 million war chest now. I
Right.
guess what does it come to when it comes to hiring, onboarding? Who's working on this, and maybe some expendables
Right.
there? What are your plans with that 3 million?
Right. So we were a team of four until today. It was just me who's focusing on the product and three other devs. And now we just had Abbas who used to work at MetaDAO and now is working with us. And he's going to help us in growth and BD and uh, give us an idea of how to govern Umbra better.
And did he come? What did he do at MetaDAO? Was he in BD
Uh,
there as well?
Profit.
Yes, he was the one who introduced me to Crew and
Yeah.
Rom from Avicii.
Wow, there you
Yeah.
go, natural fit.
Yeah. So a story about Abbas is that he introduced me to what Solana and Super Team is back in 2022. I was like this kid who was just looking at people who would teach me about what crypto is and what these ecosystems are. And he had this event in Mumbai that I went to, and ever since then I've been being mentored by Abbas, and it's like a circle of life that's completed. That now we are working together at Umbra, so it's good to see.
Which super team are you part of?
Super Team India.
Nice, super team. Yeah, super team rocks. Solana's done so great on that front, just creating that. Like Ethereum needs something like that, so that's awesome. Chill, I saw you unmuted.
No, you're good. You're good. Keep cooking.
Okay, cool. Let's talk about obviously MetaDAO in and of itself. It has just been a concept we're fascinated with. We've been talking about. We've debated if it's something for everybody, if every founder is good for MetaDAO. Obviously, token holders have a ton of control here in this case. I guess, Crew, let me just get your thoughts from that perspective. How does that balance work, right? How's the balancing act of like you trying to be a founder, trying to lead with your own ideas, but also complying with something that all the token holders are going to want ultimately?
Yes. I said this to Colin the other day that I used to sleep better before the token was out. But now that I think of it, I think the vision has to be long term, and I am trying to detach. In my mind, I'm just trying to detach the idea of it being a product on crypto to something that's like really. I just treat all the token holders as basically owners of Umbra. And the more I look at things from that perspective, it gives me a better idea on how to deal with things at Umbra. Think on a longer term, learn more from the community, and keep the focus on the product.
Yeah, you have a really dense cap table is like kind of a way to look at it. What are some ideas you have when it comes to token integration? Obviously, you have to make some proposals at some point, and the people
Right.
will decide what they want. What are some ideas on token integration you're leaning towards, or just putting that into use?
Yeah. So as of now, the idea is that they are ownership tokens, and I think Profit could give you a much better answer to it. But I think on two different levels. I think one is the way that my job is to just focus on the product itself, okay, and let the community figure out how Umbra will be governed. If I have any bigger questions to ask about, should the tokens be sold or not, or should we give away equity using OTC or so on and so forth. Just the proposals like Profit and the guys at MetaDAO have done. I think those would be our first, proposals as well. But highly, our focus as a team would be on the product.
Yeah, can I just add something to that real quick, which is
Please.
that I think token integrations, like this idea of needing utility, is kind of a facet of the token itself being pretty fundamentally worthless. And so like
Mhm.
people need to see some like they need to see something that proves that like, okay, if the product does well, then the token also does well. And so this has
Mhm.
led to like a lot of really poor product UX. Like like crypto.com, they like integrate their token where I think depending on how many tokens you own, it like decides what level of credit card you can get, for example. And yeah, in my view, this is like a distraction for a lot of founders. And so we tell people like, you don't need to integrate your token because it's an ownership token. And like, it would be pretty crazy if like NVIDIA made it so you had to like use an NVIDIA stock to buy their GPUs, right? Like, why do we have to do that with tokens?
No, yeah, look, I hear you. At some point though, I guess hope maybe token holders are going to come to collect, right, on some extent. And I'm trying to gauge what that'll look like here down the road. And again, we just had this conversation with 11 a.m. where it's like startups shouldn't be giving a bunch of money in dividends or like into a flywheel, right? They should be building a product, and then ultimately that will yield hopefully good returns in the future. So what happens when the holders, the cap table, as you want to call it, kind of comes calling to collect, to start seeing some returns rather than just token go up?
Sure.
I think the
So
biggest example. Okay, go on.
could I start on this? Because yeah, so like legally, Crew and Umbra needs to put the revenue into the treasury. Like the revenue needs to be all owned by the project. And yeah, at some point, like imagine a scenario where Umbra has like $50 million in the treasury, right? Maybe they're like a mature business. Then someone could theoretically propose buybacks or dividends, and the market, like decision markets, would decide whether or not they pass or not. With the logic being based on like with normal startups, like is the money better reinvested in the business or not, right? Like actually buybacks are not always bullish, right? If the money can be better reinvested in the business, it's actually can be detrimental to the token value or token price to do buybacks. And so basically it's just like, is this business mature enough where like it actually starts to make sense to redistribute capital?
And Crew, I know we know you had a take as well. Feel free.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to give you an example of Flash Trade and what they did with the revenue split. I think even Profit would agree to it that that's like the best example for what would happen with a longer term vision where we kind of have a revenue split or a dividend.
Can you conceptualize
given
that
to-
for us? What does that look like? I'm sure the audience is not fully aware.
Oh, right. So just like Profit said, all the revenue would go into the treasury, flow into the treasury itself, and later down the line, Umbra would propose a revenue split between the token holders and the Umbra team. For what the Flash Trade team did was do a 50-50 split. So the revenue, 50% of it went to the community and the rest of it went to the team.
I guess, wait, so Prophet, I would actually love to kind of loop this in because you guys just got a super incredible investment from Six Man Ventures here. I guess this would be a good example that I can maybe tie into this question. You guys got, let's see, they bought 1.5 million of Meta at a $6.35 value. So this 1.5 million fully went into the Meta DAO treasury. Am I getting that right? Okay. And now from there, it's on community and yourself to raise proposals to use this in the right direction, right?
I'm probably not going to raise proposals. I mean, we have like a burn rate that we're authorized to spend. And so, I mean, yeah, we may increase our burn rate, but right now I think we're just going to continue to operate the business.
Okay, cool. But I have to loop that in because I think it's a great example as to what Crew kind of touching on and just the idea of these ownership tokens. So yeah, didn't mean to cut that off, but.
No, you're good. And real quick, Crew, one thing I wanted to ask about, I'm not sure how Flash Trade did it. Is it like a stake to earn the revenue, like as a dividend, or is it just kind of like just airdrop to token holders? Like, how would that actually look like for a token holder?
I think it was an airdrop token.
No, in Flash Trade, they do stake to earn. So yeah, they originally raised the proposal to do this through MetaDAO. So people traded on whether or not it'd be good for FAP token, their native token, if they did this. And then, yeah, now you can stake your FAP tokens to get a 50% of the Flash Trade protocol revenue.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Because we've seen like several different ways of like, these kind of fee splits working. So I think this is really nice. Now, I think Josh had a question around the SDK. Did we ever get to that, Dom? I don't think we did, because can you give us a little bit of information around that, Crew, just to kind of switch gears just briefly, going to talking about the product. Just tell us a little bit about the SDK, how it works, and kind of when it'll be available.
All right. So right now we have a B2C offering to the Umbra users, which is an Umbra wallet. What you can do through this wallet is just transfer money privately, but it's just through a single wallet, right? And if we want to become the privacy layer for Solana, it has to be available everywhere. And that's the reason why we are offering our B2B product, which is the Umbra SDK. What it does is it's just 5 to 6 lines of code that any project can integrate themselves into this unified anonymity pool that we have and reap the benefits of what Umbra does, which is build a privacy layer for Solana. And right now we're in the process of just building it out. You can have it in the next 2 or 3 weeks at max once we go live on the mainnet.
So, Crew, I'll kind of pivot here. Privacy it's highly competitive right now. A lot of people are trying to do it. You just said, you intend to be the privacy layer for Solana. How do you outcompete and beat out the competition? What do you guys do differently in this case?
Yep. Like I said, that most of these privacy protocols, what they're trying to do is become confidential. Okay. Confidentiality is a subset of being anonymous, right? What we're doing here with Umbra is giving you layers of privacy. One, you can be completely anonymous. One, by saying that you can hide yourself completely, not reveal who you are. But here you can also decide on hiding a single aspect of a transfer. It could be hiding just your wallet, or hiding the token that you're sending, or the amount of the token that you're sending. All of this is completely possible on Umbra.
Without getting into too much technicalities there, because our audience is not going to understand. We're not going to understand. How does that even work? How do you guys manage to do that?
Well, I'm just going to keep it really simple here, but it's a mix of ZK and MPC. MPC is multi-party computation, and that infrastructure is being built by ICM. So ICM is just providing the infrastructure layer, and we are trying to make it into a product, which is Umbra.
Got you. I think we covered a lot on team, vision, what you're building. I think the best natural thing to ask next is what's to come. What are you most excited about? Kind of give us an idea on the roadmap. We talked about SDK. Yeah.
Right. So 10 days after the ICO was done, we just got back into the office. The hiring is completely done. We are set for with the team for the next 6 months to 1 year. What's next is getting the code base ready for audits. These audits usually take somewhere around 2 to 4 weeks to be done. So as soon as the audits are done, we can go live on the mainnet, which would be anywhere around mid-November. By that time, we will have private swaps, the Zcash bridge completely available for the users to use. And later on, we go live with the SDK. So that's our roadmap going forwards in the next 3 months.
Very cool. It might be a difficult question to answer here, the one I'm about to ask, but as a founder, what does your day-to-day look like right now? Like, you just came off the hottest raise in crypto. Everyone's talking about Umbra. You must be all over the place. What does your day look like right now?
Yeah, the last week has been completely different from what I used to do in crypto. Most of my time was just spent building the product out, but nowadays I'm just, on every podcast or every Twitter space that I could be a part of, just talking about Umbra. Yeah. Now I wish to go back to my original life where I could just sit inside a cave and build Umbra to its best capacity that it can be. And that's what I'm going to do. I think this should be one of the last podcasts or streams that I'm a part of. And now from now on, it's just head down and push to the mainnet.
Dev mode, baby. I love it. Is Umbra still pre-revenue, I'm assuming?
Yeah, it's pre-revenue. We're just live on the dev now.
Okay, cool. How many users have you seen come on here? What has the impact kind of looked like since the raise?
Yeah. So pre ICO, there were around 2,600 users that we had. And what we did is we just released the access in cohorts. We had like 7 cohorts of around 500 or 300 people. And after that, the user base like almost doubled with a retention rate of like 94%. So it's been good to see so far, and I hope that the support stays on until the product is live.
Boom. I think you pretty much tied that together beautifully. I don't know. I don't think I have anything else to cover. Crew, if there's anything you want to leave us with or you want to mention that people should know, I think that would be your chance. But I think we're pretty good unless Josh wants to hop in or Chill's got something. Or Profit.
I think I'm good. I think we went through a lot of great details about the product. I think what you're building is really awesome. Last little question I would want to ask real quick. We know that you're kind of building out the SDK, this B2B product. Have you kind of put your feelers out there as far as anyone that would be interested in integrating the SDK? Have you seen any interest on that side?
Right. So the idea of the SDK was actually given to us by the people who wanted it. So it was a requested feature for us, a requested product for us from the community. And since our Discord opened up or our Twitter DMs were opened up, that's one of the main requests that we have had from the entire community on Solana. So we just said, okay, let's build it out, and that's what we're doing now.
Nice. I mean, it's always good to see that the community has such a great sway on what you guys are building. I mean, this is a highly requested, so we're definitely excited to see what you guys are coming out with here over the next couple months and weeks and months as you go back into dev mode officially. So no, crew, we appreciate you coming on today. It was great having you, great talking about Umbra, and just again excited to see what you guys build out here going into the future.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you, Profit, for just giving me this huge opportunity with the ICO. Super, and
thanks for trusting us.
Crew, we have a chat open. We'll be in contact, man. Anything you need, you got MCG. So anytime you want to come back on too. Once you get this SDK done, once some things are in motion, let's get you back on and we can run some demos, test it live. That's right.
100%. I'm here anytime.
You're the man.
Thank you so much, guys.
Peace.
Take care, guys.
Profit, we got a few minutes before Avicii, man. There's a lot of motion going on with MetaDAO. I think I just want to run through some of that and cover it. Any just opening thoughts here? How are you feeling?
I feel fine. I mean, I've been like a token founder, which I think is different than being like another founder, just from the like ups and downs psychologically for almost 2 years at this point. And so it doesn't really affect me that much anymore.
That makes sense. Well, you guys just got a huge investment from 6-Man Ventures. But before we get to that, I'll actually tab to this real quick. See if Josh, is there a way to pull that up?
Yeah, I'm on it.
Cool. Yeah, so this is a tweet I saw. I've got a couple tweets to just go through because everything on my feed right now is MetaDAO. And so I'm like, let me save these and we can address it with Profit here. But Dan Smith put out a tweet. He said MetaDAO generated over $350K in revenue from its new iteration of ownership token ICO. It monetizes token launches from fees. And he puts out a whole tweet. Obviously, I'm assuming revenue is going to your treasury, like you guys have mentioned. Like, just how do you feel, I guess, about this revenue ramping up? What are your projections? Do you see it kind of continuing like this? You have a lot of people in the pipeline looking to launch, which I can also, I guess, tab over to the MetaDAO page and just show what you got coming. But I don't know, maybe talk about how you went from 0 to 100 with this revenue, because you guys are crushing.
Thanks. I mean, yeah, I feel good about that number. I mean, I think it's very hard to make projections because it's like, it's all very tied to trading. So it's like tied to the project we launch, which like is power law, right? Umbra did, I think, like 3 to 4x the volume that Avicii did. And it's just very tied to the market as a whole. So it's like hard to make projections. But my only real thought on that right now is actually, I think I want to increase fees. So today we take 25 bips on taker fees. So like anytime you buy, say, Umbra or Avicii, 50 or 25 0.25% of what you swap in or swap out is going to MetaDAO. I think I probably want to double that to 0.5%. So yeah, that's my only thought today.
Is that going to be like a proposal to the community, like, and going to be decided on that way?
Candidly, I don't know yet. I think we're still figuring out like what needs to be a proposal. I don't think this needs to be a proposal. It might be kind of nice to have like this idea of people publicly have supported this, but I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, as for the fee thing, I forget who I was speaking to the other day, but someone was like, yeah, no one wants to pay, like, believes got the 2% in, 2% out fee. And I'm like, honestly, guys, I don't think increasing trading fees is a big deal at all, because look, everyone's trading with ICM or Photon. They're paying 1% on each transaction just from that. So raising to, half a percentage on your transactions in and out, I'm assuming it wouldn't transfer transactions. But like, I feel like 0.5% is completely reasonable. So that makes sense.
I do think so. Like, yes, Photon and Axiom and all these guys take around 1% and Pump Fund as well. I do think my swapper is slightly different in that like there are also liquid funds that are buying and selling these tokens, and they are more price sensitive. I wish I could charge as much as them, but I don't think I can. At least if I want to attract these people, and so hence 0.5%. I mean, maybe it can be set 0.75. I don't think it can be 1% though. I think that's too high.
This makes sense. I actually didn't even think about that angle. And we got a VT coming on soon, but we have to touch on this right here. You raise this proposal, sell up to 2 million Meta at market price or premium. A previous proposal by DBA. The previous proposal did not pass. But this one, you got it done with 6 Man Ventures, obviously massive players in the game. Can you just kind of tell us about your relationship with them, how that conversation went between you guys, and I guess going forward, what's that working relationship look like now that they have 1.5 million Meta?
And maybe even start as well, just kind of for the audience, for those who might not be familiar with 6 Man Ventures, just kind of who they are, and as you're answering that as well.
Sure. So 6 Man Ventures is a crypto venture fund. They were seed investors in Pump Fund, I believe, or at least very early investors in Pump Fund. And so Bobby, he goes by, I think, Compo Capital on Twitter. He kind of heads up their liquid side. Yeah, heck, that guy. And we were going back and forth on DMs because he was pretty interested in MetaDAO. And then basically said, yeah, like, I think that we would be interested in the liquid portion of the proposal. Because, so we'd raised this proposal to sell up to 2 million tokens, up to 2 million tokens to investors. And so, we just like executed the trade basically on Saturday and then announced it yesterday.
Let's circle back, because not a lot of projects or launch pads, I should say, have liquid funds actually interested in them. Why do you think that interest is arising for MetaDAO? Is it because you have this ownership token? You have more control over the token, more control over the business? Like, what do you think attributes to the interest here?
Yeah, so like him, I mean, he just says like, basically you've created tokens that I can bid, or like, because if you look at pretty much all these tokens today, like the ICM tokens, they're very hard to bid because they depend on the benevolence of the founder to like actually accrue value. And that's hard to justify, right? Like, imagine as an investor going to your boss and being like, hey, we're like buying this coin. It doesn't really have any value, but like the founder may decide to give it some value in the future. That's like a tough sell. And here, because they're ownership coins and there's the legal structuring and the governance aspect, that's much harder. And so I think for him, it's like, yeah, he sees this as like real ICM.
Got you. Let me tab over to another post, because I had a reply on this. We saw a poll was done on Twitter the other day, and it was founder of Send AI. Let me see if I can find this exact one. I forget. Okay, I don't have the exact tweet, but it was a proposal on where you should launch, or where do founders want to launch.
It's linked, by the way, just like right on the right side of your screen.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, there you go. So you got Yash, who's also coming on the show next week. That might be a little spoiler, but he said, if you're a founder looking to directly fair launch a token on DEX, the ICM way, no VC allocation, where would you go? Where would you go, right? And so you got Pump on 20% MetaDAO. You guys ended up taking 50% there. You weren't satisfied. You wanted 90%, right? You said, how do I get this number up to 90%? And I guess my pushback there would be like, MetaDAO actually requires founders to like prioritize holders rather than Pump Fund, rather than Believe right now. If I was a founder, and maybe if I'm a founder with ill intent per se, but if I'm a founder, I can go and launch on Pump Fund and Believe and have no commitments whatsoever, right? No commitments whatsoever. What would you say about, and so like that's why I said, hey, in this case, this is why MetaDAO doesn't have 90%. It's because there are founders that maybe are bad actors or don't actually want to commit this much. So they'll go to these other platforms so they don't have to. What do you say to that? Like, what do you say to maybe MetaDAO not fitting every founder or not being the right fit for every founder? I don't know. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I guess, yeah, you're saying like maybe you don't want to get to 90% because like some of these people are bad, right?
Well, like I don't think it will get to 90% because not every founder actually wants to put that.
People get their SOAR cards here.
So we
this is too. I haven't really been a big social app crypto kind of guy, but I will say like I love the shareability of these cards. I think it's pretty cool. Like they look good, design's nice. What went into some of the thought behind building out this website or this onboarding experience?
Yeah, so most importantly, we felt like ICM, RWA, all of this stuff is targeted at a different investor class in a lot of ways. So we wanted to feel very sophisticated. We wanted to feel like I'm going on this platform and I'm not buying coins, right? I'm holding projects or I'm an investor in a project in some form or fashion. We thought that was very important that we created that perception. Over time, as we hopefully onboard a lot more of what we call retail, the mysterious retail that never came, we hope that we bring on people that are really interested in getting early access to companies. It has to feel very normie friendly. That's why everything's denominated in USDC. Getting away from the 50% retrace on Solana, the 10% retrace we saw today. It's just got to feel very like Polymarket, right? What they did really well is they onboarded all of retail. We need to do the same thing here. ICM is a $5 trillion opportunity, whether people realize it or not. I do believe that early stage stuff will become infinitely more liquid over the next 10 years. We're very bullish on that occurring on SOAR. And we're gonna keep building it out. Just make it feel very not gambler, not crypto in a lot of ways.
So Tom, I want to ask you, Believe app kind of had this pushback for spending all this time building out a mobile app rather than like working on incubating projects. I guess what's top of mind for you guys? This is not a mobile app, of course. This is, but is this going to come to mobile app, number one? And then number two, like when it comes to time spent on certain things, you guys have a fat team. How does that look? What are you guys dividing your time up to?
So we have 16 people on the team, which is a new experience for me managing everyone. I believe fully that the two things that our platform will hinge success on will be BD, aka recruiting projects. I spend a lot of time on projects. I think I had 6 or 7 calls yesterday. We do that basically every day. Nick does the same thing. We do have a mobile app coming. I don't have kind of a date on that, but that's more for the normie appeal as well. And yes, I agree that like if you're focused too much on the platform, but you're not bringing a lot of attention with new projects and new offerings to the public, I do think that your head's in the wrong place. Our number one focus is always going to be BD. We're a platform for people to get exposure to projects. If you don't have projects to give exposure to, you're losing that battle. But there is some focus on, like I said, broader appeal, bringing new capital on chain for the first time. And also a big focus, which we haven't explored as much as I'd like to this point, but I'm a big advocate for bringing on, whether it's liquid funds, whether it's more Web2 VCs. I think that as we get better offerings on the platform, those people will come. They'll want exposure to these companies. Web2 investing sucks. Like, I just watched the whole thing about like OpenAI. They're going public at $1 trillion valuation. Retail never got to even sniff that valuation, right? We want better access. It's unfair. I would say it's prejudice that the market is where it is right now. We need to give people better opportunities. And I'm very bullish on the fact that there will be that chance.
Yeah, it is a really interesting opportunity and position you guys are in. Maybe on the mobile front, do you guys think that retail is going to be ultimately like the end goal target audience of this whole thing? And maybe step one is just bringing CT on, or like where do you think the directionally we're headed with that is?
So my perspective is that you can never ignore the amount of money in this space. You can never ignore CT. I'm CT native myself. It's not like I'm a Web2 guy. I've been in Web2 for a long time. I ran a lot of businesses in Web2, but the reality is I love CT. I think that they bring a really unique amount of volume, money, insight, and all of those things. The platform right now, it's crafted to be appealing to normies, but the reality is that a lot of our work is being done on crypto, right? I'm not expecting retail to show up tomorrow and start buying stuff on SOAR, but over time, yes, I fully believe that if we are to succeed like I'd like us to do so, we're going to need to bring in new investor classes and most importantly, just new fresh capital, right? We need new liquidity on chain. How do you do that? You give them good offers. You give them good startup offers. Startups are the only place in the world other than crypto, which, look at altcoins in the past couple of years. It's been pretty ugly. The promise of going to crypto and making these 100x returns has diminished significantly. So startups is your next best avenue. Combine the rails of crypto with the opportunities of startups, and I think you have something pretty explosive, frankly.
I agree. And I know Chill has a question on the mobile app, and I will keep it into the mobile app here for a second. Robinhood sees billions of dollars in, zero dated options and other high leverage instruments that retail is really fervorously trading over right now. I mean, the ultimate use case for these financial products is basically turn a quick return, many multiples really fast, right?
Yeah.
What features does SOAR have that you think kind of brings that retail non-crypto native on that journey to kind of maybe see the potential of, dare I say, the Wolf of Wall Street penny stock, pink sheet days that we saw in like 2013 when, startup companies, some good, many bad, but like a few of them made it through and became really big, huge successes. And those early holders of those penny stock pink sheets, they did really, really well. And I think that's kind of what we want to do and try and, obviously curate to have the highest degree of success. But yeah, what product features on the mobile app do you think really deliver that?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we're super early on, full disclosure, on the mobile. It should come pretty quick, though. I think that one of the big things that we want to present to the public, and I think that how you get that fervor and that demand is going to be presenting very low price options, right? So like 0-day options are crazy because they're volatile, right? In our case, we need to present very low starting opportunities for companies. Retail they're not that dumb. Like I think we call retail like this uneducated group of people. They've gotten very educated. Like people gambling on 0-day options, they understand something. And we need to give them first of all, the DD on our side. Everyone thinks crypto is a scam. That's the reality. How do we break out of that? We verify companies. We do KYB, we do KYC. So people know that number one, what you're looking into is to some degree real. The second portion of that is giving them opportunities that are intriguing, compelling, present the full scope of what they're doing. Right now, if you go on most launch pads, right, how much information are you actually getting about the company? Almost none. You get a ticker, maybe a short description, and a name, right? And then what do? I spend 3 hours on LinkedIn.
You go on MCG to find out what the founder is about.
Exactly. So we want to bring all of the DD forward because I think that one of the big problems that retail has is that you end up just buying into stuff that you don't know about, and retail doesn't know how to do proper DD like the trenchers do, frankly. So I think the biggest thing is compelling offers, number one, low priced offers, number two, and the third thing is giving them enough information to feel secure, communicate with the founder, mind you. I think that's a big thing, and just have an overall full scope of what they're actually getting into for the first time, because we don't present that on crypto, frankly. We never did.
Yeah, you kind of answered my question, actually. Because to your point, retail has gotten smarter. There was an article that talked about retail being what's called now pro-tail. It's almost like they're sophisticated retail, a level up, because in 2021, there weren't trading terminals, there weren't, bubble maps for on-chain analytics. And even on the TradFi side, there isn't nearly as much as there was before. So yeah, I definitely think that there is. My question was more about who do you think would use this app, right? Like, because this is the package to normies. Like, you have this offering, you have the DD. I love that, by the way. I think that's a really
mandatory.
Yeah, I love
Appreciate
that.
it.
That was kind of more of my question. Who's going to use this? From kind of like out of CT retail or pro-tail, if you will.
That's a great question. My genuine opinion of that is that you have to start with CT, like I spoke about earlier. I think if we do our job right, retail comes. And to be honest with you, look at Polymarket, look at any of the apps that succeeded to retail appeal. CT always stays along, right? Like CT guys are still on Polymarket, they're still on Kalshi, Myriad and all the other different markets. I think that the highest upside projects are always going to be ones that appeal to both current players, aka crypto, and also onboard retail down the line as well. How do we actually do that? Which I think is the more important question. And we put a lot of thought into how to do this, right? I'm a firm believer that the best companies in the world have user bases and investors that want to get exposure to these companies, right? So for example, Midjourney is a really good example because they have a huge user base. They have a great product. Their valuation granted is insane. I think it's 10 billion. But there are so many people that I guarantee you, rather than spending $20 on DoorDash tomorrow, would love to throw $20 into a Midjourney-like product. We need to bring those companies on chain for the first time. Retail will follow those companies because they love those companies. They're very passionate about these companies. So on the BD side of things, like I spoke earlier, that's why it's such a big focus. We bring in one big viral company, big viral app. They have a ton of people that want exposure to those companies. They will go anywhere in the world to get exposure to those companies. They had to fly to Mexico to do so. They would do so. So they come to SOAR for the first time, present to the public. They get new investor bases on the platform. Inevitably, as long as our platform is sticky, they look into different offerings on the platform, and I think we win. So I'm a very big advocate for bringing the best companies on board possible because I think they also bring retail.
I want to get your take on this because there's a good question that someone was actually going to ask. We have Stig on later from Believe, but they were going to ask him, and I want to ask you and get your opinion on this. So one of the pushbacks maybe was that good companies don't need our capital, or they already are well capitalized. Like, how, when you talk to projects, like, is it just that it filters for companies that are desperate and need capital, or is there a use case for great companies that are well capitalized, that are revenue positive, that are like, yeah, we also want a token, and allow people to come along for the ride with us?
That's a great question. And there's so many ways to answer that. First and foremost, I encourage everyone to go to Y Combinator's website and look up exactly what they say. AI has enabled unicorns, or will enable unicorns very quickly. to be able to build, right? And that requires almost no funding. So 500K is what they say on their website, right? You can raise 500K very quickly. If you're a very small team and you use AI, you can scale infinitely fast. You never have to raise again. Additionally, you never have to go raise from VCs, which have their pros and their cons, so the pros and the cons. The second portion of that answer in my book is that anyone that says startups have access to infinite capital have never went and raised money themselves, in my book. Raising capital sucks. It's not easier, no matter, unless you're the best of the best and you're Sam Altman, it's very hard to do. It's very time consuming. And another part of the market is getting to the market quickly, right? You're never raising capital fast. You're never getting terms that you like. You always have Big Brother looking over you, frankly. I think that's a very nuanced take that doesn't realize that there's a lot of people that hate fundraising. And maybe you're a great founder, which this happens a lot. Great founders, great executors that aren't good at raising money, right? That does occur. There's a lot of people that aren't the best salesmen, but they're very good founders. That occurs as well. And the third point of that is that there's also what we call model breakers, people that have great ideas and they're great at executing, but they're not investable ideas until it's way too late. I believe that, I don't think it might have been Minecraft, where I actually read this whole story of this. I'm trying to think of it was Minecraft, but there is a company, I believe it was Minecraft, where essentially the same exact thing happened. No one wanted to invest in them at all, right? Until it was way too late and they were this gigantic company. They're model breakers. They exist. There are outliers where no VC in the world will ever take a dig at you, but you build out your company and next thing you know, you're a unicorn. So there's a—
And the irony is all the users of Minecraft actually probably would have loved to have put $50,000, $100,000 in.
Exactly.
And that's how you close the wealth inequality gap. You know, the 15-year-old that's like, Dad, I want to buy some Minecraft. Like, I think this is the future. Dad doesn't get it. The VCs don't get it. Microsoft hasn't bought it for $1 billion yet. Now that kid has paid for his college because of it.
There's so many reasons why having great fundraising and alternative fundraising options are very beneficial to companies. Anyone saying that you can't get good companies because the model doesn't work hasn't thought about it enough, hasn't put enough time into talking to these companies. Like, full disclosure, I'm talking to companies right now, a few of them, that are worth somewhere in the range of $50 to $150 million, okay? They love our model because, number one, it's interest-free debt. You don't get that everywhere, right? Interest-free debt is nearly impossible to find. It enables them to build a consumer base through our product because you get exposure to a broader market. There's a whole host of reasons that these people love these ideas. And these aren't kids. Some of them are 30, 40 years old. Some of them have had multiple exits. One of them's a banker. I mean, like a lifetime banker. There is a whole host of reasons that this model can work. Do I think our model is perfect on day one? No. We're dynamic. We're going to continually adapt. But I think that we will get a model that makes incredible amount of sense for a lot of founders in the world. And I think that we're going to be able to onboard a totally different demographic than we've had in crypto in a long time. If not ever.
Tom, can you just kind of cover that that model you guys have built here for everyone that's unfamiliar?
Totally. So when we started thinking about ICM as a concept, I always equivalent it to RWA. I think that's really what it is, right? And the core concept is tokenizing startups in my book. The broader is tokenizing everything. We wanted to find a way to intrinsically tie the token and the company together. I think that the dual token equity model is, I would say it's criminal in a lot of ways. I don't think it started like that, but I think, frankly, it got exposed no different than any other thing in crypto. We've milked it for all it's worth. The company's success should somehow be tangible directly back to the token. You can do it through buybacks. We obviously seen that with Hyperliquid and things like that. But those companies are also massive outliers because they make so much money, right? They uphold the token price in a ton of different ways. I guarantee you if tomorrow Hyperliquid said our token actually is a ownership of the platform, the token would probably 2 or 3x, frankly. Our model does that in I think it's a very novel way. So when a company comes to us, we put 5% of their token on the open market. SOAR has a private agreement between ourselves and the company for that 5%. That is an interest-free debt that is only redeemable upon a liquidity event. So an exit, acquisition, IPO, et cetera. What that allows them to do is, number one, every time they put more tokens on the open market, which is what we want to avoid for the most part, that debt goes up against their company. Can it be used in good ways? Of course. Like if you need to fundraise, if you have a marketing spend you need to do, you're able to put more tokens on the open market. This occurs after 3 months, full disclosure. So 3 months, your tokens are completely locked. After 3 months, you have to file a disclosure form that goes to the public that clarifies what you're using the funds for, why you're doing this, how much you're taking, and then the market has 72 hours to respond. If the company is doing really well, they're able to buy tokens off the open market and reduce that debt between us and the company. If the company goes and gets acquired, they have to repay the senior debt to SOAR. You can speculate on what SOAR would like to do with those funds, but the idea is to always take care of token holders at the end of the day so that we don't have events like KOL Scan, which I specifically recall. I got burned on it myself, actually. I figured that there would be some type of reciprocation for KOL Scan holders. That did not happen. Padre, I'm very glad that did get cleared up to some degree. But the reality is it was still a company making a ton of money, millions a month, and token holders only got the value that they held at the time of the acquisition, right? So you got basically break even, which in my book, like, it was a good product to speculate on. I'm glad people got taken care of to some degree. But the reality is that I think that it's criminal that companies get acquired all the time. Token holders walk away with nothing. There's acqui-hires, token holders walk away with nothing. And most importantly, as a token holder, you are always praying to God that the team doesn't sell on your head. And the reality is that teams do it all the time, and they put their back into their coffers and build value in their equity, right? That's what a lot of these companies do. They sell tokens and build value back in their equity. We need to stop that. In this model, if you are selling tokens, there is a tangible cost to the company, and it's the value of their company in a debt agreement.
So there are two things I want to touch on here. I guess number one, these founders, I'm sure, don't want to be on CT all day, pandering to CT holders. How are you going to keep that founder education high on what they kind of are signing up for, and how do you keep that communication with holders at a high level? We've seen this has been an issue for Believe, right? Obviously, between them and holders. So how do you mitigate that risk with yourself?
So just to start, I posted a thing the other day, and I think this is one of the things that I never really thought about until now when I'm speaking to all these founders. I was, in a past life, I was a startup advisor. So I do have some experience, but this is a way higher threshold of what we're actually doing here. You can't, number one, expect companies that are working their ass off, grinding every single day to be successful, and then you go talk to them and you don't uphold the same standards. We tell all of our companies that we're working with, you have to communicate with CT. You have to talk to these people, right? If I'm not doing the same, what a hypocrite, right? It's embarrassing, frankly. We need to outwork all the companies that are coming on our platform. So in terms of communication, I don't know if you've seen, I think some of you guys have, I'm in like ICM lab, like I'm looking at it right now. I'm in ICM Big Brains. Like I do a lot of on the ground work talking to people because I think communication is a major important part of our product. I expect our founders to do the exact same. We do a lot of training, and we also handhold a lot. Like frankly, some of these companies we're bringing on are very Web 2. They don't understand Web 3. So it isn't just a launch pad. Thanks for your money. Have a good day. It's more like we're the first check into your company. We're going to be your biggest advocate, and we're going to help you succeed in this market where no one else for a long time has done so, right? Web 2, I don't think are scammers. I don't think that they have bad intentions. I think they don't understand this market. They get frustrated, and inevitably they walk away. Yep. We need to handhold these companies in every regard.
And what would that look like? Would that be like, we'll take Nick as an example, but maybe it's not Nick. Getting on a weekly call with these guys and just they're updating about business activities, what they do, and
joining MCT, like, speaking to the trenches.
No, but that's not what I'm saying though. I'm saying like, what does that look like? Is this going to be someone from your team maybe managing their Twitter account, kind of taking everything from that aspect and just making it seamless for them? Or is this going to be them running their own Twitter account, keeping updates themselves? Like, have you just thought more about that at all?
We put so much thought into it, I promise you. So much that I'm almost sick to even talk about it. We've brought on as many team members as is logical to maintain every facet of this company other than managing the business. And the reason being is that I want our companies that go through our platform to win. And realistically, winning is defined as building out their business, not building out a Discord channel or a Telegram channel, right? If I can manage all of that for you, I'm happy to do so that you can deliver value back to your token holders, deliver value back to your equity holders, and ultimately yourself as a founder. I think that it's reasonable that people should expect that you have to communicate with these people. So what we're working on is getting a cadence so that they do talk to these people. It's not just, my minions talking to them, frankly. But we want clear communication lines. We want clear expectations. And all of these teams, without, there's some that get more pushback than others. A lot of them really want to embrace it because a lot of them are consumer platforms and they really want to get to know their customer base better and their holder base better. I just think about it like this. It's basically just, you send out a quarterly, investor report to your investors. This is more like a weekly, maybe every bi-weekly, with a lot of communication in between that might be somewhat mediated. So, but I do want the companies to win. And like I said, you can't expect them, if they're wasting 10 hours a week managing a Twitter, like that's a lot of time away from their core business. So it's got to be a balance, right?
Sweet. Okay, tabbing over here to the platform. What should we be preparing for? I think you guys have some upcoming launches. What are these going to look like? Is it going to be a dynamic bonding curve? Is it going to be a flat raise? Should I load money up into my account? Give me the whole breakdown.
All right, let me give you the spill.
Please.
So first and foremost, I think our first couple launches will be more bonding curve stuff. Do I think that that's the end solution? Probably not. I think it'll be some mix of a lot of different launch structures, and we're actively investigating a bunch of different ideas there. So there's your answer to that first part. Launch structure in my head is one of the most overplayed portions of crypto. I think that good companies can succeed no matter what kind of launch structure you have, as long as the tokenomics make sense and the value accrual is very clear and concise. We put a lot of thought into like, what does a good launch look like? What does a bad launch look like? What does a good fundraising mechanism look like? And the biggest thing for us is like I said, very crypto. I remember the Dutch auctions of art blocks and things like that. I wish that model worked better, frankly, in a lot of ways. I think it just kills price appreciation. We're so used to bonding curves that I think that although they're not perfectly ideal and they're not the end-all be-all solution, we're a new product. We need to prove ourselves. I want to give people upside. I want to care about the traders a little bit. Like retail, like we're all retail in a lot of ways. I've gotten burned a lot recently. I don't know about you guys, but like I can't make any money the last couple of weeks. I want to give people upside. I want to give people tangible upside. I think that one of the big things that a lot of platforms forget about is that there's not that many traders in crypto. Those people are people you really need to care about. So give them good offerings, give them upside. They'll stay around with you. If they're making money on your platform, they're not going to leave. If you give them dog shit offerings or take away all of their upside, right, through a bunch of different really bad mechanics, they'll also leave. And then it doesn't matter if I get the best companies in the world if no one's trading on my platform. So you have to care about your traders. I think everyone forgets that for some reason. It's a smaller demographic. There's a lot of great companies in the world. We're talking to a lot of great companies. I have an infinite, pipeline of good companies, frankly. I don't have an infinite pipeline of traders yet because we haven't built out that side of the platform yet. So I hope everyone comes on. I hope everyone makes money. You're going to lose money inevitably, right, at some points, but I'm really bullish on the idea of building mechanics that make everyone win. Companies fundraise a little bit within reason. Our traders make money. Retail hopefully comes at some point. It can be cool. And the other thing, too, is what I don't think anyone's actually talked about is what a novel concept enabling people to get early access, very low underpriced access to a company, using some of those funds through fees to fundraise for a company, therefore giving the company the fundraising and the upside to the trader, right? I think that is one of the coolest things that I really want to explore more. Like I said, the current bonding curve mechanisms don't really do it right, but I think something along those lines is going to be very bullish. And that's another way, going back to what we talked about earlier, that you give retail a way to come on board because they want that high upside. You give them $100 million company that opens at 100K or 500K, that's a winning formula. Even if they're paying an egregious fee, right? Who cares?
So real quick, and help me understand this concept. If I'm a $100 million company, I'm trading on chain, I just get acquired for $1 billion.
Yeah.
Or let's take the Padre Pump Fund example. On Padre,
Yeah.
I just get acquired for, call it $20 million from Pump Fund. I have this token that I owe debt to. Is there a way that the team could come on and just buy up all that debt at a much lesser value? Of course, like they would have this insider knowledge that is not available to everyone else. Maybe could they just buy up all that debt at a much lower level and then get acquired and really not do everyone justice that holds the token? Like, yes, you'd get some pump, right? They would buy that token back. There would be some upside, but maybe not the full upside at the rate which they get acquired at. Is that something you guys have thought about, worried about? Maybe thoughts?
What's funny is we've thought about it. It came up a lot in our conversations because a lot of these teams do have aspirations of being this $500 billion company, right? They want to know how to play the game, frankly. And I do like that there's no new mechanics. I like new games. To answer your question, yes, we have not, or there is not a way for us to get that perfectly clear yet. The most important things, though, and how I will counter that with is, number one, fraud is illegal no matter where it is. So if you're doing things that are fraudulent, then you can be penalized for that. So our companies are upstanding citizens, from my perspective. They're not going to do things that are that out of line. Will they absolutely try to get their debt off of you cheaper? 100%. That's part of the game. And I think it's also something that in this space where there is no such thing as holding tokens anymore, I hope that people realize that these companies want to acquire this debt for as cheap as possible. How do you prevent that from happening? Hold your tokens a little bit longer. Not to say believe, but believe in something for once in your life. So yes, there is some weird arbitrages between private valuations, acquisition prices, mergers, all of that stuff. In our current fashion, I can't solve it much more than just saying, I hope that people see what these companies are, DD them, think about what a value can be and what they could be worth. And if it's something that they like, hold on to it for a little bit longer and let the vision expand. And the other thing too is let's think about it this way. If you have 5% on the market, if you start blindly throwing in a DCA of 100K a day to try to recover this debt, right? The token price is actually going to just explode in value. So the idea of taking all the tokens off the market before an acquisition actually occurs, very, very unlikely, because at the end of the day, you have number one, people that just like lost their wallet, people that aren't paying attention, all those different things that enable you where you can never actually buy 100% of the tokens back up. But yes, new games, new mechanics. I think that's actually one of the cool things about our platform. I'm so sick of all the games being figured out in crypto. I want to create new mechanisms to give new people edge, fresh people edge, people that study our platform, maybe they gain some edge. I think that's one of the funnest things about crypto. We just haven't done it yet. We haven't done it in a long time, frankly.
Sorry, Dom, if you want to, or chill.
Yeah. One question I have before we move too much off this topic. You mentioned that like bonding curves, right? Like you don't think it's the perfect solution. What's the downside in your point of view? Because I have a follow-up question I want to ask you. What's the downside to bonding curves in your view?
So we've seen this a lot, right? I mean, snipers are a perpetual problem. Will we get rid of them? Probably not. I don't think there's any real good mechanisms to get rid of snipers, frankly. We've tried a lot of stuff. We have what I perceive to be the best solution possible built into the platform, but I don't love the idea of snipers and people acquiring a lot of supply, especially when it just, at the end of the day, it hurts all the holders. It hurts the team in a lot of ways. The second portion of that is the actual LP portion of it. We're not dealing with a huge outstanding supply and circulating supply. So in some ways, the bonding curve does affect the amount of LP, which inevitably on the upside, it's good. On the downside, it's not as great. So we put a lot of thought into how we see the LP properly mixed with the bonding curve. We spoke to Meteor a lot about this, and we are trying to come up with some new creative ways to do it. Most importantly, I think that some of the companies that you'll see on our platform are valued so much higher than a bonding curve would start at. We can start the bonding curve higher, don't get me wrong, but that doesn't bring the excitement and the value like I've talked about. So we have to find a way that doesn't exist right now. And I do have a pretty good scope of how I want to do it in my head that I don't want to share, but we need to find a way to increase fundraising for companies through a bonding curve while also giving upside to traders, right? So we got to find that balance. I don't think it's out there yet, but I do have a pretty good idea in my head of how I want to do it. So
got it. There was an idea that I wanted to but you already thinking of things. I don't want to flesh it out too much.
We'll chat in private. I'll tell you exactly what I'm thinking. I'm happy to share. I don't want to share too much.
Yeah, same here. I also have something in mind. I don't want to flesh this out on stream, but I think Dom or no, Josh, you had a question. I know you.
Maybe I'll defer to Dom first.
Yeah. So my question is, should we be depositing now? What's some alpha? I know it said the Twitter account was maybe hinting at, someone had a tweet here. Official account implies early deposits may be benefited, so I deposited. So should I deposit? What am I waiting for? When's the big day? Give me some alpha.
What's the game mechanics here, Tom?
Yeah.
How do we win the game?
There is no such thing as winning the game. So first and foremost, we've had a lot of people ask us about our token, platform token. There will be one. I can give you that much info on that. I do think that I've had to, when I bought Launchcoin, I had to go buy it off the open market. When I wanted exposure to MetaDAO, I had to go buy it off the open market. When I had to buy a lot of these tokens, I had to buy them off the open market. There hasn't been a good airdrop in a long time. I do aspire to give value back to our biggest supporters, people that are going to push our vision forward, most importantly. And also, even more than that, I think that it's quite important to incentivize behaviors that I believe align more with ICM than most of the other shitcoins that I trade in the market, right? So we put a lot of thought into that. There's some alpha there. Think about it. There won't be a SOAR token anytime soon. So please don't be aping into random SOAR tokens. They're all scams. I promise you, there'll be tons of communication from us beforehand. We want to really take our time and think about how we're going to do this. Want to build out PMF, want to bring on new companies. In terms of the early deposit, you can take that for what it's worth. We did put a little hint in the tweet. I think it'll be valuable to put a little money on the platform for sure. And the other thing too is a lot of people have asked us, I trade on ICM, et cetera. And is there value to putting money in the platform right now? 100%. And for a bunch of reasons. I think there'll always be value on it because our DD on the platform is infinitely better than you could ever do on a terminal. We've specifically built it like that. We want people actually on the platform and using it, looking at company docs, financial reports, all of that stuff is built into the platform. We have forums where, I don't know if you guys are car guys, but Bring a Trailer, if you're familiar, is like the ultimate DD for buying a car. Like you go on that website and people tell you all this crazy shit about these cars that you never know. So we do want to get to the one where people are able to DD a lot more on the website, ask questions, get answers. It's very important that we have
GM. Can we take that off? There we go.
It's so much alpha. So much alpha.
I was taking notes on the upcoming call here, and you guys pull me on stage. I just hear GM. I'm like, whoa.
Oh, I said 1:30, so try to be disciplined.
No, I know.
Yeah. That's guys. Go keep listening to Tom there. I think it goes on. I mean, I'm playing on 1.3x speed, but it goes on for another few minutes. I could keep it playing actually if we just want to finish it off. It probably is another 5-ish minutes of content there.
Sure.
Okay. We can then go on mute because I think this is important information for everyone to what's about to happen.
Okay, maybe we just even drop our screens here. I'll continue taking notes.
All right, I'll go back to the show, pre-show.
Company launching and the people that are prospective buyers. We have a live chat. If you want to spam shit in the chat, go for it. We put a lot of thought into it. So yes, I will deposit if you're willing to. Not going to beg for deposits, but terminals, you can trade on them. I just don't think they're going to be supported before the first launch.
Sweet. And so what kind of bet are we making here? If I can get my follower count above your follower count on Soar app, I mean, we gotta make some sort of bet there. It's never gonna happen, but I might as well
You
try.
set the terms.
Oh man, I'll think about these and we'll get back to you with it.
All right, I'll match
ED
up.
Dom.
I'm already for what it's worth. I'm up like $5,000 on bets this year. I bet some dude when ETH was at like $1,800 or $2,000 or whatever that it would break all-time highs. It tapped over all-time highs and then committed suicide naturally like Ethereum would do. But so I'm up on the.
I don't need Dom making too much money off your bet because I need him to show up on stream the next one.
For what's worth, if I ever flip Tom on Soar platform, we got issues. I think there's some big issues, but
It might happen. You never know.
you know,
It
I
could.
guess you never know. When's the first launch plan?
Good question. So I won't give exact times, but it'll be this week. It'll be this week.
Even if the market's terrible?
Yeah, good question, actually. I would be remiss to say that we didn't talk about this internally. So, few thoughts. Number one, crypto is a wasteland and very dry right now. I think that our platform is fresh and new. I think we put a lot of time into creating something that was fresh and new. I would love to stand out among the broader, CT where we're struggling to find new things to latch onto. So I do think that there is some value. I also don't think the time in the market ever makes any sense, frankly. I like I said, if I could time the market perfectly, I would not be on this call. I'd be in Bahamas, frankly.
Sure.
I'd be in Greece. Yeah, maybe Greece.
With Ben, you'd be in Greece with Ben.
So the second portion of this, and I think I've talked, I saw Rambo's comment. I spoke to so many people. Nick spoke to so many people. Our whole team has, right? What is ICM fundamentally, right? If you do it right, you are getting exposure to businesses, right? Businesses do not give a single fuck about the market. They don't care that Bitcoin's at 1K or if it's at 200K, right? It's in some ways, it's more like a stable coin in a perfect world. We're not there yet. It's obviously still volatile to crypto. But what we're trying to do is bring intriguing offerings that have immense upside and that you can feel a little bit more safe that you park your cash in and you're not going to get killed because no matter what, even if token price goes down tomorrow, the company's still worth something and you still have exposure indirectly, directly to that company one way or another. So I actually think that the market being a little bit shaky could be really beneficial for us. I honestly believe that. I hope that people see that our offerings have been well thought out. I think that the first company launching, if it works, is truly $1 trillion opportunity. And that's not a fucking joke. That's literally not a joke. You'll understand when you read about what they're doing. We were super blessed to have found them. We actually found them through a board member who runs a $30 billion AUM fund. He sent us a lot of deal flow. That's how we've gotten a bunch of the really cool contacts. You'll probably be hearing from him as well. I think he might be coming on the show. But the reality is that this offering, if done right and if they succeed, is worth an insane amount of money. It's very early stage. Like I said, I'm super happy to have them. And they're the perfect example of a company that does not need to raise that much money because they have so many different things in the pipeline. They have so many different contracts lined up. They just need money to get off the ground. We're a very quick, easy option for them. It gives us a really cool opportunity to present to the open market. It's something that I'm, full disclosure, going to park some money in and forget about for about a couple of years.
Okay, this is alpha. So basically what we've gotten is they might be doing dynamic bonding curves for the first couple launches. You should deposit money early and the first project is a $1 trillion opportunity.
All right, hold on. First
This
of all,
is guaranteed financial advice from Tom, the lawyer.
No. First of all, it's a possible $1 trillion opportunity. The company's valuation is going to be extremely low. But yes, it's something that I think is really compelling. It's what people want. They want Web 2 stuff and opportunities. We're bringing those to the open market. And we're bringing a lot of stuff. There's a whole pipeline of stuff. Very few things we've spoken to are similar, frankly. And that's why if you look at the platform right now, we have all these different tags at the top. You can read about what they are. That's kind of the stuff that we're looking into. I want it to be like Kickstarter on crypto rails. I think that's like the perfect example. Or Robinhood, like someone said earlier. We want to give the broader market a ton of different opportunities. Some of these will win. Some of these will be winners. I'm very confident of that. And we're doing everything in our power to make that happen.
A lot of people were saying here that the onboarding experience was super sleek. It was perfect. It was awesome. I agree. I think it was super sleek. Platform's looking great. You guys must be dumping so much money into this just in terms of BD, team, graphics, Twitter, animations, website. Like, what's your burn rate right now, dude? It must be crazy.
I've been eating cat food for the past like 3 weeks. So no, the burn is it's actually more reasonable than you would believe.
All right, guys, we are live. Yeah, Chill. Do you want to start with South Park?
Dude, let's do it.
Shout out Jeet Sparrow. I just retweeted you from the MCG account, so thanks for the flowers there. That's all Chill, man. Chill had that call.
Peace.
Appreciate it, guys. Hope you guys are well. Market's been pretty decent as far as some of our calls go. Let me actually pull up the South Park chart because that was going crazy. We covered that on stream. I think it was just a few days ago.
Charles is confused. So Charles, that was pre-show, so that wasn't live. This is live now, right now. We just had SOAR on pre-show to kind of get everyone ready because SOAR is launching today.
There's a little and if you look really closely on the full left side, it says stream starting soon. That'll typically be your indication there, if we're live. So, but we got some questions. We'll definitely answer these questions after Chill talks about after he mogs you guys with this trade he took yesterday, 2 days ago.
We're gonna wait. Chill's not sharing screen yet. That was from Tuesday.
New background, Josh. It's just a black screen here.
Oh, I'm waiting for Oh, the black screen. Oh, the background. Yeah. I gotta fix that. Sorry, my bad.
Nah, you're good. So this is the SPSN chart. Freaking candle. So again, I traded this last Friday when it first launched. It pulled all the way back down, and it just kind of made sense that the narrative would stick around. So I highlighted it on stream. I didn't even post about it on Twitter or anything. You guys were literally the only ones that got the call. So shout out to y'all. Hopefully you guys cooked on that. Jeet Sparrow, appreciate the flowers, my brother.
Can I actually add something too real quick?
Yeah.
I will say if you guys are on stream, there's truly alpha here because there's a lot of stuff that's either too small of a market cap, too volatile, too risky that we won't talk. Like I won't make a public post on Twitter. I probably won't post about it in my Telegram. The only way you can get this information is on stream because simply put, if I made a post or if Chill made a post or if someone made a post about it, it would just instantly candle 100% plus, right? And we just can't be doing that. So stuff that's sitting, 300, 400, 500K market cap, you're only going to get it on the show. It's going to be very rare you see us post about something on our personals.
Plain and simple, guys. Plain and simple. I think just real quick, guys, just a little housekeeping. I think this is a perfect time. I see a few of you guys in the chat kind of got thrown off with the pre-show. So here's just like the breakdown of MCG right now, like as it stands. We're improving our production. We're about to give you guys we're going to continue to give you guys better and better viewing experience of the stream. One of that is just by playing a pre-show. And a lot of times, as you've noticed over these last few weeks, we tend to be ahead of the curve here. So, a lot of the streams of the past tend to, be relevant to what's going on in the market at that current time. So, like last week we had Pay AI we had the pre-show playing and when X402 was going. And today, we have, updates on SOAR coming later on. So we figured we'd play the SOAR stream from the other
dude,
day, right?
our pre-show has been alpha, dude. It was like Orgo, Pay AI, SOAR, Avicii,
Umbra.
Yeah. Honestly, I might just start tuning in for the pre-show every day.
Honestly, like I love tuning in for the pre-show, just listening. It just kind of like it helps me to just sit and enjoy the content too. We're here, we're kind of digging around and doing stuff. So we always can't like super lock in and get all the alpha ourselves. So I like the pre-show, man. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it as well. But yeah, Charles, we're here every day, Monday through Friday at 12 p.m. or 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. We're live. So hopefully that gives you guys a better idea of the show.
Today, can we just level set on today real quick? So SOAR is launching today at 3 p.m.
Well, not SOAR.
Not SOAR.
Or sorry, the first incubation or project on SOAR at some point is launching at 3 p.m. Eastern. They are joining the show. So we actually have no idea when this is going live. We will keep an eye on it. I've been refreshing like crazy. I'm sure you guys have been too. So as soon as we see something come up, we will flip to that ASAP. But right now, we don't know. We have no idea. So keep your notifications on. Obviously, keep on MCG in the background. So
let's give some alpha. Because we're waiting for this. Like, let's try to game this as best we can here, guys. Together, we'll do this. We're waiting for the SOAR platform. We're waiting for the SOAR project to launch. The first one is curated. White Glove did a little bit. You heard the pre-show. Tom is very excited for it. Big opportunity. Here's what you need to do to prepare. Here's what I'm doing right now. Here's what Chill's doing. And if we're not super present on the show the whole time, it's because we're spam refreshing this page firstly, load up a SOAR page, right? Load up SOAR. I'm not sure. Here, I'll send the link in the chat. Okay. 1 second. Let me get that for you guys. And like also don't use this link unless you're going to follow me. I need to flip Tom and follow me on SOAR. That's the only way this works.
No, put my link up there, bro.
Okay.
Man,
Guys, hold
I'm gonna spam my link in there, guys. Follow
Spam.
me.
First off, the chat doesn't post it to X, by the way. It only posts it to YouTube and Kick. But I have a better idea. We have a pinned tweet. I didn't know what Chill's SOAR profile was, but
That's
I
crazy. You
added
left me
Dom
out.
and I.
That was green. I was like, man, no chill in there.
Yo, that's my bad, bro. When I was writing it, I didn't have the time to look for Chills, but here.
I'm about to flip Nick and following though. So after Nick, it's just me and Tom, and I gotta
Go to our profiles, and then you'll at least see like here.
Follow-
I'm gonna
follow
there we go.
all of us. Matter of fact.
Should I add Chills to the reply? Chill,
Yeah,
can you
yeah.
throw yours in private chat? Just we'll add it to the replies on this so that we can.
Dang,
get
I'm
you
just
caught
gonna
up.
be the lowly guy in the replies.
Lowly guy in the replies, dude.
Bro, you
Just-
don't need it. You have like 30,000 followers. Me and Tom are catching up, bro. We need any edge we can get.
Nah, bro. What's the if I can pull this up real quick. The SpongeBob if I need it.
This is your source. This is your main source of alpha, by the way, guys. Just to be clear,
Yeah,
this guy,
yeah.
the SpongeBob meme. But no, like, so here's how we're gaming this right now. We're sitting on the SOAR platform. They've mentioned that there's gonna be some benefit for early depositors in the SOAR platform. You might have missed your window for that benefit, but go deposit in the SOAR platform, and I'm just spam refreshing that. Then the other page, I have ICM pulled up. I just have it set to DBC. I saw someone here was asking what it's going to be on. We know they have an affinity for Meteora. I'm assuming they're going to use Meteora pools and technology. So I have Axiom up or Padre, whatever you guys use. I have DBC on. I have Meteora AMM on. Just Meteora Tech. That's all I got. And so I'm just spam refreshing the SOAR site, and I'm keeping the Axiom migration tab up. So that's how I'm playing this personally. You know, obviously do your own research here. Like, we're not telling you to just buy anything, but just some info on how we're playing this here. So
let me add on to that real quick as well. So if you listen to the interview, the one that we were playing from pre-show, like Tom was also saying a lot of other stuff as well. Like they're going to have like a native DD feature on the platform. And Tom was also talking about on stream, like he wants people to use the platform, right? He hinted at an airdrop or something like that. So there could be benefits to using the platform like that, but it's also just beneficial overall because you get to like dig into the company. He said like when they, KYC, KYB, they have to provide like documents and all these things. He mentioned all of this on stream. So listen to that and like use the DD feature on the SOAR platform because that will give you the most accurate information and help you kind of confirm things about the project, right? So, but yeah, like I'm also doing the same thing. I got trenches open on Padre, link in bio. I have, Twitter tracker on. I'm refreshing the page. Like, bro, I'm locked in. So
keep
that's
the subtle shill there.
type, real quick. You know what? Y'all didn't even see a shill yet. Let me refresh this and actually show you guys a real shill.
Embarrassing.
Dang, he didn't put it in yet. That's crazy.
Damn.
Okay, never mind, guys. Never mind.
Also,
Now,
let's be clear. He said, or we know that we have SOAR coming on our show here at 3 p.m. I would imagine we have the project come on. We have no idea who this project is. So they're just going to be on our show at 3 p.m. I would imagine by this time it's launched. So between now and 3 p.m., most likely we get our launch, right?
what are the odds? Like, it's like, yo, guys, no launch today type.
We'll just be embarrassed chilling on stream with Tom. Tom's going to have to speak for himself there. I can't even defend him at that point.
Oh my gosh. Real quick, in other news, favorite of the MCG show, Orgo here, freaking ripping. And hit a new all-time high today, 13 mil. Technically not 13. I think it more like 7. I think real market cap at 13 mil would be like, almost
50%.
7. Yeah. So 50% circulating. So all-time high, almost 14 mil FDV, 50% circulating. So that'll be like almost 7 mil. So
Tell him why,
nice
Jill.
New all-time high. Josh, tell them why, Josh.
Yeah, it's only
Let
right.
the people know. It's only
Hey
right.
man, I've been on this. Go see the clips I did from yesterday, but I think the big one is the A16 Scout Fund. I don't know the details
Huge.
around that fund investment, but I mean, how many liquid token projects is A16 actually explicitly investing in? And the answer is very few, if any. So Orgo being one of them, I think it also de-risk this project a lot, that it's got actual sticky capital involved now rather than just the belief fees. And in some ways, I think a lot of what Pasternak is headed in the direction with Believe is like, if you think Spencer from Orgo, it's like an individual with an idea. He's launching this project, he's incubating it, trying to get it going. You're kind of betting on Spencer to make it happen rather than like, let's say, a startup. So yeah, long story short, I think Orgo is great. The other component is just the V2 feature. So there's a Dropbox functionality where all the agents that are working on the platform, could be thousands of them, are doing work, and they're putting that final end piece in a Dropbox thing for a human to go grab and use that work. And then the agent-to-agent communication on Orgo is a major unlock. So you got 4 agents that are doing different pieces of work, and then they can communicate within it. Do you want to go to that video real quick? I'll just walk the viewers real quick through some of the functionality on that video.
Yeah. And I'll pop in here to say too, like,
yeah.
I think there's a lot of confusion. People are like, well, there's still nothing confirmed on the token side of what the token utility would be. I think Spencer's mentioned on our show that he's working on something. He wants to have a deep integration. What that is, though, he hasn't announced. I will say, though, it's nice because now that he's backed by A16Z, backed by Z Fellow, some other prominent VCs, he can't leave, right? He really can't. Anything he does shady or sketchy on the token side would directly reflect to his investments on the Web 2 side. So he has now some sort of, like, if that's what you were worried about, he's kind of got an affinity to stay here and build. Sorry. Josh, I'll play this video then.
Yes, let it play through.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Spencer, and I'm super excited to show you Orgo. Orgo provides computers for agents. Let me show you a quick demo of what this looks like. So we have our code here. So let's go ahead and run this, and it's going to start our agents. So you can start to see on these computers that they begin to click around and, given your task, complete the steps that they need to get it done. So we can start to see these agents wrap up the tasks and post in Slack that they have completed it. So this was just a simple example running 4 agents, but with Orgo, you could actually start 1,000 of these computer instances in under a second. I'm also super excited to say that we're backed by some great people like Foreign Ventures, Ben Pasternak, Corey Levy, Z Fellows, Luke Whiting, and A16Z Scout. Computer use is still very new, but over the last 6 months, we've gone from it being a toy to real production use cases working. So I'm super excited to see some of the ideas that come out of it and what you can build with it.
So a couple things. So you saw the agents working on those machines. Now, keep in mind, if you can go expand that video and just pause it on the agents there. These are working on actual desktop environments. So this isn't like ChatGPT where you're interfacing with a chat interface or some tool-based AI, even Slash to a certain extent is within the browser. This is actually at the computer interface level, like the actual computer UI, which makes this really, really exciting. The other thing is you can see it all messaging back in Slack. So it's using real applications that are like actual programs that are downloaded onto the computer rather than just like different API calls or something like that are linking this all together. So yeah, go see some of my videos. I've posted videos of me actually using Orgo with unprompted from Spencer, just me going and using it as a smooth brain MCG host. But yeah, it's pretty amazing. So
yeah, Orgo's going crazy. I guess we can kind of real quick, guys, like zoom out, like kind of look high level view of markets. I think we kind of skipped the macro side.
We did, yeah. Let's do a macro update and then go through ICM projects.
Do you guys want a macro update? It ain't looking hot.
Yeah, it ain't looking hot. I actually want to, because yesterday we talked about this, right? Like how people are actually like coming out on the timeline. People are bearish. and I showed you guys a few tweets. What I'd like to show you though is yet another reason why I'm still bullish. Yesterday we talked about the weekly 50 SMA on the weekly time frame. We've broke below that before. We're doing that now. The key is just so we just need to close above. But like on lower time frames, like as you can see, there's some level of support here that we have from previous ranges as well. But one other thing that I wanted to do as just adding some confluence as to why I'm still bullish and probably rightfully so is this. Bull market peak indicators. Anybody guess how many peak indicators have hit from the start of the cycle till now? 0. Out of 30 indicators, 0 top signal indicators have hit.
What's an example of one of these? If you zoom it in, because it's kind of hard to see. Can you pull up a few examples?
Yeah. So we have the Pi cycle top indicator, a very popular indicator that's been used. The progress on that is about 50%. Let me see. There's another one that I was looking at, the RSI 22-day, the altcoin season index, that's at 50%. Bitcoin dominance is getting pretty close, but not quite there. Long-term holder supply, still in control of long-term holders, but again, that one is also very close. Outside of that, I think there's also another one here, the 4-year moving average, still looking good on that side. So there are like many of these indicators that basically, combine stats and data from previous cycles and what marked the top in previous cycles, and it compiles it in this one view here. And I'll link this website to you, Josh, because it's just CoinGlass. But for the viewers, if you guys want to bookmark that and take a look at that on your own time, that's also something that you guys can do. But yeah, I mean, look, this is not a top. Like, job is not finished, and I'm very, very confident in that. So when I say I'm looking for us to, I told you guys yesterday, over 100K, that's where I think we'll kind of like bottom around 100K area. We wicked below it, but it's a psychological area of interest, psychological point of interest. So yeah, that's the high level take. Not looking too good right now. However, I think this likely shapes up here in the near future. So like in November. Also, I told you guys yesterday to take longs, take profits on longs on Pump Fund. Now I'm telling you here to buy in this green box. Anything below, ideally below 3,700 ish, around that area. But that will be, again, this green box here is really good place for longs here. Outside of that, Aster, I'm peeking. I want to shout out Aster and 4. So Aster number 1 at $1. I think CZ's average is somewhere between 91 and 98 cents, somewhere in this area. But like, let's just call it this region. Is kind of CZ's, that's kind of CZ's sort of average from a price perspective. So I don't see Aster going much below this, and we've held this level really nice. I'm not really getting involved on leverage with this. 4 however, 4 looks really nice. Falling wedge. I would like to see this breakout from here, and it looks like it will. Other than that, what else do we have?
FOMO raised 17 million led by Benchmark.
Jeez,
Mobile app.
I saw that yesterday. Let me try to pull that up. Yeah, I got it right here if you need.
Sweet, you got it. Yeah, I think that's pretty crazy. I mean, they raised 70. I wonder what the valuation is. Is it in the comments here?
Let's see. FOMO has become one of the largest trading applications, 120K users. Thrilled to be working with their team, etc. Also welcome a round of new angel investors, to include Luca Netz, our boy Luca Netz, and a lot of pretty big names here. Wow. Dang, Tommy's in there too. Shout out
Snuck in the
Tommy, bro.
bundle.
Snuck in the bundle for real. OX Golden is in there. Yo, shout out my boy. Okay. They got some nice guys in here. Oh, dude, I haven't seen this guy in a long time.
Look at Chill. He's like a kid in a candy shop.
Yo,
I know he loves his traders on X.
Base
I think-
16Z, man.
I think the
Vibe
biggest unlock for FOMO is their cross-chain interoperability, right? Lots of my friends use FOMO. I actually don't use FOMO. Maybe I'm lacking, but they say what's the nicest thing about it is they can go trench on BNB, they can go trench on Solana, they can go trench on Ethereum. It doesn't really matter. It's all on one app. It takes a second to swap. It happens instantly. It doesn't matter what your base, currency is, which I think every platform should really implement, dude. I think Chill. I remember back in Ethereum days, we were excited over a few interoperability plays. And for so long, we've had this fractionalization between chains, and it just needs to go. It needs to go.
Yeah.
And so I think FOMO is doing that well.
Yeah, I think their UI I also don't use FOMO, but from what I've heard, like the UI is absolutely insane. Like it just kind of like it just makes trading so easy, Oh shoot, they got Sisyphus in here.
We choose Mobi Screener.
Yes,
We
yes,
choose
indeed.
Mobi Mobile.
Yep.
Yes,
Mobi.
indeed. We have also the Polymarket announced that Polymarket odds will be integrated into Google coming soon.
Wild.
So that's actually a pretty huge unlock for prediction markets. And again, we talked about prediction markets yesterday or the day before in terms of projects being dead, but the narrative itself is very much alive and kicking. So you want to be aware of that. Apparently, CZ didn't buy Aster. Seriously? I thought I heard that he did. I thought his average was in the 90s. Interesting. Okay. Outside of that, I also wanted to really quick talk a little bit about ICP. Have you guys seen ICP at all?
That coin's still alive?
Bro,
ICP.
Let me show you guys the freaking
I cooked on
chart,
ICP
dude.
back in
my
like 2020, dude.
If you bought ICP at the beginning of November, you would have cooked. You would have likely outperformed.
Why are these Dino coins kind of cooking, right?
Yeah,
we have Zach cooking. I guess ICP's cooking a little bit.
I mean, I guess
BNB's cooking.
Yeah, highlight Gabby's tweet. CZ tweeted he bought around 90 cents. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought he did.
Yo, shout out Gabby for the DD on in chat.
Yeah,
Spot on, DD.
It's trust me, bro, but we'll take it.
But
Chill, we have Meteorite Collective coming on here at 2 p.m. A bunch of stuff to showcase. Can we pull up the Met chart, please? Oh, Chill removed himself from this.
No. I removed him. I thought that was a screen.
Oh, yeah.
All right, cool. Let me see. Met. So that was ICP pumping off some AI stuff. Now we have Met. I told you guys yesterday, it's looking like it's forming a bottom. I love this kind of range here on on Met. I was about to say MCP on Met because
Chill loves his MCP technology.
So real quick, yesterday we talked about Met being like pump fun. They have a lot of, at least in my view, you have one of the biggest infrastructure plays on Solana. They have a lot of levers to pull, right? They have a thriving community. They have a lot of their tech integrated in some of the most like up-to-date metas, right? So launch pads, ICM, prediction markets, they're involved in each of these narratives, these key narratives. And so they have a lot of levers to pull. There's a lot of optionality in terms of utility. And I'm glad that they're not just like, 100% buybacks. Something like that might not make so much sense for Met. So I'm glad that they're taking their time with it, number one. But I think that also allows for Met to kind of float around a fair value for the market, and that could, you know, quickly turn undervalued in a tweet. But we know that Met has a lot of levers to pull, so we know their value, but that's because we're smart traders.
And let's shout a key
Awesome.
catalyst, which is Met Dobby, December 10th. And I believe, did we pull up Zen's tweet yesterday? Maybe let's just reiterate Zen's tweet.
We are also. I have it pulled up too. You can pull up my stage.
Yeah, let's do it.
We're also going
real
to
quick.
discuss that, I think, with Vesper if we can.
Oh yeah. Here,
Met
I'll
Dobby, why
add
not?
Vesper to the stage.
Well, okay. Well, then, if you're adding Vesper, let me give a proper introduction of Meteorite Collective to set
Yeah,
the
go
stage
for
here. Okay. So, guys, we just talked about Meteora, the technology kind of fueling a lot of these underlying launch pads, including Soar, I believe, which we'll be on later. So, like, here's a little insider scoop. But yeah, so Meteorite Collective is a subset of Meteora, and what they do is, well, I'll reiterate from this. Meteora today provides the best technology and service for launch pads. The Meteorite Collective is an independent group of content creators, traders, and KOLs aligned with Meteora. Meteorite is here to ensure that tomorrow brings the best distribution of all Meteora partners. And I'm going to play this quick video, and as we do that, we can bring up the lovely guests.
Today, Meteora has the best tech for any launchpad. Tomorrow, we want to bring both the best tech and the best distribution to all of our partners. That's why today we are unveiling the Meteorite Collective. The Meteorite Collective is a group of content creators, KOLs, and traders who are aligned with Meteora. Their role is to support teams building on Meteora to win by providing early valuable feedback and creating content for our partners. By doing this, we aim to create lots of opportunities for all types of creators. Want to be part of this effort? Simply follow us on Twitter and start creating content today. Today, Meteora has the best.
All right, sweet.
Hype
There we
video.
go.
And actually, I have KK and Vesper on right now. What's up?
Welcome.
Bro, that Soji video always fires me up.
Soju just does it, man. He's got a way to fire the people up. I'm excited to get that energy in person here at Met Dobby, man. I'm buzzing.
Yeah, real.
Yeah, it'll be pretty excited for the event. It'll be pretty fire. Seems like
Let's go.
a lot of people signed up, and there's a lot of exciting things planned on the day of.
Do you guys have the insider scoop of signups right now? I know that they just closed the Supernova pass, so you can no longer get
Yeah,
that
I think
pass.
those sold out. So I don't know the quantity side on the orbit pass, but Supernova's gone.
Okay. Oh, so there is a limit. Like, if you don't get your passes, you might just be sidelined here.
I think anyone who decides to sign up right now, they'll probably get in. So
Yeah.
it's a big space, right? Yeah, but
What,
You know, I
can you
think-
explain the pass, what you get for it, or the two different levels. Sorry, Dom, to cut you off there.
Yeah, you're good.
yeah, I'll let Vesper touch on it. It's not something I even paid attention to.
Fair enough. I think Vesper had some mic issues, so maybe she might be still trying to fix that out.
For what's worth, I know there's like access to merch and just extra benefits on day of the event, but don't quote me on anything.
Yeah, all good, all good. Yeah, I think we got you guys today. It looks like Vesper's PFP just loaded, so maybe she's with us. But we wanted to highlight Meteorite.
How are you doing?
Oh, there she is. Vesper, what's up?
It's really awesome to be on the show. Hi Dom, hi Josh, hi Chill, hey KK. Thanks for joining.
Thanks
you
for coming.
joining. We appreciate you coming.
Maybe I'll give a little lore too, guys, because you would not have MCG today as you know it if it wasn't for these two special individuals we have on stage and the Meteorite Collective. So it is like super important we highlight what they're doing, because though you might not know it, Meteora and the Meteorite Collective are working behind the scenes to make ICM
We have
what
a
it is today.
store announcement. Yes,
No, we're good. We're good.
We're good. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
That absolutely echo Dom's thing, but we are like on the edge of our seat for the SOAR launch. Sorry, guys.
What's
Okay,
the
continue.
relationship Vesper and KK with you guys in SOAR? Obviously, I think they're using Meteora technology, yeah?
Exactly, yeah. So SOAR is powered by Meteora, and also, I guess, accelerated by Meteorite Collective. So the beauty of Meteora is that we're a dual system. So Meteora powers, I would say now, probably over like 15 launch pads that we know of, but maybe many more that we're not aware of, because they've created technology which makes it very seamless for anyone with basic development skill to spin up their own launchpad. SOAR team have done really brilliantly to come to market with a concept that's new, that's different, and that's designed to seriously align holders and the people who are launching tokens, which are mainly going to be probably startups or related to real companies with real revenue generating opportunities. And they've been able to customize things which are truly ideal for their purpose because they are using Meteora's technology. And Meteora's team, like behind the scenes in the chat constantly, working with them, going back and forth to make sure that whatever they've designed is just on the technical side is aligning there. And then on the front end side or the distribution side, Meteorite Collective has done a lot of work to write about, talk about source. So we're circulating clips. So everything that we discuss here, when they come on or their announcement goes live, that's immediately going to be clipped by our team. We're going to circulate that. And we have a whole bunch of content ready to go from some really incredible creative individuals. So I guess like that's the connection between Meteora and SOAR. They're a platform that's chosen to go with us and to be powered by our technology. And we kind of want to make sure that we max send their story via Meteorite Collective as well.
So if I'm getting this right, just to loop it close for everyone here, there's kind of like two arms to it. There's a technology arm, which is Meteora and the technology you guys provide. And there's a distribution arm, which is the Meteorite Collective, which is what we're talking about today.
Yeah, that's actually how it began. It began as like technology, and that's always stayed the same. But Meteorite Collective has evolved into actually a very interesting organization. So we distribute for sure. We also incubate as well. We spend a lot of time talking with teams to figure out what they need. So I've been going back and forth with Nick for some time, figuring out what the story is, what the needs are, what do you want to focus on? Can we get your brand assets? Can we start to tell your story well? Can we create some resonance as you're also like reaching out and you're about to go live? And then finally we accelerate. So the relationship doesn't end the day that they go live. The relationship continues. For as long as projects are continuing to build, they're continuing to ship, they're continuing to do things which are incredibly cool, we want to make sure that we're telling their story, we're reaching out to them, and we're making sure that if there are specific campaigns or there are specific moments in their journey, that we're there alongside the way to push them along. So we've done this really, really brilliantly for many projects, whether it's organizing community activations, coming in with certain funding for specific initiatives. Our role is just to maximize their overall impact. And so it's been really incredible seeing this in play. I think that we are, in fact, I know that we are incredibly unique because no other organization offers this. And, the outcomes that we've had, whether it's like hundreds of thousands of impressions for certain campaigns, or it's just having, builders have a story which ends and continues in a more positive way. They're not like abandoned. They're not left alone to deal with things such as like getting basic, like, I don't know, like marketing attention, or even like with MCG, like, constantly referring projects to come onto your show, working with you to grow the show as well. Like we have a very symbiotic relationship with the people that we recognize are doing the most to like really make it work for the projects that they're building. And so, yeah, I would say that, distribution is just about getting the message across. Acceleration and incubation is about like growing alongside your partners and making sure you're there for them alongside the way. And so, I think that approach is one of the reasons why we're really happy to I guess like be in this space, because I think it's needed. I don't think it's enough to give the technology. And Soju did brilliantly to recognize this. It's not enough to just say launch something.
Yeah.
It's also not enough to just say tell the story. You actually kind of need to see it as a long-term initiative. And so in many ways, we mirror the work of Solana Foundation, in all honesty. And I listened to a really brilliant conversation between Vibu and I think it's Simon from Soul Brothers. And Vibu was
Yesterday,
making
right?
Yeah, maybe you tuned in as well. Vibu was making the point that foundations do something extraordinary. They sometimes engage in actions that are not economically viable for them in the interests of growing an ecosystem or growing a project. And that's exactly what Meteorite Collective does. We often make decisions which are more community driven. We take chances and big bets on people when they're early on in their journey, and we do our best to help them grow because we recognize that there's greatness in so many people, and it sometimes takes someone taking a moment to recognize this to kind of like give the support very strategically and just leave them to like be great. And I can like proudly say that that's the story of the Microcap Gem Show. You are always going to be great. but we decided to like join with you to help accelerate that. And so come Met
Whoa.
Derby, I think people are going to see way more from you guys.
Yes.
We have to figure out a few things. I know that there have been some like battles, but
Imagine a live show at Met Davi. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, imagine.
Of course.
What?
yeah, but you know,
I want to
But-
just sorry, Kitty. Go ahead, Kitty.
Yeah, I was gonna say just to like sort of wrap up wrap up what Vesper was saying. Like, we understand like outside of like distribution, the technology, like educational piece is it's such a big curve to like kind of get over. Like for the trenchers, and even just general investors and people putting capital into ICM, and education can be a core piece to like sort of accelerate ICM forward. But both on the launchpad side, B for projects and founders who are trying to uh, form their narrative and sell like what their vision is, what they've built up to this point, what they're planning to build going forward. Because depending on like what the product is, like if it's a simple B2C sort of product or a Web3 product, so it's much easier for people to understand and what they're buying into. But you're going to see in ICM projects and founders tokenizing where maybe it's a B2B product, maybe it's something more complex on the tech side of things, and stuff like that definitely requires helping form the narrative into that's bite-sized pieces where people can understand, hey, this is what I think I'm buying. This is what the vision is that I'm potentially want to uh, join in on. And that goes back to like MCG was an obvious choice for Meteorite support, right? Because you guys do a lot of that educational things, but it's going to come in a lot of different content format.
I want to flash this on Dom just a second before you go here. This has been a journey, but the success of this approach is super evident. I mean, right here, we had more live viewers than CoinDesk featuring Chainlink's SmartCon conference, which I think to me is a huge accomplishment and just, credit to the system. So, this is amazing.
And if I can also say this as well, during that stream, that number was actually picture was actually a screenshot from midstream. We actually reached almost 10,000 viewers that day, and I think even Blockmates was actually streaming as well. It was just a little bit below that, and same thing. We're that Soju talked about empowerment last time he was on our stream, and through Meteorite Collective, he's able to empower those that are in this ecosystem, and you guys are doing that for us. We're really super grateful for that, but it's obviously paying off. And that's it. That's pictured here.
So I want to understand that angle a bit more, because you guys do a lot of these community focused efforts. You have a lot of these community focused efforts, but there's no real tangible outcome for you guys, right? Like seeing MCG get 10K viewers or whatever it might be. There's no real tangible outcome. I don't know. How do you think about that when it comes to making these decisions to empower people in community? Because it's very hard to value that.
Okay, I'll say the tangible outcome is, as ecosystems flourish and projects flourish, we flourish as well, right? That like there's a direct correlation. Like, if ICM and ICM on Meteora is gaining traction, gaining market share, bringing in net new capital, Meteora stands to benefit, right? It's as an ecosystem as a whole. Like if launch pads are doing good, like such as Solar, Meteora as well. And it's not just tangible, it's a lot of intangibles that come with it as we're trying to progress Web3 into more mainstream side of things.
From a business perspective, how do you guys weigh what you value when it comes to putting effort and time and resources towards? How do you make those decisions?
Yeah, so I guess KK's point is actually more for Meteora AG. So yeah, there is a tangible benefit from their side. Obviously, if launchpads grow and the space grows and more people launch, there are fees, and it's all a fees game for everyone. They make fees; those fees go to LP Army, and that is a really important thing. Meteorite Collective is interesting actually because the benefit is tangible, yeah, because we also feed into the growth of launchpads, the growth of ICM, but so much of it is like intangible. Like so much of what we do is actually public goods. So I spend several hours coaching our creators. It's very, very easy to hire professional creators. But if you do that, then all of the value of the growth of tokenization accrues to people who maybe are already having opportunities already. Whereas we know in this space there are people from all over the world who happen to have an internet connection. They're not going to trade because they can't. They're not going to launch tokens, but they are going to create. And they oftentimes need a lot of investment of time and energy to level them up. So we've actually created a program called Meteorite Alphas. And so it's designed to recognize leaders within our community and give them the tools and funding they need to have opportunities to level up. And that can lead to career opportunities for them, or for them to grow as the tokenization space grows. So it's intangible things around actually community formation, and to kind of bring a very Web 2 term, it's around human capital development. So it's intangible in the sense that we're not going to get a financial return from it, but it's highly tangible in the sense that we move people forward. And that's why I kind of go back to the role of the foundation, right? Solana Foundation has done incredible things, from super team to various hackathons. These are not always going to translate into financial outcomes, but they kind of go alongside things which do. But what they really do is help to build a sense of community and show genuine investment in helping actual people. So our mission is actually, commercial, because of course we're helping to amplify things that can lead to fees, but it's also actually humanitarian in the sense that we actually create a lot of community initiatives that are never going to return us monetary value, but they're designed to actually move people along. And I kind of always will bring it back to the ethos of Solana. So when Solana went to $8, people stuck around not only because maybe they believed the coin would go up again, they stuck around because they'd formed enough of a human connection to many of the people who were building. They stuck around because they felt that the chain had given them something and it was worth sticking through it. So oftentimes, in the tokenization space, things are going to go into red. I think that it's probably red more often than it's green. But if you've invested enough into things that are not purely financial, then there's something worth sticking around for. Because if you need to write or make videos, it doesn't matter what the market's saying. That's an actual skill. And I don't think that it's enough to kind of just say let's focus on trading. There's also something to say let's focus on actually giving people skills and giving them a chance to participate in Web3 economies beyond that. So
yeah, sorry, go ahead. I cut you off.
Oh, I'm done.
Yeah, it's, and everything Vesper said is super true on the public goods side. We're really trying to help builders, creators, founders accelerate almost. And we've created a community, and this community is really good at amplifying, creating content. But the other piece is a lot of them do test out product, right? And that's such an important piece for builders on the ecosystem to get feedback on the product, be able to iterate based on all these users actually testing the product.
Going back to what Vesper was saying, and I'm really interested in how Kitty's been a value to you guys. You brought him on as kind of head of ICM and helping with these incubations you mentioned. But Vesper, what got you into this humanitarian side? What made you interested in this, and how did you even get involved with Meteora in the first place? I guess I don't know that story.
Yeah, it's a really funny story. I actually complained. I was working for a launchpad, and I felt that Meteora wasn't doing enough to tell the launchpad story. And so I complained to somebody who tattletaled and told Soju, and he was like, "Okay, fine, then you can come and run it yourself." And so that's what I did. And
that is the best ever. That's the best way to do it.
So in other words, let her cook, because you definitely are cooking.
Yeah, it's been a very, very interesting journey. I mean, I think that it's a bit of a crazy space. You tell the story of it, so you see it every single day, but literally from day to day, it changes in terms of which meta is running, who is dominating, who's not dominating. It's a real drama. People literally rise and fall like heroes and villains. Then they come back again and
Yeah.
start kind of running alongside this. It's really, really intense, and it's a lot, but I think it's absolutely worth it. And also KK and I, when I was working for that launchpad, that's actually where we met. He was doing awesome work to help Soul Cypher, who I guess we kind of both stayed working with. KK doing a lot to incubate, accelerate, as almost a one-person accelerator. And then with Meteorite Collective later, they helped to bring in some bots for us to like scan things and also trade and issue rewards. So like along the way, I guess like we've encountered really phenomenal builders, and we've just kind of like, I guess like initially I was like running Meteorite Collective by myself, but like bringing on KK, it's been great to basically see that same thing continue. So, you know, starting with Soul Cypher, like doing that like in a very informal way. So there was like no organization behind it, but he did incredible work and continues to do incredible work to help teams like that. PMX is another team. So kind of like adding KK to join Meteorite Collective's team was very natural because he was already doing the thing that you would have wanted someone to do, working with the team very closely, pushing them along, giving advice, suggesting, and I guess also with ICM.run now, that's scaled even more. So I guess it's all to say that like I think that there are many people in this space who are doing things informally, like Meteorite Collective tends to like find them and like kind of like bring them into the fold, as it were, and then they're given the opportunity to like do good things at scale. So yeah, sure, I was working with one launchpad doing stuff like to push it along, and now with Meteorite I work with many launchpads. So I guess it's like a very natural evolution. But like your earlier point was around like the humanitarian side of things. I think it's just like, you know, if you come into the space and you're like purely extractive, then like there's not really going to be a space for a very long time. So it just doesn't work in the long run. Like I think that pure extraction is not really working. Pure speculation doesn't really work either. You need something like a bit tangible to hold on to. And we also need to all coordinate better. Some of us are going to write, some of us are going to trade, some of us are going to like, you know, do streams, some of us are going to clip. And so Meteorite Collective is trying to like weigh up the different types of actors in the space and create things that kind of can generate long-term value and at the same time like help grow people as human beings as well. So it's a very complex type of approach to things, but it's kind of working. And so we're going to just keep like maximizing what works and figure out what doesn't work.
So I want to get a clip on explicit instructions for builders to come and work with Meteora. So right from like builder building, you know, either a piece of technology, someone launching a project, like how should they think about getting involved? Do they join the Telegram? Do they DM Kitty or Vesper? Like give us the clip we can give to Meteora builders, and people think of migrating too, right? There's a lot of Ethereum devs and other ecosystems that might migrate to Meteora tech.
Yeah, so this I'll say this answer is broken into three pieces. One is on the migration side, like Soju and then engineers is involved, and it's kind of based on request. For Meteorite Collective as a whole, that'll be sort of Vesper doing that, and she can expand on that piece. For what I do, it'll be me DMing founders. It's sort of based on my gut criterias. But yeah, it's a whole different thing too. It's a whole different thing to go down on. But I'll let Vesper talk about just the general Meteorite Collective.
Yeah, so kind of as Kitty said, like for technical stuff, Meteora AG works on that. So you have Dan, who does like all the launchpad stuff, Malcolm, who does all of the great stuff with partnerships, and Soju, who oversees everything. Meteorite Collective works very closely with them from the start. So oftentimes teams will drop into our inbox, and probably that's like the starting point. You can just send a DM to Meteorite Collective's inbox or send a DM to me, and I'm very happy to connect teams with Meteor AG where there's a technical need. People can also drop into the Discord, and many teams do that. So we have a lot of people going into Meteora AG's Discord. Dan is there sometimes answering questions. You have community members answering questions. And so you can also contact the team via then. And like, depending on the needs, then you kind of like get involved with Meteorite Collective. If there is something that we can do to help gain more traction or help build community around a launch, we will. Oftentimes we're waiting till projects are already launched and then we get involved just based on how it's received by community. So I think that like the final thing is like, yeah, with KK, I'm working with ICM teams to accelerate them. It just really depends on the quality of the project. And so DMing him, as he said, is fine. But yeah, it's a really important thing, I guess, just like probably as we're wrapping, to just note that like what Meteora does is really exceptional. And what Meteorite Collective does is also really exceptional. Like I think we're a standalone duo in the space, and we're very, very open to growth, and we're very, very open to people who are wanting to do crazy things, as Soju says. If you want to do crazy, innovative things, and you believe that there is a role that like creative storytelling, and really cool technology you can play in your project, just hit us up and we'll like just have a conversation with you and do what we can to like also partner with you to do cool things together.
That's awesome. Thanks so much for
Bars.
breaking that down. You know what I find that's really amazing is just how much you guys are on the pulse with it. You know, you caught MCG really early. No doubt you're catching so many other projects early. I just want to get a sense of, number one, silly question, like how deep are you in the trenches, you know? But
Yeah,
number
what does
two,
that look like?
what does that look like, first of all?
Okay, I mean, I personally, yeah, like I feel like if you really want to trench, you need to do doing like 16 plus hours a day, like every single day of the week. Unfortunately, ideally you don't have to do that and you have maybe really good filters and bots, but like to do it, you need to be like several hours a day, talking to the right people, just like hanging out in the right spots. Like fortunately, we have MCG show, which actually does point people in the right direction many times. So much alpha on this show. Please, everyone, if you're interested in ICM or just tokenization in general, just watch this show. Like, watch the clips too if you have short attention span issues, because you are going to figure out a lot of stuff. You're going to find the communities, or you're going to follow the guests, and then you start to curate a better timeline. And I will say that someone said this once, like, you know, the way your timeline is curated really can sometimes decide what your net worth ends up being. So hopefully people listen to what we're saying here and actually follow you. But yeah, time and following the right people is how I trench.
And I guess like just last question. I know we want to respect you guys' time here as we get to the 30-minute mark, but what would you say is your favorite story? Like, you know, your favorite story as far as someone that you leaned in, you helped out, and then they just became hugely successful as a result of the empowerment that you guys provide.
Can't say MCG. Can't say MCG.
Yeah, can't say MCG.
I can go very quickly, and then KK has also done amazing work, so I'll keep mine short so he can also jump in. Yeah, I would say that working with ICM.run is probably the biggest success story. So we supported with the ideation, with some of the startup funding, and then with the initial like kickoff to establish them as a community organization. I think that Killand and Dreadsong, and I guess like I'm a mentor, the rest of the mentors have also done fantastically well too. But for sure, like having organizations like ICM.run, you know, they already had a huge impact on the space, and they're going to do really, really great. So we want to do more stuff like that. Very
Sorry, I blurted in there with volume.
It's okay. Yeah, my sentence was just like, we want to do more high impact sort of stuff like that, like finding leaders, working with them, incubating them, accelerating them, and then just like letting them be great in their own right.
Awesome. We love that.
And yeah, and just on that note, like when you say success, I still think, you know, a lot of ICM projects we've seen so far, a lot of them are still in that early stage. So like, yes, we've seen short-term success, but now it's like building off that. And like, you know, one clear example that comes to my head was, you know, the virus team, right? Like they had a bridge game that come out before Addicted, and you know, sentiment around that was pretty just under average or under expectations, but they really worked hard to ship out Addicted and end up being a high revenue game. And each game they've kind of, from each game they're taking a lot of learning lessons and going to be applying it to future games, and we're you know, leaning into becoming viral, leaning into creating games where high amount of people are playing with a lot of, you know, in-game spend, where people are enjoying. Like these are all short-term wins in ICM, and you'll be seeing that with a lot of projects, and really helps people form their thesis. Like, hey, do we bet on this team to keep progressing?
And you guys see projects coming from all different corners, right? Obviously, you know, PMX, Virus, ICM.run. Like you see a bit of everything when it comes to ICM. What are you guys like? What really gets you excited? Is it the prediction markets? Is it the gaming? Is there one thing in general? Because you've seen it all. So I think hearing this from your angle is pretty important.
So funny, what I've been seeing, and I'll say I don't have a bias to a specific vertical. I think there's going to be a lot of different verticals coming into ICM, which will all be very exciting. But a cool thing I've sort of observed, like going through like literally over 1,000 applications and doing so many second round interviews with founders applying to DAO, is people are building in really unique things, challenging the status quo across different verticals. And these founders who are willing to, take on this bigger fight and innovate on what is the status quo right now is what's gonna, like, make people excited about ICM, about these, let's call it early stage companies that are looking to push a vision, um, get to product market fit and scale. Yeah, that's been the coolest observation I've seen. I'm very excited for all these different verticals to eventually come out in public. Because they really are challenging the status quo and giving a new twist to giving a new twist on how, the current environment is.
Love it. Well, Meteor Collective is doing a lot for builders. Meteor is doing a lot for builders in general. Maybe as we depart here, give us a quick call to action. What can people do to get involved, whether it's on joining a chat, adding to the clipping side? Just what can people do today?
Yep, they can dive into the Telegram. It's in the description. They can also follow the Twitter and just dive into DMs if they have any questions. And if they're builders, make sure that they follow Meteor AG, dive into the Discord there, or again, just send DMs to the message there, and then we'll take it forward.
And we have a Telegram group where, people, well, they trench. There's some pretty active trenches there who have a pulse on the trenches, but there's builders there. Anyone's building, everything's permissionless. Is happy to have them there and sort of showcase their product if they want. FYI, that doesn't mean it's an endorsement. Like just happy to have any builders who are building, showcase what the product is, and there's a pretty active community in there who are always down to try new things.
Cool. I think that covers it. Unless there's
link
anything
to the
specific.
X is also in this bar at the bottom, by the way, guys. So just go search at Meteorite Coal for the latest. So look at the bottom bar, please.
There you go.
Yeah.
Vesper, Kitty, we do appreciate you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Coming on. It's been huge having you guys, having your support as well, and just looking forward to Met Dobby and beyond. Yeah.
Excited.
Oh yeah, super excited. Thanks for having us, guys.
All right, awesome. See you in Met Dobby.
Oh yeah.
See you. Thanks.
I'm buzzing for Met Dobby, dude. It's gonna be so fun.
Yeah. SOAR launches are live, guys. SOAR launches are live.
But only unverified
launches. Only unverified. Yes, thank you.
Only unverified. So I want to go through a few of those, but real quick before we get off the Meteorite Collective topic, just quick takeaways from that interview. I mean, Meteorite Collective is huge, man. I think she said they're the only organization like that does what they do, like empower builders, empower the people that are building on top of Meteor. I think that's super important. Like, imagine, for example, if someone like a Pump Fund, had a Meteorite Collective sort of group. Imagine if that was the case for someone like a Uniswap, or
dare I say they're kind of trying to rip it here with the Pump Spotlight. I feel like they're trying to make a push in that direction.
Yeah, that could be the case.
I don't know. It's clearly there's a lot of value in this, especially when you're working with Web 2 teams, right?
Tons of value. You got to own the media. You got to own the media. At the end of the day, if you have attention and media, people are willing to pay for it. And this is what they're building, and it's going to continue to scale as people, but you got to have great products too, right? If your product's good, you can gain the attention, you will win. But
that's why Meteorite Collective works, right? They do have the product.
I do want to go to SOAR, guys, because they have. I know there's unlisted, but we can get an idea of this UI. Like, let's break down this UI.
Can we share some of the new launches? Come on, look.
We got a pivot here.
All right. But no, really appreciate Meteorite Collective coming on. But guys, SOAR is
not to cut the Met Coal stuff short, but SOAR is hot right now, and I just want to make sure when it's there, we're
all right. Live. All right, Josh, your wish is our command. Let's go.
Let's do it. Let's do it, dude. So have you guys seen that? Hold on. Dude, someone created an MCG token, bro.
Dude, it's because we put out this
Stop.
announcement talking about Soar launching at 3 p.m. and it read like we were launching a token on Soar at 3 p.m.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, oh my
Well,
gosh, that was a good
man.
clarification. We are not launching a token, by the way.
So basically what happened is Soar is, they're about like everyone's buzzing for the launch. Everyone's like, really wanting it. And they just put out this tweet basically saying that, hey, look, the platform on the permissionless side is about to go live. And the first curated launch will go live sometime thereafter. Right. And so they just basically said, hey, look, just be aware, these are unverified launches. Though, so it'll be a picture like that, and it'll say unverified. So you want to look for the curated launches. I don't know if I want to share my screen, my particular.
I know I'm wondering because our thing is you can see how much is in our accounts.
Yeah, I'm
on
trying to.
screen.
But yeah, like basically what I'm trying to point out here, the new launches on this thing are like absolutely nuts. The new launches are crazy. There's an MCG, there's people trying to fake being the new launch, that the new curated launch. There's people trying to, there's a toilet company that launched not an actual toilet company. They literally got a picture of a toilet and put it on
Here, I don't think
on
it's bad
Soar.
if I share. It's not like it's a crazy amount of money here.
Sure.
All right, I'll do it. I'll do it. All right,
And
I'm
I
just gonna.
can guide you through.
Yeah, here we go. All right, so this is the homepage, guys. The curated launches are what you want to look for. So up here in the Explorer, it says new launches. The curated launches are what you want to sit on. And, I guess it'll, we've been refreshing. It'll view up here. But let's just look at kind of the platform in terms of the UI. So when you,
Some of these
my
are so
gosh.
funny.
All right, we'll look at the space one. But here it gives a little, idea of what like you're actually buying. Unverified projects. So make sure you look for their curated launch.
So they did something interesting here. They decided to, instead of launch the curated launch first, just make it permissionless. Apparently the first 5+ test launches they did got torched by snipers. So I do think this was the best idea. If you launch your first product as a curated launch on your platform, it's going to get absolutely giga sniped, right? Everyone's just going to be buying because it's curated. They know it's going to be good. It's just free eating. So I do like that they decided to not do that.
Yeah, I was wondering what they were gonna do about snipers. I mean, this is typically what you get, right? Like if people catch wind before a launch that something's launching, then people are gonna position themselves. Snipers are gonna put themselves in position to take advantage.
This comment here, I thought this was the next 100x meme coin, except I just lost my balls.
Oh my God.
I actually like this is such a sleek platform. I really do like the social aspect, guys. And by the way, we're not paid by, we're not saying this because we have any reason to. Like, we genuinely think this is sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, 100%. Honestly, from the time that they came on our show, I felt like they were on to something. I mean, I don't know if you guys, you would just interview Tom this week. So if you guys watched the Tom interview and, it was playing pre-show, he kind of explained the debt structure that they have. I mean, that's a massive unlock, bro. The way I look at it, the way I look at Soar, it's connecting the trenches with like proper Web 2 companies, like unicorn level Web 2 startups, right? That's the way I'm looking at Soar. They're connecting both worlds, and they're using crypto rails to give, us traders like us on CT exposure to some of the biggest companies potentially that could be in startup phase. And then eventually they'll use the buzz that we create to appeal to retail. And this could be like the home of, startup culture. Like instead of going to Silicon Valley or whatever, maybe that's still a part of it, but like, people would want to be here. They would want to be, in a place where they can raise money easily and be able to, get off the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, you guys freaked me out, dude. We're sitting here talking to the Meteorite Collective team, getting some great insight information. Everyone's like, check the Twitter, check the Twitter. I'm like,
Yeah, well, like
Nah, dude. I got that on lock, man. That's why I was like, nope, nope, nah, we're good. If we weren't good, I would let you guys know. You know what I'm saying? I got y'all. I'm on the watch.
I know I wasn't trying to interrupt anyone, but I'm like, man, we have to be locked in right now because we've
Maru.
like waited and waited and okay, it wasn't this morning, okay, it wasn't this afternoon. Now we're live, and it's like, when is this? I have no idea.
yeah. So here, maybe I'll even pull up the tweet itself.
Okay, chill. I bought toilet.
Good, good. Full port toilet coin, guys.
Remember,
Full port it.
MCG is not launching a token. Not launching a token.
Yeah. I just want to emphasize that because I actually got messages right now, like while we're at the show, like people are like,
Jeez.
there's an MCG token. Like I saw you guys like put
I'm
out a
tweeting
tweet.
out that MCG is not launching a token.
Yeah.
Is this
so,
bullish, guys? Is this bullish MCG?
Low key. I mean, you know how it is like when there's like when there's an alpha play and then like there's betas that launch, you know, once the betas are launching, that means the alpha is in control. That's, you know, by default. So
Yeah, it
we're
probably
the alpha.
bumped
The alpha
our
is here on
viewership.
stream.
Probably bumped our viewership a little bit. Let's see. I'm gonna find the tweet that may have confused people. And yeah,
Reserve said I ate off that. Thanks. He ate off toilet. That's crazy. That's crazy. Man, dude.
I think
love
the
you.
confusion was here. We said MCG will go live with Redacted launching on launch soar at 3 p.m. EST.
Oh,
Kind of sounds like where MCG is launching at 3 p.m. EST on soar. So I can see the confusion. I did clarify in the comments
no,
though.
the redacted is launching, but who knows what redacted
I think people
is.
just kind of skipped over that probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how it goes. But let's catch up on the soar feed because this is what people were freaking out about when we were talking to Meteorite Collective. They posted this. The SOAR platform will go live for permissionless launches shortly. Our first curated launch will go live sometime thereafter. Okay, so it's launched. Now we're waiting for the permissionless one, or now we're waiting for the curated one. Follow our socials to be notified the first curated launch to go live. Please be careful of unverified tokens as seen below. And unfortunately, I'm not sure what. There's nothing below here. So other than Nicholas's post, which says there will be lots of rugs and garbage that will launch. If it's unverified, you can pretty safely assume that's not a real project. The company in the image is an example. Yeah, I think this kind of threw people off too. They posted this, and I think it meant.
The tweet literally says in all caps, please be careful of unverified tokens as seen below. Like, I don't know how much more clear you can get from that. Like, I know people are like, I saw people are like buzzing, like, oh my God, I'm like, bro, no. Like,
you know how it goes though, dude. People are trying to move quick. They're trying to snipe. So it's like they just see something, they see space, they see the image, and they go. They don't even read. So
yeah, no, I hear you. We had a question. Will you guys be launching something on SOAR? Nah.
Nope. No plans to.
No plans to.
We love SOAR, but
doesn't
MCG doesn't need a token,
tokens.
frankly.
Yeah. We don't.
We appreciate your enthusiasm.
Let me see. Dude, freaking SPSN is holding really well. I'm just checking stuff.
Yeah, no worries. We can't have a stream of us just refreshing SOAR. So please let's
Should we read the docs? This is, tedious,
oh, yeah,
guys.
sure.
I can try to maybe
10
while I'm
minutes
reading
ago.
this.
Yeah, read
Okay,
this.
sweet. I'll read through this. Josh can dance like a gesture to keep you guys entertained or something, but let's see. So here's the DRP standard, by the way, guys, is the debt structuring that they put in place for these launches. If you don't understand what SOAR is, essentially at a very low level description that I have here, it's basically that companies can sell debt to the open market. The open market can buy this debt. This company now owes debt back to the holders. And when they're acquired, they're going to either have to pay that off or they're going to have to buy back the debt as time goes, gradually benefiting the token price, right? So that's like the debt structuring in a very dumbed down way. But here we can read through it. So DRP stands for digital representation of participation, patent pending, is a new token standard that's being put forth by SOAR. The TLDR is that follows 100% of the token launches. 100% of the tokens launched by a founder represent 100% of the future value of the company. Okay, so 100% of the tokens launched by founders represent 100% of the future value of the company. 5% of the tokens are traded in the open market. The other 5% of the tokens are available for project growth, marketing, market makers, exchanges, strategic. Well, that's a pretty big, I mean, 50% set for marketing, market makers, exchanges, strategic. Pretty impressive. I bet you a piece of this is going towards ICM.run for some of these curated launches, if I had to guess. Obviously, because we know Nick is working with SOAR. He's also an advisor for ICM.run. We know they're working with Meteora, who's also an advisor for ICM.run. We know SOAR is working with ICM.run. So I would say some of this probably goes there. Just a little tidbit that I'm gathering. 90% of tokens are locked for 3 months, cannot be touched, move, or enter circulation. After 3 months, the founder can access tokens, but must submit requests that is published publicly on-chain, SOAR's website, SOAR's X page, community X page, and by email. So you can't miss it unless you're literally just under a rock. Wait 72 hours until receiving tokens. Explain 3 things in request: the amount that they're requesting, the number of tokens being requested, the reason, and the use of the funds. And again, if they go and request more tokens to enter circulation after 3 months, that is debt they're going to owe back to the holders. Okay. So if they take out more debt and launch, release more tokens to the open market, it means they have to pay that down at some point. Okay.
And guys, one thing to add on top of that, it will be permissionless. Just saying that part is, to me, is very important. It's not going to be, it's not just going to be, left up to the team to make a decision like that or make a call like that.
We're thinking that's going to be more like a decision market governance situation, like
I don't know.
Like a MetaDAO, maybe, right?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure how they're gonna do it, but I think that's what he mentioned on our stream the other day.
TBD. And again, a lot of this is just, it's so early. Some things are not going to work. Some things are going to stick. And I think, I don't know, that's kind of the fun in this. But I am excited in general for this standard. I think it's cool. Here's the deck mechanics right here for you guys. In exchange for launching a token, company owes SOAR money. Okay. So they launch a token. Now they owe money to SOAR. The idea here is that SOAR is going to pay you out, right? You have to trust SOAR. There's a little trust me, bro, on SOAR's side, but I mean, they're doxxed. Tom's a lawyer. Ex-lawyer, they know what to do here. Company signs a debt agreement with SOAR. Upon liquidity event, the company must pay SOAR a debt. The debt is a percentage of the company, right? In this case, depends on what they take out. We know at least 10% here. 10%, if they take out more, they have to pay it down. So they probably don't want to go much more than that 10%. Let's see. The percentage amount is the same percent of tokens in circulation. There you go. That's what I just said. Examples: 12% of tokens in circulation equals 12% of the company's value owed to SOAR. 7% of tokens in circulation, 7%, so on, so forth. And again, the idea here is that then SOAR will take this money and distribute it pro rata to the holders of the token. But I think for legal obligations, they can't actually say that they're guaranteed to do that, which you can take that how you want. And maybe that scares you away. But, again, this is a team with strong legal background. So frankly, they just can't say it, but that's their intention. To decrease debt, the company must buy back tokens from holders. Company can either use profits to grow company or buy back tokens. Buybacks are meaningful because they are tied to the decreasing of debt. If companies does no buybacks, then it will eventually have to pay SOAR tokens. So if it does no buyback, then it'll eventually have to pay SOAR tons of money when it gets acquired, sells, whatever, goes public. Upon liquidity event, companies pay back debt to SOAR. SOAR may choose what it wants to do with the money. There we go. So that's the caveat here. SOAR can choose what it wants to do with the money, whether that's hold on to it, whether that's burn it, whether that's make a bathtub with it and go swimming. It's there, or pay out holders. Ultimately, that's like the legal statement they have to put out, but it's implied that they're going to give it to holders. So
that would make the most sense, right? Like, obviously, if they don't, then that destroys their entire platform.
Yeah. I don't know. That's the technicals. You guys can read the docs for yourself, but I think that's a pretty good technical understanding at a base level. We have them coming on in 10 minutes, actually. I'm not sure. They're supposed to be coming on with the redacted company. I'm not sure if they do.
Tom just put out a tweet, according to my tracker, going live on MCG with redacted shortly. So,
well, this is we don't even really know what's going on here. This is going to be.
I don't know what's going on, bro.
I love this. Like, this is what it is. This is what it's supposed to be.
You guys are seeing live reaction, like
live reaction.
Everything is just going to be super live, and we'll do this
Yeah.
together. We'll do
They
this
said the
together.
first launch
a bio break or anything.
Yeah, I might go.
Yeah.
Yeah, do that real quick. But on that note too, they said the first launch was going to be DBC, dynamic bonding curve here, like you see a lot of these typical launches these days, pump fun, believe, bags, whatever you want to think about. But I think if they're coming on with them right now, they're going to have to change that to like a flat curve. Otherwise, it's just going to get sniped. So I don't know. We'll see. Again, like we are literally figuring this out with you guys in real time. So it should be fun. That being said,
this should be
party
fun. All right. So something I want to highlight while Dom is gone, I guess I'll share my screen. So
Go for it.
since we don't have access to his screen, and I'll share it there. Boom. Golly, hitting refresh. So I'll probably put out a post about this later on. I'll write a thread just kind of detailing all of this. Mark, GM, what's up, bro? Buying bags for Evelyn seems better tokenomics than this. That's crazy. But yeah, so back to this standard. One thing that I'm kind of looking at, right? Like obviously the debt structuring is that's like so the understanding that I have, 5% of tokens are traded on the open market, 5% of tokens are available for project growth, and then 90% is locked for 3 months and can't be touched. So essentially these companies will have to buy this debt back, right? What I'm thinking is when they actually have a liquidity event and they buy back these tokens at whatever price they choose to, I wonder what they'll do. Like, I wonder how the game theory would work, right? Like, what if a company says, like, what if SOAR kind of creates this mechanism where you can kind of exchange your tokens for straight up USDC, if maybe it's done that way. Yes, you're right, Mob. It should go to holders. But here's the thing. Probably for legal purposes, they have to put this tagline in here that says SOAR may choose what it wants to do with the money. So I'm assuming, there's going to be, I would love to see some sort of like permissionless, trustless infrastructure to facilitate this. So maybe they put this in a decision market, right? Like, maybe they leave it up to the community to decide on. Maybe that's a way they can do it. But yeah, ultimately, I think they'll find a way to bring value back to holders. Outside of that, I think when it comes to a SOAR token, because they said SOAR's ecosystem depends on benefiting holders, SOAR will do its best to always benefit holders. And I think that is very, very, very important. In fact, I'm going to share with you guys a post that I did the other day that kind of talks about something that I've been thinking about quite a bit.
And with that statement too, like we've talked about being fraudulent in the space, they have to make a good faith effort to uphold that statement. Otherwise it is fraudulent, right? And they know that as a team. So I think they're leaning into that quite a bit.
So I put this post out the other day. And I think that was a good take there, Dom. I put this post out the other day that talked about if projects need launch pads, right? Ideally, I don't think projects need launch pads, right? If you're a good project, like you are actually coming in here and doing something great. You have good tokenomics, good utility. There's nothing shady going on. The team seems impressive. You don't absolutely need a launch pad, but here's the caveat that I shared. We live in a post-pump fund on-chain environment. The dynamics on-chain were changed forever after the pump fund launch. While good projects don't need launch pads, the odds are in their favor if they do choose to use the launch pad in this new environment. Because we've seen on Believe that, great projects have sat below 100K. We're talking projects that, outshine anything that we've seen in the past several years. An easy example would be like Adira, for example, like huge company. Viva, for example, multi-billion-dollar company. These are bigger than probably most projects that have launched in crypto, right? Yet they sat at super low valuations for months, which says The market shows it will ignore good fundamentals. The market clearly shows that it will completely ignore what you got going on, no matter how good. But when attention rotates to ICM and believe, those projects kind of took off, and Dom has wrote a lot about that. But here's the kicker. Here's the part. Launch pads like Pump Fund attract traders, which give projects the attention they deserve. Established launch pads help projects bootstrap community, attention, and just motion on the timeline. You know, what they do with that is up to them. But if they're a good team, likely this leads to, you know, some really nice nice price action. Take Ace for example. Ace sat below 100K. And now, you know, with the speculation is anyway, they can get anywhere from, you know, they could get millions of transactions per month in X402, in the X402 protocol, right? So it's like the market has shown it will ignore fundamentals. And I think while you might not need a launch pad, you know, what I said was, you know, the straightest path to success is through a launch pad. And I think that's very important for all of us to recognize. Let me do a quick refresh on the SOAR. I heard my trenches Padre terminal go off, and we're good to go. Now, at the end of the day, this, you know, what it boils down to is incentives. And I think this is something that, again, going back to the SOAR white paper, right? Going back to the SOAR white paper, it just says SOAR will do its best to always benefit holders. And that goes in conjunction with exactly what I said here. I said at the end of the day, it all boils down to incentives. Rewrite holder incentives and you rewrite your future. This also goes for the platform token. I don't think just buybacks will be enough. Ideally, a platform with no token to start will be ideal. And there's always going to be, like, you know, a risk of you know, price action going up and down. It's crypto. It's always going to be volatile. But if you give holders an incentive to hold, they will, is what I meant to say here. And but right now the market has incentivized rotation, and launch pads incentivize more trading. They incentivize rotation because launch pads accrue value from trading fees. But people like Believe have reminded us that with the belief scores, you can change the incentives. You can incentivize people to hold. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out.
Show me the incentives, I'll show you the outcome.
There you go. There you go. Rambo in the comments. What's going on, bro? GM Morgo. Yeah, GM Morgo.
GM Morgo.
G SOAR, Rambo. G SOAR. Right back at you.
Yeah, G SOAR.
Top Fumbler. Tom coming on stream in 5 minutes. Actually, any minute. You know, she should be here any second. We got them coming on at 3 p.m. So
yeah, we're rolling here. Tom is about to hop on. So yeah, cannot wait for Redacted. Yes, me as well.
And I saw somebody in the comment section, they wanted to ask about fees. So I wanted to show real quick the launch on SOAR website. So let me do that real quick. Bam. So
Pangu, to confirm, MCG is not launching a token.
We are not.
MCG is not launching a token.
We are not. We promise you. If there is one out there, it's not ours. Don't get scammed. Be safe. And then also see our tweet that we just put out claiming that, saying that we, you know, aren't launching a token, because we're not. Okay. Beyond that, Jason said, yet this guy. But Mob, is there fees on token swaps? Let me show you the website. Let me see what the website says here, because they have like an FAQ section all the way at the bottom. How are fees distributed? 50% to projects, 50% to SOAR, and SOAR charges up to 2% on all transactions. So that's what the website says there. And maybe we can get further clarification when Tom comes on. I heard Mint is behind the toilet token. Josh, are you
Fake
behind the toilet
news.
token?
Fake news.
Nah,
Fake
that's
news.
Dom, bro. Dom just went to the.
Maybe. Maybe I just went to TP and then the
Okay,
toilet.
let's keep it focused. Keep it focused. What was Tom's tweet? Just in terms of he mentioned on his X account about
He just
think of
mentioned that he was coming on live
Okay.
with us in a few minutes.
Okay.
Per flex, minimum $20 withdrawal. Well, so here's the thing, guys. Like the $20 withdrawal from the platform, 2% is crazy. They said up to 2%. So maybe we can clarify that with Tom when he comes on. But the minimum $20 withdrawal fee. So all you need to do to avoid the minimum $20 withdrawal is to export your wallet to like something like Phantom, and then just send it as a transfer to your wallet of choice, because you have the like you have a wallet built into the SOAR platform, but you can export that. I'm assuming that they're probably covering gas fees, so they don't want a ton of like little micro transactions to be sent out and for them to accrue a ton of gas fees. So I think that's the idea. That's the idea behind it. But why put that restriction there? Well, the gas fees, just going back to the gas fees, Jason. If we're like sending out, little microtransactions to wallets, they could end up paying more gas fees than they need to. So I would think they would need to if they're covering our gas fees, they'd need to put like some stipulation on there.
Yeah, it's just like an anti-spam thing.
Yeah,
and
just
I mean
limit.
2%. We'll see the fee structure. We'll ask Tom about that, but they are running a business here, and they do gotta pay for stuff. So
OX Research, is the project launching on stream with you guys tomorrow, 7th of November? I am confused because it's 3 p.m. here. Yeah, it's 3 p.m. for us as well. I don't know when the project's launching. We don't know. We're literally here trying to figure it out with you guys. I'm literally refreshing the SOAR platform like every couple of minutes just to make sure that I can keep up for whenever it launches. So I don't know when it launches. Simple answer.
yeah. And Tom is coming on. We're just kind of running little pre-show before Tom comes. So
yeah, we're just answering a ton of you guys' questions right now. Yeah, no problem. Research anytime. Dreezy, is there a verified token launching today on SOAR? Well, I'll let them answer that for you guys. As we can see here, big day in the comment section. Actually, someone had asked that question. They asked that exact question of when launch or something like that, or is launch happening today? And they actually responded, and they said, and they confirmed. So let me track that tweet down for you guys.
Wait. The SOAR team confirmed this?
Yep, right here. Here's the tweet. I got them on tracker. I got them on the tracker, fellas. Bang, here we go. So under the original announcement tweet, someone asked, will the first curated launch be today, or should we expect it sometime in the near future? SOAR confirmed today. I like that.
And on the SOAR platform, if you go to explore at the top left, go to curated projects. And my guess is to sit on that page, just so you're not seeing all the other stuff come through that they've had.
Let me give you guys some alpha. If you don't know how to play this SOAR launch, or you want to know how we're playing the SOAR launch, rewind to the beginning of the stream at about an hour in. Myself and Dom, mostly Dom, he kind of explains how to this guy
Position.
He explains how to position and prepare for this launch. So definitely want to rewind, check that out. TLDR, go on the platform, stalk the Twitter pages.
3K views. How are you all this early? Well, we've actually been streaming for 2.5 hours already. SOAR is just one part of our programming today, but we had Meteorite Collective on earlier and just focused on some market stuff as well. Should be launching in the next hour. I mean, Yes, we'll definitely find out from Tom. I mean, we can press him here on stream, so we'll see what he comes up with for sure.
We can try to squeeze alpha out for you guys, but I'm not gonna lie, we've pressed Tom on this stream this
Yeah,
week already, so I
Tom
don't really
came out with a
know.
lot of alpha yesterday. If you went and listened to a lot of what he was talking about, he talked about the launch mechanics and some other things about how the launch would work. So we did play that pre-show in the second half of our pre-show. First was Umbra, and then the second half of that pre-show. So if you're listening now or just catching now, go back and watch that if you want more info.
So there you go. There you go. So what else? What else? So I wanted to
Do
go
they
back
have
to this real
swap
quick.
fees like Believe Fees does?
Yeah, 2%. Up
Oh,
to
shout out
2%.
Ryan. Yo, your homie Ryan here, Dom, is in chat.
Whoa.
Oh, Ryan Babel, let's go.
Yeah, Ryan Babel's here.
My
Welcome,
guy.
Ryan.
I saw you message me on TG. I got to get back to you.
Is the SOAR team docs? Yes, actually, Tom, who's leading it, is a really well-respected lawyer and yes, person, I guess, in the space. Been contributor to ICM. Yeah, I mean, what else can I say? He's spoken twice on our show.
Man, Ryan Babel's on here. That's
Man, we're big time.
dude, that's kind of crazy. Yo,
Yeah.
welcome to the stream. Appreciate you. I mean, just in case you guys,
4 a.m. here, didn't sleep for the alpha. Look, guys, ICM is a global movement. Think of the capital markets in the US, which is like 60% market share for the US. But now capital markets on Solana and ICM is a global phenomenon. You can participate in funding innovative startups, finding, ideally the next big thing. There are startups that will fail, but some will succeed. And again, it's like you want to own the next Minecraft or the next defense company or the next drone company or whatever it is, you want to own it early because those types of investments have only been for a certain class of investor historically. So that's what we definitely believe in here.
And I think that's really exemplified by what SOAR is doing here. Like again, my thesis for SOAR is that they're essentially connecting, if you want to even call it just the trenches, right? But like the ICM trenches with real valuable, unicorn level Web2 companies. So yeah, I'm actually a little sneak peek here. I'm actually writing a thread on SOAR, and I'm not completely done with it. But that's kind of like the core of the thesis that I mentioned in this thread, and I'm probably going to end up posting something later, so you guys can look out for that. One thing I wanted to point out, though, they said that SOAR may choose to use the money SOAR may choose what it wants to do with the money that they receive when companies pay off that debt with SOAR. And they mentioned a few examples here, right? Like they mentioned things can go to airdrops, redemptions, inject directly into the chart, buy tokens, distribute equivalent or portion in other tokens. Like there's a ton of things that they can end up doing. Guys, lock in, curate it, lock in. Here we go.
We do have Tom here.
We have Tom here. Tom, bro. Holy moly. What a day for you.
Bro, gentlemen, how are you?
Good.
I'm
good.
sweating. My hands are sweaty. My leg is bleeding out. I hurt myself last night. So we're having a pretty wild day.
Well, okay, real quick. Scrambling to buy this thing. How do you buy this?
App, or it should work on Jupe as well, aggregators now.
I see.
Man,
yeah, there we go.
This thing is flying. This thing's at 15 mil already, and it's only been 3 minutes since launch.
All right, GM, let's do it.
Tom, bro, how's it going? Welcome.
What have you unleashed on the world here, Tom? Talk to us.
So, yeah, let me collect my thoughts for a second here. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Take a
little bit out of sorts. So just to give some background, I can't do a post op on the launch yet. I don't know anything. I'm not even looking at it. But we put a lot of work into thinking about how to get this out as clean as possible. I'm hopeful that some of the things and the tactics we use worked. If not, we will iterate a little bit, first and foremost. So points of failure were very minimal. The second part of that is we've been working with this team for approximately 2 months, I believe, on this curated launch. I think our team has spent no less than 100 hours working with them to get everything ready, make sure that everything was lined up, make sure that the product is the point where we felt like we could curate this launch. We're very passionate that this is an opportunity that the company is early stage, but they have an incredible product, an incredible idea, very, very passionate about what they're doing. And they also have the expertise as well, which you'll see in a few minutes here.
Sweet. Do we want to just bring them up and get into it?
Yeah.
Let's
think
do
this
it.
is their website here. Impulsor. It looks like Impulsor is the curated launch you guys have been hiding from us. It's live now. Where can we buy it? It looks like the website is bugging a bit. So maybe just through Jupiter.
Yeah, Jupe Ag, or the website probably is getting overloaded a little bit, but it should work on the website. It might just be slippage issues, depending on how volatile it is.
Okay. Sweet. All right. Well, let's get into it because we got them out there. We got the team from Impulsor here. Patrick, Roman, how's it going, guys? This is an exciting day.
Exciting to be here, guys. Good to see everyone. And shout out to Ryan. Hi, Ryan.
Let's go. So, dude, we're going to jump right into it, you guys. This is the first curated launch from our friends at SOAR. You guys are number one. You've been talking forever. Maybe give us a quick background of how you guys met in the first place and why you guys chose to do this debt structuring platform and launch with SOAR.
We met the founding team of SOAR, Tom, Sean, and John through some common friends. I was asked to look into the company, really like the team. Think the business model, what they're trying to do is phenomenal. I think everyone's been trying to unlock this Web 2 to Web 3 bridge for a long time. I've been in TradFi for almost 30 years now. I've been in crypto for like 10 years. So I understand both sides from trad and crypto. So everyone's doing a launchpad, everyone does ICM. I like the team a lot. I think SOAR is definitely doing something very unique and different to what other people are doing through this debt structure. It's very attractive to founders that you can get access to capital, not get diluted. From my standpoint is we're allowing like the normal guy in the street access to the best deals at an early stage. You don't want to get $100 billion, $1 trillion valuation from AI, open AI. By the time we hear about it, it's too late for us to make any money.
Absolutely. We're totally aligned with that vision, and we're glad we could get maybe an early piece in the next generation of trillion-dollar companies. But tell us a bit about what you guys are working on with Impulsor here.
And did Roman introduce himself? Maybe you can.
Yeah, let Patrick and Roman introduce real quick too. I think
Sure.
you'll want to hear that background.
So thank you everyone for allowing us some time to talk about this. We're super excited with Tom. We've been working with the team for like 2-3 months now, and finally, the big day is here. So we're very excited to share with you. So my name is Patrick Sang. I'm the co-founder and executive chairman of Impulsor. We'll talk about what Impulsor does. Obviously, it's a tech company. I've been in finance for almost 30 years now. I run my own family office out of Hong Kong. One of my big wins during COVID or in my career is I listed Fubo TV in 2020 in the New York Stock Exchange for $2.5 billion. That was the biggest IPO of the year. And then also the meme stock Wall Street Bet guys followed the stock. We drove it from 2.5 million to almost $10 billion. So that's the kind of where we're at. And I'm really excited to share with today. Like this is like the next big winner. And I want to introduce you to my colleague, Roman Park, who's also a co-founder, and he's the head of product.
Yeah, hi guys. So super happy to be here as well. Roman Park. I'm head of product for Impulsor. I've taken so many companies from idea to global commerce. And yeah, I'm happy to answer any technical questions that you may have about our products. One thing though, I can't hear half of you. I can only hear Patrick at the moment, and I think I can hear Tom as well. So if Patrick can fill me in, that would be great.
Sure. Okay.
Maybe, and Roman, if you want to maybe drop and rejoin for a sec, that might fix the audio bug. Or Patrick, you're gonna have to tell him that, I guess.
Yeah. Sorry. Can you try and rejoin, Roman?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Log
try
out
to
and
rejoin.
yeah.
Yeah.
Log
Give me a
out
second.
and come back. And
Sweet.
then should we continue?
Yeah. Let's do
Okay,
it.
so what is Impulsor? Impulsor is a tech company. We basically have exclusive proprietary Swiss technology, and we have a thing called contactless power transfer. I'm going to call CPT from now on throughout the interview. And what is CPT? It's both for industrial and consumer uses. In layman's term, we're basically driving energy through the air. Our goal and mission is to democratize energy. We want access of power and energy to everyone. So launching it on such a platform will get people a chance to have a chance of investing into the company.
Can you
Got
maybe
it,
explain
got
that a bit more, the energy side and what
Sure.
you guys do exactly?
Sure. So CPT, in again layman's term, is energy transfer without cables and all the physical contact. I'll let Roman. Roman, can you hear us now?
I can now hear everyone, so that's good.
Perfect. So, Roman, I just introduced what Impulsor is, what CPT
Yeah.
is. I'll love you as from a technical whiz kid to tell everyone what CPT is.
Yeah. So I guess everyone here is familiar with wireless power transfer, like say an induction pad, right? So you put your phone onto the induction pad and it charges your phone, right? So contactless power transfer is something that we coined to better describe what we do because it hasn't really existed before. So basically, we are able to transmit energy through the air, underwater even, without the need for wires, without the need for cables, no surfaces, no charging pads, nothing, just power on demand, power unbound. That's what we do.
How? This is like a childhood sci-fi dream.
Yeah,
so
no,
I
it
have
is.
to ask
It is.
how.
It is absolutely. So we have three pillars that we have. Three main pillars that we've been developing. So one of them is using RF, radio frequency. So you have a transmitter, you have a receiver. We take the electrical energy, convert them to RF waves. They travel to the receiver, they get converted back to electricity. And using that method, particularly, you're able to power IoT devices, smart sensors. And don't underestimate the size of that market. It's absolutely enormous. Then on top of that, I think my personal favorite is our optical CPT solution, whereby we take a high energy laser, we beam it out to as far as you want, and then it impacts our receiver that's mounted on a drone, on a helicopter, on a plane, whatever you want, and you can transmit unbelievable power to that. Now, then one of the other cool things I can show you today, Patrick. Should I?
So let me just butt in there. So Josh, I can
Yeah.
see your face being quite excited. We've been holding our energy, and Tom's been like not sleeping talking about this. But what we have something very special for you in the audience right now is, as we prepared in the kitchen, we have a live demo that we would like to show to you in the audience. So Roman, take it away.
Yeah, so I have what we call powered living, which is my table here, and I've embedded into this table a generator, and we have a charging field around here, and here we go. So this is just a coaster, but you can imagine this can power whatever you want: computer, phone, keyboard, anything. And you can see that it works not like induction, whereby you have to place it in a particular spot and align it. No, this works everywhere. So there's like a charging field, and you can see that it can work pretty much anywhere. We're in very much a controlled situation here. It's CE approved, and Yeah, it's very exciting. So this is a coaster, but we can do something much cooler than that.
No, take it to the
Here
window.
we have a disassembled drone with its battery removed. And when it enters the field, charging field, it starts to operate. I don't know. Can you guys see that?
Yes, we can.
We can see it, but Roman,
Right.
before
So
you
let me
Roman,
get
can
this
you hear
coaster
me?
here a bit.
Roman,
I don't think Roman can hear you. Roman,
he can't hear me.
And so this
Hey, Roman, can you hear me
demonstrate.
okay?
Yeah, I can hear you guys better now.
Real
But you
quick,
cannot hear
Patrick
me,
wanted-
right?
Patrick wanted you to take it to the window.
The glass.
Take it to the window.
The coaster.
Okay, this
The coaster.
is a bunch of wires now.
No, the
'cause I've
coaster. The
disassembled it.
coaster. The
I'm going to
coaster.
take the coaster to the window because I'm going to drop that. And if you go to the window, you see there, the field stops there and it comes back. There we go. And
awesome.
so, yeah, you guys hear me fine?
Yep, we can hear you. We can hear you perfect.
And yeah, so this powering a drone, all four motors, no battery, shows just how much energy just a table surface generator can make. And you can see just how far the field reaches. You can put as many devices as you want in here. And yeah, we're extremely excited to deploy this stuff.
Wow, that's awesome. So one question that I had for you, I mean, talk us through some use cases, some kind of broader use cases, maybe ones that you're most excited about that you can use this type of technology for.
Yeah, so Patrick, maybe I can do the first one and you can do the second one here.
Go ahead.
My favorite use case for sure is powering drones or aerospace at extreme range using our laser CPT system. We obviously don't have that here, but you can beam energy, kilometers out to a drone, and that enables it to remain operational for much longer than what it can do now. Drones now are operating for 10, 20 minutes. With our tech, you can make it operate near indefinitely.
Got it. And I know, Patrick, you also wanted to comment on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that stuff is kind of like, as Josh said, this is like sci-fi we're bringing to reality. They obviously robotics, drones, AI, consumer goods are kind of like the retail stuff. But what's even like bigger than that is industrial use. Imagine the Amazon warehouses, the autonomous kind of robots that are used, logistics, warehouses, aerospace, even space, and infrastructure. For example, a government which doesn't have the money to install all the underwater cables and so forth, we can actually cut through all that. So a lot of infrastructure projects can be used, and this will not only just be for profit, but also there's a lot of non-profit uses that can be used for this. So we're very excited to bring this to everyone.
And I guess one of the questions I wanted to get to was just kind of, what's the offering to clients? I want to get a sense of competition. So there's a few kind of aspects here that we want to work through. But first, quick question. You just mentioned space. So you're saying you can beam energy to space and get it across the world. Did I hear that correctly?
No, I wouldn't go as far as to say that. That is absolutely possible. I think the money needed for the space will be much huger. I think that would be something that we would undertake at a later stage. But I think in the beginning,
guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. I can't hear Patrick. So if Patrick said, I don't know, I can't hear one, then I can't hear the other. So if you need anything, just let me ask. Yeah,
I think it's a bug, so we'll make sure to kind of cue you in on when.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, we'll cue you in, Roman.
Got you.
I was just saying, as I was saying, the space is a bit further down the line. That's going to take a lot more, capital. I think we will start off with industrial cases that we will get a lot of pre-sales and sales orders, and then on top of that is the consumer goods that will help give the brand name that people will know about. If you've seen, obviously, there's a lot of new products recently of pre-sales of humanoid robots. That's kind of become a bit more sexy. So that's something that we will look at. And obviously drones for both emergency and kind of like rescue kind of like things would be very useful for all kinds of governments and organizations.
So I guess another question that I had, maybe it might be good for us to zoom out for a quick second, and just talk
Sure.
about the market. I don't think this is a market sector that any of us really are familiar with. Can you talk to us a little bit about, you know, kind of where you see this going as far as who do you see can use this? Is it just governments? Is it like are there individuals that would use this? Like, what can you kind of tell us a little bit about the market, the competition that you guys are facing as well, and so we can kind of get an accurate sense of how big of a venture this is, and maybe Roman can start, and then Patrick, you can continue with comments.
Sure.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I can hear you guys. So the market's absolutely enormous. I mean, power defines civilization, civilization defines power. Just about everything we use relies on power. We have solutions to literally like problem solve just about every usage of power, whether that's energy grid, whether that's powering a smart sensor, consumer product. It's all possible right now. What sort of what sort of competition we're facing? There's a couple of companies who are deploying, let's say, low power CPT systems, so like powering on like a sensor and stuff, but no one's doing the big stuff yet. So we are super excited. We actually have our first orders coming in, and we're very excited to fulfill them.
Awesome. And Patrick, please.
I'm obviously the capital markets guy. Roman's obviously the tech guy. We also have some professors and doctors working in a few Swiss universities who are working with us. So we've kind of like bootstrap funded the company up to now. And one of the things is that one of the big use cases, in my opinion, is industrial and government. But to your point about individual uses, there will be a lot of products that we will bring to the market, which will be smart living. If you look at the general, like for example, MagRes, like power bank chargers where there's no wires, you charge your iPhone, that you have to place in a specific spot before it charges. Basically, what will happen is as soon as you enter into a range, let's say into a Starbucks, all your devices could be charging, or you could make use of the energy transfer, and it could help with a lot of things, which, together with like solar power and different things, this could all be like cyclical and then ends up having a big ESG angle as well. So we're going to try and take this company public at some point. I don't know the exact time frame, but that's the aim at some point. So this will be a huge opportunity for everyone.
Wow. So you have plans to go public. You're going after a huge market. And then you mentioned that industrial is your kind of your big area of focus right now, something that you feel like has potential. Patrick, just tell me a little bit about why that is, and if there's any progress that you guys have made thus far. I think Roman mentioned that you guys already have some traction, so I'm not sure if that's toward that end.
Yes. So I would say industrial is very simple. If you're looking at governments or big companies, Fortune 500 type companies, they were going to have the budget and the capital to be able to pay for this kind of technology. Obviously, it might be quite expensive at the beginning for consumer goods. So that's why, from my point of view, from a finance standpoint, I would focus a lot more on the industrial side, for that the company is very profitable, so that we'd actually have more time and resources to do more R&D for the consumer side. So that's why it'll be a combination of both.
And real quick, Roman, anything that you wanted to add on that? I just wanted to make sure before Dom asked this next question.
I mean, I didn't catch any. I can't hear Patrick at all.
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Any comments that you had in regards to the kind of industrial side? I know you're more dealing with technology. Just kind of wanted to see if you had any input from that question.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many opportunities, and we do have a super entrepreneurial team. So the number of opportunities just keeps growing. We have so many things in the pipeline. I can't say too much right now. We have a phenomenal communications team, and I wouldn't want to. I want to stick to their plan, but we have a lot in the pipeline. Yeah.
Got it. And I know, Dom, you had a question.
Yeah, when it comes to making money, I'm sure you guys have a big focus on government contracts. Maybe can you give us some more information on how you're going about securing those, or if you have any at this moment in time?
Sure. Obviously, Roman and the bulk of the team is in Switzerland. I spend my time between Hong Kong, London, Abu Dhabi, and New York. So I also do some work for a lot of the British government and the Hong Kong government, where we do a lot of trades also with the Middle East. So we already have a very good network of government inroads. And in Switzerland, from an academia standpoint, our Swiss and the EU, we have all the right contacts. So we have enough to chew on right now to get the right contracts before we actually hire more people from a sales team standpoint to help us get even more contracts. And we need to build out the team.
You said you guys are mostly bootstrapped, and I think I remember Tom on our call from a couple days ago said you were introduced through a fund that manages like 60 billion or 6 billion AUM. I can't remember the exact number, but do you guys have anyone else backing you at the moment? What does your funding look like?
No, it's just been us internally. So we've been funding it so far, and all the professor guys have been putting in sweat equity, but basically it's been funded by the founders so far.
Can you also touch on that experience with taking companies public in the past and how that's going to hopefully translate to doing the same with this project?
Sure. I mean, I've been investing and listing companies for 20 plus years now. I'll give you a quick 2-minute what happened in Fubo. So when I first invested in the first company, it was actually called Pulse Evolution. This was in 2018. The guy in charge was John Texter. And John was a serial entrepreneur. He had did a lot of animation, including Transformers, Avengers, Pirates of the Caribbean. They even were the team that did the animation for The Curious Case of Benjamin Button when Brad Pitt turned from an old guy into a young guy. It was 170 minutes long, the movie. The first 85 minutes, if I remember, is an old Brad Pitt, and people think it's makeup. And actually, the team actually won Best Oscar for Best Makeup in that year. But actually, it was all AI, right? So anyway, they were the team that did the Tupac and the Michael Jackson hologram. I saw the hologram video of Michael Jackson. We had the shareholders at the beginning was Tencent, the Lego family from Denmark, the Michael Jackson family estate, James Dean family estate, Marilyn Monroe estate. And I saw a story where we can take this and turn this global. At the time, he wanted to really do this Michael Jackson show on Vegas or Broadway. Anyway, we put in about $3 million at a 30 million valuation. This is in 2019. We bought facebank.com from Elon and his partners for $600,000. We rebranded the company calling it Facebank Group. We wanted to scan people's faces and protect people's assets by the blockchain that Google and so for all these, Apple don't own your assets of the digital data. Actually, you own it. And when you need to use it, you give to these companies. 2019, we then found a company in Frankfurt, which was listed called Nextway. It had a 300 million euro revenues a year, but only made like $500,000 to $1 million a year revenue, very small profit. So very, very small company in terms of profit. We merged the two companies together. So in 1 year, we made a 10x return by taking into a 300 million company, which was duly listed on OTC in Frankfurt. In 2020, we did a deal with Fubo TV. We merged it in March 26th or so. On October 8th, we listed it for $2.5 billion. Then it went up to around 9.5. So we made a 300x return in 2 years. So sometimes, we are very agile and active in seeing where the trends are, but at the same time, if we need to pivot, we pivot. So to turn a $30 million company into the biggest IPO during COVID was, I'm not sure if we can beat this again, but with Impulse or with Soar, we can soar to, skies and beyond.
Yeah,
Love that.
I love that. Roman, just quick audio check. Can you hear me, Roman, by chance? I'm gonna.
Roman, can you hear us?
Yeah, no, dude. Twitter is so bad when it comes to audio. There's always something going on.
It's not even Twitter. It's I've never seen this streamer, but maybe I'll ask Patrick this question.
Sure.
So just in terms of like revenues to date, I don't think you've alluded to what the business revenues are, or do you have like contracts in the works? I'm just trying
Yes.
to tie the market. Obviously, we think power transfer to all sorts of devices could be a massive space, but like,
Correct.
what kind of revenues are we talking about? Is this a $100 billion opportunity, a $5 billion opportunity? Like, where do you see the revenues of the business today and where this could go in the future?
And maybe the
Okay,
TAMs as well.
I would say the number is just astronomical. I think 5 billion is not doing ourselves justice, but I don't want to sound arrogant or cocky that they will get there. There's still a lot of work to be done. So we're doing it one step at a time. We believe that this is a unicorn in the making. I don't want to say it's going to be 500 billion or 1 trillion and so on. Obviously, we want to get to those kind of figures, but there's a lot of work to be done. And we have to take it step by step, and we can't get too excited either, because I've also invested in companies that didn't work also. So not every single company works, but this is something that I'm spending the majority of my time on, which is, time is money, as they say.
Yeah, and I think that just to add there, sorry, I've been a little bit mute. I've been responding to a bunch of bug problems on the app. But yeah, just to add in there, I think it's important that I've read. I mean, you guys know I'm all over the place all night. I very rarely sleep. It seems like I talk to a lot of people every day, and I think that we want more early stage opportunities. This is an early stage opportunity and something that can be massive. Is it massive today? I think it's a great opportunity personally. Something that I would love to, have a bigger pie, a piece of the pie, frankly. It was why we were so attracted to them when we first started speaking to them. But it's early stage investing. At the end of the day, ICM, that's what it is, right? We're getting into projects early. Companies fail, companies succeed. That's part of the game. That's never going to change. There's nothing SOAR can do. There's nothing Kickstarter can do or Indiegogo. All of these products are just giving people companies that people might be interested in and that they can get a share of if they would like to. And that's really what we're trying to do on SOAR. I think Impulsor exemplifies what we're looking to do. Huge opportunity, early stage, retail access, all of those things are exactly what we're looking for.
Patrick, I would love to hear this from you. Obviously, you've had experience with different companies. You've made some very good investments. What was it about Impulsor that got you so excited? And what about this market got you so excited?
First of all, there are companies, there are people trying to do not necessarily what Impulsor are doing. The technology has been out there for some time, but no one's really turned this around and tried to monetize it in its way. When I got to meet Roman and the team, I was super excited, just the same way as when I met the Pulse Evolution guys, when I saw the Michael Jackson hologram, the 2-pack hologram, when I met John, and I knew that we're onto like $1 billion company. So likewise, this is even bigger than an entertainment company. This has uses that goes to government, to to individuals, to companies, and the opportunities kind of like only really arrived today because of AI, drones, robotics, and the speed in which all this has happened in the last 10, 15 years, and it's going to go even faster with quantum computing and AI. So we believe that the synergy that Impulsor will provide is like a huge opportunity, and that's why I'm super excited about it. And like Tom, I'm also very passionate where if you have an idea, you have something really, really exciting for you, it's not just about the money aspect, it's also about creating real value that really moves the needle. And I think that this is a once in a lifetime kind of opportunity for us to make this into a massive company.
Maybe I have a question for Roman. Roman, can you hear me? No, Roman cannot hear me. Okay, so then this question is for you, Patrick.
Sure.
Maybe give us some practical use cases and utilities to really help this hit home for people. I know you mentioned like you can charge your phone if just anywhere in a room. You can charge AI drones, with laser beams. You can power entire cities. Maybe give us a couple practical use cases so it just really drills home for people the size of this opportunity.
Okay, so I'll give you 2 examples. The first example, let's say a drone. You're either looking at flight minutes or you're looking at distance covered. So usually the drone industry, they talk about flight minutes. So typically there's a finite supply of the flight time due to the battery constrictions, right? So, for example, in Europe, the Black Hornet, which is one of the most sophisticated drones, the flight time's only like 35 minutes at full power, right? In Japan, they have a hybrid which goes for, I think, like 2 hours, but it has to have a battery plus some petrol, right? Now, what we're saying here is with this, it ends up turning into kind of like a Starlink for energy. Instead of just a 35-minute limited time, we can actually power the drone that could basically fly indefinitely if all the right things were placed. Okay, obviously it'll cost money, but that could be one use case. The second one is, for example, an electric vehicle can be done when they drive into, let's say, the garage, without every day you have to plug in the car. Instead, you drive into any way you park, the car will start charging, right? Now, if we go really, really techy and we put a lot of money into this, what actually can happen is a driving EV can actually be charged in motion.
Wow.
How soon is this going to be possible? Is this are you seeing
A lot of
success
it
in
is
your-
a lot of it is capital relevant. Like if you drop me like 100 million, a billion, 5 billion, everything gets much quicker, right? And obviously, different governments and different Fortune 500 companies wanting this will obviously money talks, and money makes the whole thing move a lot faster.
Who have you seen that's been interested so far? Anyone that you can name? I know there are things that you might not can disclose.
Right now, it's some governments and bigger companies. So right now, there's no consumer orders yet, but all the orders that Roman was talking previously were all either government or industrial related.
Very nice. Really, really quick. We saw Roman came back on. Roman, can you hear us? Just quick sound check.
I can now hear everyone.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go. Awesome. Awesome. Well, glad that we got you back. We'll definitely loop you in on some of these questions here. I think
I got some more
Yeah.
technical stuff if we want to let Roman kind of
Please.
take the reins here.
Please go for it.
Maybe talk about your core models. I think you said there was 3 core CPT models you mentioned. Can you maybe explain how each of those works? I think I saw optical, magnetic resonance, and then a radio frequency.
Yeah. So all CPT works on the same fundamental architecture. Energy source, which could be battery, generator, mains, whatever. Energy source feeds electrical power to a transmitter. Transmitter converts that electrical energy into some other form, which then travels to the target, the receiver, and then the receiver converts it. So let's talk the coolest, I personally think. Patrick may disagree, but I really like it. The optical solution that we're developing. We basically have very high power lasers, one or an array. They go through a bunch of optics and they travel to the target, which is, say, moving very quickly in 3D space. The two systems align. They target themselves with like an AI onboard alignment system. And then you have the receiver end. Now, the receiver end is even more complex than the transmitter end. But effectively, you can consider it like a specialized photovoltaic cells. And the secret sauce that we have, I can't talk about it now. It's in the pipeline, the communication pipeline, and you're gonna see it. And I think there's gonna be a lot of surprised people out there.
I'm really interested to know, where are you guys working on this? Obviously, you have an office or something somewhere to research and work on this stuff. And what does like that look like internally?
Yeah, so that's a really collaborative effort. This is extremely complex, lots of moving parts, specific suppliers. We have an amazing professor who's worked on CPT methods for a very long time. We have a doctor supporting him. He knows the fundamentals inside out. But one of the key sort of, let's say, key USPs that we have is actually but like how design, how business knowledge, and how the understanding of the problem actually impact on how we solve and the solution itself. I think Elon Musk said something along the lines of the biggest problem of smart engineers is solving the problem that shouldn't be there. Well, I'm paraphrasing, but I think he said something like that. And so to identify exactly the problem and to design the solution, have the people, the contacts, the infrastructure, that's crucial, and that's why we're able to pull it off, and that's why I really believe in this team.
We talked about government contracts. CVU has a question in chat here. He said, have you guys considered military contracts and how your technology could be used in drones? Is anything off limits for you guys, or is it kind of just the world is your oyster situation right now?
Right now, the world's
Patrick
our
answer that one.
they're right now the world's our oyster.
Okay, so military contracts are something you guys are looking or interested to do potentially?
It'll probably be a lot of I didn't want to touch upon it too much today, but it will be definitely something that a lot of companies and governments will want access to this technology.
Question
If
for
we
Tom
can-
real quick, Chill. There's clearly a lot of like a lot going on here, a ton to dissect, probably deep docs.
Yeah, have you noticed I've been like clicking around answering a bunch of people.
The website, where can I find all this information in just like a nice easy area to just really study
Yeah, so
up?
if you go to the Impulsor page, we're still actually adding some more documents. We, full transparency, did not put everything up on this launch at first second. We were trying to kind of hold off on snipers and things like that. Did it work? Kind of, it seems like. Not as good as we wanted it to. And we put so much thought into this. So I'm a little bit disappointed in that regard. But we do have a lot of new mechanics coming out. So it was kind of just like, it's an MVP at the end of the day, right? So literally our first launch, get things right. We have a bunch of ideas for how to protect launches in the future better. But you can go to the webpage. There's a bunch more documentation being updated as well. I believe Roman and Patrick also have a new website coming soon. We're going to be doing some live demos in the near future as well. We'll probably work with them on those. So yes, there's a lot of DD you can do on the website for all of our launches. We're going to continually increase the ability for people to go on the website and say, what is this company? What are they doing? It's not available yet, but in the next coming days, we're going to also have the ability for people to KYC, KYB on the website automatically, so that you know that you're not buying into some anon project. It's a real business. It's a real company. We can actually create our debt agreements with that KYC or KYB business automatically. So if you go down a little bit on the page there, I think I'm looking at your screen. So you have a description. Here's your gallery. Below that will be artifacts. I don't know if they're up yet. They should be up shortly if not. Yeah, so there'll be an artifacts right there as well. You'll be able to download and look at a bunch of documents that are internal documents that the company will share.
And this forum spot, Tom, is this where
Yeah.
people can talk kind of like a stock twits or message
Exactly.
message boards? If anyone remembers that.
Investing is very social nowadays. So like I'm sure you've seen FOMO's doing really well, right? We want to make it so that it's a very social feeling app. People want to invest with their buddies, buy things with their buddies, and we're very passionate about building out this full experience where you can see, hey, what's Josh buying, what's Dom buying, etc., very quickly, and make it feel very interactive.
Do we have a follower check? Dom, have you eclipsed?
It's got to be close, bro.
Yeah, let's
It's gotta
see.
be
I can search
close.
right now. And guys, there's an internal little joke going on. I want to surpass Tom in followers on his own app. I have 119.
Yeah.
He's got 167.
Wow,
so
that's
mass
getting
unfollow
really
Tom and follow me.
What about Patrick and Roman? Are their profiles on SOAR? And is there a way that as the founders, we can kind of follow their journey on SOAR?
That's a good question.
Yes, we can. We are.
Okay.
Let's drop the plug. What's
we
what's
might
the
get your
handles?
links after and we'll add it to the show.
Yeah,
notes.
yeah. We've been focused on developing company stuff, but definitely yes is the short answer. Anyway, my X is PATPL Sang TSANG. So I'll drop it and then I'll send also the link of me on SOAR as well.
Sweet.
Thanks,
It
Top
looks like
Fumbler.
Tumblr's
Yeah.
got it here.
Looks like they've already tracked you down on the app there, Patrick.
Okay.
Followers
So-
are quick.
so
Do,
Roman,
do I
just
have
for your-
do I have more than Josh or not the followers?
Probably not. Probably not.
Yo,
No.
let's see. I probably not because we have an audience going here. I got
Okay,
52, so
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
But
win.
I do have a question for now. We got Tom and Patrick here, so I think it's important. Patrick, you said, right now you're constrained by capital. Ideally, you have more capital, you can make this develop quicker. How are you making money from SOAR? And Tom, maybe you can tell us how SOAR is getting this money into Patrick's hands and what it's going to go to, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, totally. So we use a similar model to some other platforms, right? So 1% of volume goes to ourselves as the company. We'll have some pretty exciting stuff about where those fees are actually going. I know people love transparency in that regard in the next couple of weeks. And then 1% goes directly to the company. So we've spoke a lot with obviously Patrick and Roman. They listen. We're a new platform. We just launched. We couldn't guarantee them, $10 or $1 million in fees, right, for their fundraising. They're coming here because they believe in the platform. They want to give this opportunity to retail. Most importantly, we wanted to find something that was intriguing, different than the stuff that we typically see on ICM. So the money in terms of them is never going to affect them. They've been self-funded, like I said, friends and family, et cetera, as they stated. Just make sure that people understand that, like I said, they're taking a huge shot. They were never looking to come to us because of fundraising. There's a ton of other motives for that.
Okay, well, Patrick, then that's a perfect chance for you to jump in and tell us some of your motives.
Yeah, so I mean, I would say a couple of points, right? First of all, if I go through the traditional, not even VC route, but traditional, high net worth family office, which I know a lot of friends that would be, jumping at investing in this. First of all, we already have enough funding for the products and so forth. It's just any new money will help us accelerate it. So we can definitely raise the money quite easily. With my network track record, I can get the money quite, I won't say easily, but it wouldn't take so much time, right? I'm quite interested in the way SOAR has positioned it with the new debt structure. I think it's quite novel and innovative. I know the three founders very well. I know the team behind it. So a shout out to obviously Tom, Sean, and John, the founders, and then you have the people working behind the scenes, Jordan, Ramsey, Nick, everyone's who's not just able people, but actually good people. And I want to work with good people and smart people. Regarding like venture, I would also say that I think I mentioned it a little bit earlier. I'm a big believer of tech. I really believe in democratizing change in general. I'm a big believer of AI taking away jobs. Obviously, people losing jobs is not good, but I also believe that there's greater good and benefit of AI and different changes to humanity than losing jobs. We as a species will always figure out a way of dealing with things. So I believe that through SOAR, we can actually use this as a test case to really bridge Web 2 to Web 3 through this new novel debt structure that they have. And again, being a bit kind of, I don't know if philanthropic is the right word, but sharing with the public a way for them to have access to this at an early stage instead of waiting it becomes a $100 billion company where people won't have any upside thereafter.
Got it.
That makes sense. I really want to dig into this background, Patrick. And again, guys, I'm not sure what you have on your plate today, if you cleared your schedule, but you have a very extensive background, and I'm seeing some people in chats pull it up. Like I said, you guys don't even understand right now. Everyone is digging into everything about you guys on the back end here. Maybe tell us how you plan to use and leverage some of these connections that you've made in the past, bringing other companies public to replicate that with this.
I as I said before, I've been in investing and TradFi for you guys call TradFi for a very long time, and sometimes your original plan doesn't go according to plan. So you've got to be very agile and very smart in pivoting when you need to. But our current plan is to take this as far as we can. We want to look at consumer products. We want to increase the R&D. One thing I don't think we spoke enough is we have filed for patents, and we're going to file for new patents. And along the way, there's going to be a lot of patents which will create a lot of value on the IP side. So the IP is one of the key assets of the company, obviously, because of the technology. And the professor that we're working with, he's one of the lead professors in, I think the university's ETF. Correct me if I'm wrong, Roman, which is the MIT.
Freiburg. university pre-book, but
which is the like the MIT of Europe or of Switzerland. So we're very, and also on another note, because of how SOAR and ICM works, there needs to be a public kind of profile and social media profile following of this, which will help with the PR side of the company, which has good and bad points. Now, I have a big reputation in the traditional finance side. I've got to make sure that this is a safe way of doing the way. I've got to make it a success. So that's my incentive to make this happen, not just from a profit standpoint, but also from a reputation standpoint.
Got it. And I don't know if you guys have any other questions. I kind of wanted to just pivot a little bit to the tech side with Roman and have him go through the demo just one more time.
Now that our
audio issues are in order. If you don't mind, Roman, I'd love to kind of just walk through that one more time.
Okay. Yeah. So this is my table. I have basically I work here, and the amount of cables that I had is just way too much. Like, okay, you know what? I need to do something here. And so there is a generator in the table, and it is creating a charging field. And here we can literally see that it is a 3-dimensional field. So out here, that stops, right? And you come in, and there you go. So there's a bit of a gradient.
So cool.
It's insane.
But,
It's insane.
and yeah, and it's also very precise. So for example, just here is the stop. I wanted to make the stop like here. And here we go. And there it goes. So this could be used to, like, for example, if you had 10 people in an office block and they're all working there on like one of those long tables, and they all have a monitor, like keyboard, mouse, 2 phones, headphones, all of that stuff needs at the moment cables. Or in, let's say, the most decluttered environment that you can get right now is like have those induction pads, but still you've got to align it really precisely. Or you just have a bunch of cables, like a jungle of cables. And surely there's a better way to do it. And this is that way. And you can put as many devices as you want, and it charges all of them at the same time. So that's pretty cool, I think.
And so tell me quick on the range too. Chill, sorry, I'll let you butt in. I'm hogging a bit. But this one works for this specific table. Is the technology underneath it, or how can I make this maybe fill up an entire house if I just want to charge
You can.
and have everything
So
working?
yeah, so I think so you basically can run this coil, like it's a thin wire around whatever you want. So if I wanted to charge 3-dimensionally this entire room, I would just kind of like run the cable in 3 dimensions, and then I would be able to charge everything in between. Regarding range, it's all about the specific design, the application. Like it gets complicated, but you can get some pretty good range on it as well. But the point is that you basically loop around whatever you want charged. So I think Patrick mentioned something about charging. I didn't really hear it that well. I had technical issues, but I think Patrick mentioned something about charging a car while it's driving on the road.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just mentioning, Roman, where
Yeah.
I said I mean at the beginning, part 1 would be, instead of plugging in your Tesla with the charging cable, the car could be parked in any way without the plug, and the car starts charging. That's phase 1.
Yeah.
Eventually, with the right, obviously a lot of capital will be needed. The second one is the car is moving, and we could charge the car as it's moving.
Yes. So, and that's gonna be, it's gonna be some investment, but that will be substantially less investment than doing induction, let's say. So it is actually, in a way, there's a sort of like induction plus. Like it's just the next, I wouldn't say evolutionary step. I think it's a revolutionary step forwards. It is literally power on demand, power unbound. That's that's kind of what it is. Yeah.
Roman, can you explain what induction is?
Yeah, so well, I mean, we're all familiar with induction, which is you have a coil in a charging pad that's usually like propped up, right? And you have your phone. Your phone has also a coil in it, and as it comes really close, the circulating current induces a current in the phone and charges it. This works on similar fundamental principles. It just works in a three-dimensional way.
Got it. Go ahead, Dom. Go ahead.
No, I just remembered you had some questions. I didn't want to interrupt, so go ahead, Jill, please.
No. Please.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see some people having technical questions here. Top Fumbler said, and we're gonna do a whole Q&A segment at the end if you guys don't mind. But Top Fumbler had one. He said, at this scale, does it create massive EMFs that can mess up with non-compatible electronics? Maybe answer that question, and also tell me what are some issues you guys are running into.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, Roman. Why don't you also talk about safety as well?
Sweet.
Yeah. Okay. So that actually all goes into the same sort of design of a tech. So because it's resonance, it actually works specifically with specific receivers, right? So like I'm wearing headphones now, it's all fine. I mean, I know we have some technical issues, but that's definitely on the software side. So it only works with a really specialized receiver. And so like that's why it's also safe, because again, like it only powers the receiver. One problem that you may have is if you have a lot of metallic objects, like heavy metal objects. I mean, this table is actually made 50% from wood and 50% from steel. So, and it's still working just fine. So yeah, most of the time it's totally fine. It's safe, CE approved, and no, it does not interfere with other electronics.
Got it. Sounds good. No, we appreciate you answering those questions for us. What's up,
One
Josh?
more on this. So Quant actually had a question of how far this was along. Like, is this actively commercialized? I know you guys are filing new patents, but like, is the product out in the market? Is this something people can buy and put in their table today?
We're gonna deliver it. Like literally, we're about like a few weeks away from delivering the first units.
Amazing.
So that's pretty exciting. Regarding like scale up from there, yeah, that's going to be an interesting challenge for us, because of course the demand is very large. I mean, Patrick probably, when I couldn't hear him, probably explained how large the demand is. Now, we do have a really great team member, Tim, who specializes in global commerce, supply chains. And so we should be able to get enough of the materials, the very complex and multiple components that you need to actually deploy product. So it's on the way. Again, we have the communication strategy, so I'm going to defer to that. But it's on the way.
We do have a rule in the show where if you start talking about the alpha, you got to keep talking about it, but we'll waive that for you. Maybe a follow-on from that is, do you see the hardware manufacturers of consumer goods, like, are you selling them the product, or are you selling it direct to consumer?
Well, again, this boils down to entrepreneurial spirit, and we have that in bucket loads, and we're targeting speaking to everyone, like literally everyone.
Cool. I think that was all.
Huge. Yeah, no, we appreciate you guys coming on. We're kind of coming up on the hour mark, so not really sure how much time that you guys have. But we
late too, probably where you guys are at as well. So we appreciate that.
Yeah, so we definitely appreciate you guys coming on. And if you have to hop, you can just let us know.
Let me. I think the last thing I want to do real quick is we should talk about the tokenomics a little bit. I think people are going to be confused, and I think I'd like to clarify all that.
Please.
Stuff. So, first of all, we're working on a updating the DEX grader. I know that the market cap is not reflecting right. You don't have to DM me again. I am fully aware. We were on it. Second thing. So how our token structure works. We have a private agreement. SOAR and Impulsor have a private agreement such that the float that is on the open market, which currently is 6%, so there's a 6% circulating supply, is a private debt against the Impulsor company, okay? All the docs have been signed. That was all handled before this launch. Should, in 3 months, their 90% wallet, which you'll see if you look at any holders' wallets, should in 3 months, they decide to ever unlock any more tokens and put them on the open market. Number one, it's a cost back to Roman and Patrick and their company because it increases the debt against their company. So it is not just sell tokens as quick into the open market like we've seen for the past 5 years, 6 years. There is a very high cost to the company when they sell tokens or even take tokens off of that wallet, right? If they go and buy back tokens off the open market, that debt decreases against their company. So a company like Impulsor that is going to have huge market share, we hope, is going to be able to lower that debt over time. Most importantly, they're not going to be looking to basically unlock any more tokens in the open market. With other companies, maybe even Impulsor, we want this to be a liquid market. We want there to be an ebb and flow to this, right? So maybe at points, it's strategic for Roman or Patrick to use the open market, the liquidity pool, to raise a little bit of debt, put that into marketing, put that into production, whatever that is, something that gives them a quick ROI on
And
their
Tom,
money.
this has to be voted on is that correct?
So how it works is that it's a permissionless process. They send in a disclosure form that says, we Impulsor are claiming 1% of our tokens. This is after 3 months, mind you, so 3 months from today. We're claiming 1% of our token. This is why we're doing it. This is the use of funds. They give all of that in this disclosure form. The market sees this. They understand it. 72 hours later, those tokens are actually sent out. So you have a lot of time as a token holder to respond if you don't agree with the disclosure, if you think that the company has been acting in bad faith, whatever it is. You have all of that transparency in front of you. It's a very good, in my book, it's a very good vetting of companies because you can very quickly see, are these guys serious? 3 months is a long time, right? In 3 months, you're going to know, is Roman a great founder? Is Patrick, a great chairman, et cetera? All of those things will be very transparent. We're quite confident that the answer will be yes. So maybe if they go to claims and tokens at some point, maybe it's 1%, 2%, whatever the number is, you're going to say, yeah, some people are going to sell. Don't get me wrong. I understand how markets work. But the reality is that should be a good opportunity for more people to get entry to the token. Some people that were longer term holders, they capitulate. New holders come in. That debt still stands against their company. And most importantly, it's a senior debt against their company, right? So even with like equity tokens, for example, which I know a lot of people have in their mind, equity is very liquid. It doesn't actually return capital until your company gets acquired, merged, et cetera, right? A senior debt is something that you want to get off your books as a company. Most people don't like debt. There's a reasonable amount of debt, which we think is around the 5% mark or 6% mark, that is healthy and makes sense. You can't take a 60% debt against your company. So the FDV, that number is a completely illogical number given to the market. Unfortunately, that's how our tokenomics work. And the reality is that we want all this transparent on chain. So we don't want you trading 100% float token that only represents 5% of the company or the debt of the company, right? Our tokenomics are very transparent in that they own the majority of their token, free and clear of any debt. The tokens on the market are the debt to owed back to SOAR. And like I said, any good company that is making profits is inevitably going to take those tokens off the open market, lower their debt over time. And if they want to do it the other way, they're welcome to, but the market is going to be transparent and understand that entire flow the entire way.
And to be clear, if they go and sell, let's say 10% of the company, so someone leads a round for them and they go and sell 10% of that company, what happens to that 10% of tokens that are currently maybe unreleased? Do they get like locked permanently, burned? What happens?
That's a great question. So at the end of the day, the 90% wallet represents the ownership of the company, right? In that case, maybe the investor, maybe they're a Web3 investor and they actually want tokens, right? We'll work with Impulsor or any of our companies to make a logical vesting schedule if they want tokens. More than likely, Impulsor is going to raise from Web2 VCs, right? So the reality is that whether those tokens move to a separate wallet that's also custodial or they just stay in the current wallet, it doesn't actually affect the debt. So those tokens might never move. But they're welcome to raise. They're welcome to raise from Web3 investors because they have tokens to sell if they want to. We just saw that, I believe, with Orgo yesterday, right? They had a deal made. All of those options are on the table. And the inevitable day that we hope comes where there's an IPO, some type of liquidity event, a merger and acquisition, we have a way to recover that debt back from the company and then at our deference do with that as we see fit to benefit token holders.
So the true market cap here is actually more like 2.1 million rather than the 21, which is displayed, or actually even less since
it's 6% of the current FDV. So rough math would be like 1.3 or so, right?
Okay.
So 22 times 0.06. Sorry, I'm doing some 1.3. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And all those tokens, like I said, the reality is I know, and listen, it's the first day of our launch. I know I wrote so many docs yesterday that no one wants to read. I highly recommend if you don't understand our model, please go read the docs. Understand that you can't take a 100% debt against your company.
We need a little animation video, dude. Like those ones that you see on YouTube.
We can work on that. Like it's no different than equity fundraising, right? You don't sell all of your company. Our model enables you to sell a little bit of debt on the open market. And in our case, the tokens will never hit anywhere near that 100%. I don't know what that max threshold of debt against the company will be. I think the market will determine that. I think that 20% starts getting a little bit egregious. 25 and 30 is really egregious, frankly. We'll see that over time as the model evolves. But don't be warned or don't be scared by an FDV because the FDV is representing the entire value of the company. The circulating supply is what the actual tokens represent.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We want to make sure to get some community questions. Patrick, Roman, we will wrap here. Let you guys go. You know, you can get active on Twitter. I'm sure there'll be more updates coming. We'll leave your links in the show notes. In the meantime, let's get some community questions. We'll ask a few of those. And Tom, you can just stay on, and we'll cover some more technical stuff on the SOAR platform side rather than the specific CPT side.
And just to close this out, Roman, Patrick, we really appreciate you guys coming through. I know this is a huge day for you guys, huge step here that you're taking with SOAR. So we appreciate you guys taking the time to share all that you did. Roman on the tech side, Patrick, you're on the kind of capital investment side. But we really appreciate the insights and looking forward to seeing what you guys build out here over the coming months.
Excited for demos, man. The demos are going to really hit home for a lot of people.
And any final thoughts if you want to lead off here?
Well, first of all, I want to say thanks to SOAR, the communication guys, Patrick, the team. It's really been a pleasure. It's been a lot of long hours, but I think it was really fantastic. And thank you guys for hosting us.
Awesome. Patrick?
So, yeah, thanks, Josh, Dom, and Chill, and obviously the SOAR team, Roman. We're available on the SOAR platform and on Twitter. So just text us, reach out. We'll try to answer whatever we can. And then I think we will have some kind of demo video that we will put out there, which I think, like one of you guys just said, it's just easier when people see videos or pictures.
Awesome. You had 9,000 people watching you today, just so you know.
Wow.
That's it. I thought it'd be 90,000.
Yeah, next time.
At the end of the day, it'll be 90.
When you do the IPO, we can celebrate at 90,000.
There we go.
That's a deal. That's
okay, guys. Look forward to seeing you guys in person. Okay, that's SOAR.
Absolutely. Are you guys gonna be in Dubai, Met Dhabi, Abu Dhabi?
Yes, for F1. Yes.
Perfect.
Nice,
We'll see you there.
nice.
Finance Week in Abu Dhabi, boys. F1's gonna be lit.
Okay.
It's gonna be a movie.
Take
Peace.
care, everyone. Let's SOAR.
Take care, guys.
Let's SOAR. Let's SOAR. All right, bro. Just so you know, Tom, we got Ryan Babel in the audience. He just said great show. He was asking us some questions about you as well.
Ryan Chill is a huge soccer fan. I'm not a big soccer guy, but Chill, he's like, oh, Ryan Babel, dude. Ryan Babel's awesome. He's a legend. There's your flowers.
Ryan Babel watches my show.
No way.
Dude,
Awesome.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
Who is
dude.
Ryan Babel? I don't know. And
Bro, he's
by
a
the way,
soccer
Ryan,
player,
you're a
professional?
legend.
Yeah, he's a professional soccer player.
Ryan has made the transition to Web3, man. He's doing it both now. He's a big Web3 guy. So we'll have to
That's
get him on the
awesome,
show.
man.
He said he'd come on
Yeah,
the show
join us
later.
in the trenches, Ryan. Love it.
We got a ton of questions for you, Tom. Ton of questions talking about tokenomics.
I'm
You ready
here.
to just
I'm
rock
here.
through them?
I'm here.
Sweet. By the way, awesome launch. I don't think a lot of people really realize what just launched on chain.
This is
but-
the moment, Tom. The game has changed. You have done it. I think this is the model. I'm convinced.
I got.
I really, in my heart, I can't tell you how many hours I've spent on with Sean and John and the rest of the team talking about this.
guys, Tom earned it. Come here, put the head down.
Tom, come on,
There you
let's
go.
crown
You
you.
see my bald spot, bro.
Ah,
I told you I
shoot.
was in here. No, but genuinely, I appreciate everyone. I know I've been in the ICM lab a ton and talking with people. So listen, there's always things to fix, frankly. We're perfectionists. I'm not happy about how some things have went, but I think overall I'm quite pleased that people are at least seeing the vision and the model. We'll iterate over time and really kind of perfect this. And there's a lot of really cool stuff that, frankly, software development is very difficult. You can see the platform. There's some stuff that's working well, some stuff isn't. I know mobile isn't great yet. Those are things that we want to really crush soon. So we're on that.
I think what's fascinating about this and what's really just resonating with me and hitting home is finally we get an opportunity as the small guys, as retail, to invest in companies. And I'm not going to give some unrealistic expectations here, but that could be the next SpaceX or OpenAI, stuff that's been barred. We know OpenAI is going to IPO for $1 trillion, I think, is what I was seeing.
And you know how many retail investors got into those rounds? Zero. It's criminal. It's really criminal. I mean, honestly, if you care about advancing our world and kind of what democratized finance is about and what crypto is about, fixing that problem is something that we need to solve.
I think people got to realize the scale size of this one too, because there's so many facets to it. There's 3 different models, and I read up on this a bit. That's why I was kind of disconnected for the first part of the call. I was really just trying to catch up. And they got these 3 different models. Some where it's beaming energy, somewhere it's power grids. But again, think, what's that? What's the Elon Musk Wi-Fi thing? He mentioned it during the call.
Starlink.
Think Starlink for energy. You can power cities,
exactly
power
what he said.
houses, power drones, power robots, power cars. In this advanced robotics AI future we're headed in, something like this is part of that natural evolution. I think there's a lot of information that needs to come out. And I think a lot of that's going to add to maybe the lore and the excitement as it comes out. So you guys got to keep up with their Twitter and stuff. Tom, by the way, great first incubation. This is a sick project.
Thank you.
I can't wait to put out a full write-up, but Chill, you had some thoughts.
Yeah. I want to first echo Dom's sentiment. I mean, dude, this was huge, and exactly what Josh said. Like, this is the moment. I think what a lot of people don't realize what just launched. This is truly an investment, like an early investment to what we've been saying, kind of like a Web2 company with like unicorn level potential here. That just launched on chain. But a question that I have for you, I see a lot of people in the comments. They're like, stacked. Like this is probably the most the trenches have gotten in terms of like a true project that with all the DD at their, at the door when you come in, you know what I mean? Like through the SOAR platform. I love your DD feature. But the question I had was, a lot of people are asking about like, what's the token utility? Like, will token holders get this? Will token holders get that? Can we just revisit just one more time? Because I believe we have almost, at this point, almost 10,000 people on stream watching us live. We are now officially the highest viewed show on X right now. So just for everyone listening,
you guys are beasts, man. You guys are beasts.
Appreciate it, man. Dude, high praise. We appreciate it. And look at that freaking chart. But yeah, just walk us through the game theory one more time. I think you mentioned on the other stream, just kind of the holding mechanics, the benefits of that, just some of that stuff so people understand exactly what this is.
And there's a question pulled up too.
Cool. So we speak to a lot of founders. I I don't hang out in an ICM lab just talking to traders all the time. I do speak to tons and tons of founders, as does Nick and the rest of the team. One of the things that always comes up, and I'm not new to crypto, our whole team isn't, right? People always say, how do I add utility to my token? You know, some people add governance to their token, and that's all great. But has that model, frankly, worked well? I don't think so. I think that the lack of utility across most tokens is quite glaring, frankly. And so we tried to, when we first started building this model, we really thought about, like, do we need utility or do we need better ownership, right? Do we need value in companies? Removing this dual token equity model has been, frankly, cancerous for a long time, right? Getting rid of it is something we need to do. So yeah, in terms of utility, all of our companies, curated or not, you know, whether they're KYB and verified, et cetera, they are welcome to add utility to their tokens. But the most important thing, and I can reciprocate this many times and repeat myself, the most important thing is that there is an intrinsic tie between the token and the company. You're not buying into a token where the equity holders are living, you know, in their penthouses. Uniswap, not to shit on them, but the reality is that the Uni token and Uniswap equity holders are completely separated in two different universes. And I don't agree with that, right? I want our tokens to represent the value of the company. It's not going to happen on day one. It's going to take people to understand our model better. But the reality is that we take a direct debt against the company themselves. The token float represents that debt on chain. You can see that the company right now, 94% of that is locked up. That's because there is a 6% debt, i.e. the 6% circulating supply. It's a senior debt, so you can't really get around it. We have very strict contracts. I'm an attorney. One of our co-founders is also an attorney. We put a lot of thought into how we tie ownership back to these tokens. And the second thing is, adding on to that, is that we also give founders full range to do what they need to do. You know, the opinion of many sometimes doesn't work, right? I think you get a lot of short-term outcomes when you do that. We want to make sure that founders are empowered. Founders have the ability to build their company as they see fit. Transparently, working with their holders is one of the things that we advise, and we work with them a lot on doing so. It's, you know, like I said, legally we can't do participation and dividends and all of those things, as we know. Most importantly, intrinsic tie back to the company.
Got it. And I think that's really the most important takeaway from all of this. There was also a question in the chat real quick that kind of related to that. The dog with the GOG is his name. He says, please clarify and confirm this if this is the case. So overall, it's just venture debt where the creditor is actually crowdfunding the debt through the coin. Is that a good way of thinking about it?
That's a pretty decent way to think about it. So how we go, if you guys were a startup and we were trying to pitch you, right? How would we pitch you? We usually tell them that it is an interest-free debt that is only callable upon a liquidity event. How do we define a liquidity event? There are a couple things in the contract otherwise, but primarily merger, acquisition, IPO, right? Main ways that equity holders would get paid back. On that event, we get paid back. We are a senior debt. We're the first thing that gets paid back. But the reality is that shorter term, they're able to buy back tokens in a rational way, right? Every time they buy back tokens, they are reducing their debt against their balance sheet. So, for example, if a company goes to raise and maybe the VC says, we don't love that you have a 4% debt against your company right now. Is there any way to get rid of that or lower it, right? They have the opportunity to use the open market trustlessly and buy back tokens off the open market, thus lowering their debt to a reasonable number that the VC is happy with. Token holders benefit because at the end of the day, if you're buying tokens off the open market, what do you think happens to the chart, right? So yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good summary. I think what I just said is how we pitch it, and that's the most clear way to do it. But yeah, it's venture debt without interest, essentially.
Awesome. I think Josh had a question here too.
Sure.
Yeah, you mentioned, like a potential, let's say, IPO, which gets us in front of the broader capital markets, the real liquidity capital markets. In that scenario, they then raise a bunch of money, or is that like, how does that just, I'm just trying to understand the dynamic of that scenario where there's, let's say this goes on to be a public IPO and it's worth, I don't know, they IPO at $2 billion or something, hypothetically, not even this company. Let's just speak in hypotheticals.
Totally.
A $2 billion raise, IPO, what happens to these tokens in that scenario?
So we believe in being flexible, right? As a company, as a startup, most importantly, flexibility is one of the things that on-chain we have not presented to anyone. We've always made it this thing where you come on-chain for the first time, you launch a token for your company, you own none of your supply, you're not able to fundraise anymore because all of your tokens are allocated. All of those things lead to this situation where everyone hates coming on-chain, right? Startups just don't want to do it. They're smart enough to know this. So we talk to all these companies and we give them a ton of options. So if you were to go from SOAR all the way to IPO, right, there's a few options that could occur along the way. Number one, maybe at some point you decide that the token is valuable but not valuable enough to continue, or it blocks some future fundraise or some type of IPO event, right? Plausible. What do you do then? Come talk to us. We work out a reasonable, valuable way to exit the token and remove the token from being representative of the company. What does that look like? Obviously, people are getting compensated, right? That's the most important thing. We'll have to clear that in terms of how it looks like by a case-by-case basis, but that's one option. Sometimes tokens don't work for companies, and we want to give them that option down the road at some point. The second option is that, yes, if you go all the way to IPO, how much money are you making? At least $1 billion a year. I'd assume we're close to it at this point in time with this market, right? You are going to, over time, reacquire these tokens off the open market and remove that debt off your balance sheet. In turn, like I said earlier, tokens benefit because you can't just buy up the entire LP, right? You got to, maybe you're DCAing, maybe you're swapping, whatever you're doing. There's a way that you're acquiring these tokens over time. Maybe you're doing some OTC deals. But the reality is that token holders are intrinsically tied back to the success of the business. So yeah, I mean, like, I can't define what a path of a company will look like. We haven't got there yet, obviously, but we keep all of these doors open, which is something that I think most of the models that exist today, and just general on-chain, has not presented. Like, these founders are smart, like I said, and I know that a lot of people believe that like good companies will not come on chain. I argue against that heavily because I think that it might not be the companies that want to do it, but the VCs that we're working with, these funds that have these liquid investments. Why would they not want them on chain? Why would they not want to be able to get out of those positions or double down without having to go to the company and get bought out or buy more off the company, right? You can do it all on chain. Transparently, we know that hold times aren't where they need to be. We know that patience isn't where it needs to be right now. It's a great opportunity to pick up more of a company way cheaper. Source token model gives you that intrinsic value that you don't have to worry about that this company getting acquired and you getting fucked. All of the things that we've seen so many times before, and I'm so sick of it, frankly.
Where is SOAR at the end of 2026?
It's a great idea. Great question. We've put a lot of thought into this between our team. I truly believe that our model will work. I believe that by the end of 2026, there will be new bills passed that allow for equity on chain. I am very hopeful that we will be the first mover that positions ourselves properly so that, for example, should that day come, guess what? Our tokens already represent that general tokenomics model. All I have to do is flip a switch and sign a few contracts, and everyone goes from holding this token and there being a debt structuring to owning equity in all of the companies that launch through us. That is where I think we're getting to, frankly. I'm very bullish on that, and I think that if everything keeps moving as it is right now, we are the best place to go and tokenize your business, fundraise for startups, and all of the above. ICM, but a lot bigger than what we define as ICM right now.
I got to follow on to that. Just a second, Dom. Got to follow on. So in this example, this launch, were there liquid token funds or other institutional capital that was watching this and participating, or like how should we think about their involvement in getting access alongside the us?
So this launch was interesting. There was 5 people privy to the launch. One person privy to the actual deployment of the token. We wanted to remove all of the outside risk vectors of the token launch and the knowledge of it. I think that worked to some degree. It didn't work as well as I wanted it to, but that wasn't a fault of the person in charge. It was just the fault of a few things on the website that actually gave a little bit of early info that we meant to block, but I don't need to get into it. In terms of liquid funds, we've had a lot of conversations with liquid funds. Yes. Are they watching this? I don't know. They didn't know about any of the product, right? We kept that very close to chest. Future launches, we're going to portray a lot earlier. This one we knew would be a little bit of a headache. We wanted to keep all that internal, but yes, I think people are definitely watching. We've spoke to a lot of people that are very interested in this model. And as we get a ton of other companies on chain, curated or otherwise, I think people are going to realize that the launchpad mechanics that we're so used to, A, they don't work. B, the utility governance token arguments don't work. We need to change. If we want on-chain to get better, we need to present opportunities that make sense to the larger players in the space. They're not buying into meme coins. They're not buying into these random utility tokens. And honestly, I don't even think that they're buying into, in a lot of ways, this stuff where you go to them and you say, listen, we'll take care of you should we get acquired, right? They want contractual obligations. That's what they deal with. They want a way to secure the idea that whatever they're buying is going to be high value to them. They don't have to worry about it. And trust me, bro, situations just don't work.
So on that trust me, bro situation, SOAR is the one that has the debt against this company. The company owes back SOAR the debt. How do you, obviously legally, you can't say you're going to pay people back. That seems to be the issue. So frankly, how can people trust SOAR?
Totally. So that's a loaded question.
Has to be asked, right?
No, it should. It should. Listen, I talk every day with everyone. The value of, I got to think about how to say this. This is a protect your ass type of situation. The value of this business is so big. I don't think people realize that this is a $5 trillion market, right? Do you think that we are, as a company, going to ever consider hurting our future because of a short-term or short-sighted decision? Absolutely not. You have to trust in some regard. I get that. But the reality is that we see such a big picture. You just saw we had Patrick Sang, who runs a multi-billion-dollar fund. He got on the show because he's working with a company that we're working with, and he's also working with some of the other companies that we're working with. He is not going to put his name on the line for some idiots that don't know how this works. He's not going to put his name on the line for people that don't have good intentions. Patrick, I don't know if he wants me to say this or not. He's made it in life. His goal is to change the world for the better at this point in time. He doesn't own a lot of, fancy stuff anymore. He wants to push SOAR as a company further, Impulsor as a company further, and investing as a whole, make it more democratized. So, like I said,
the dev is feeding the trenches.
I got to ask,
go on.
This pipeline, it seems you guys have a really robust pipeline of launches. Like, not only was this one a massive one, but it seems like you have a lot more coming. I think you said there was a big fund feeding you some very interesting projects. Maybe elaborate on that. I'd love to hear what you guys have planned.
Yeah, without getting into too many details, I think that a lot of our deals that we're getting are coming from external sources, people that we've spoken to over the past couple months. People that, like I said, there's a lot of people, as much as it sounds antithesis to what VCs are about, they want to bring some of these opportunities on chain because it's good for all of us, right? It's good for the market, it's good for Solana, et cetera. So yes, we have a couple feeders that are sending us stuff. We take them internally, look at them, say, is this a big enough picture? Are they far enough along? Have they raised a bunch of money, et cetera? And then we kind of make our decision on what they look like and if we should launch them. But yeah, we're just trying to figure out the right cadence. I posted on Twitter a little earlier, but I don't think that doing curated launch like every day makes a lot of sense right now. We want to highlight our companies. They're great companies, right? We want to put all the focus on them, let them shine, and then the next curator will come out at a later date.
Let's do a little postmortem. What went right?
Cool.
What went wrong about this launch? Very successful, by the way. This chart's really nice, all things considered.
There's a good question also on this thread of how much Impulsor needs to raise versus how much they wanted to raise. Yeah,
sounds like they don't need to raise any, according to Patrick.
Yeah, they had a large friends and family round. They're not. Trust me, this launch had nothing to do with money. Honestly, we thought on our end that it was a huge opportunity. Frankly. Will it accelerate them? Of course. Every dollar that you put into a company can accelerate them, like Patrick said, right? But the reality is no, they didn't come to us for money. They came to us because Patrick, who is advising them and working with them, he wanted to give a really cool opportunity early stage for something that can be huge. Will it be huge? I'm not sure. But I'm very bullish on the idea and the execution that they've had to this point. But yeah, no, money was never, that wasn't even a conversation, frankly.
Okay, postmortem. Pros, cons, what went good, what went bad? What are you excited to work on? What did this show you? All of that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So really had a heavy focus. Some of the Meteora team were great last night. We were on with them for a really long time trying to think about snipers, right? We had an original plan. We actually diverted from that original plan a little bit late. We did, I think, a lot of things really well on the anti-sniper portion, except for we made one single critical error. That will be resolved in our next launch. We did tip our hand, unfortunately. One wise person made off pretty well. Otherwise, I think distribution is, from what I've seen at least, it looks decent. I think that we kept cool heads. We were pretty much on time. We didn't try to time rug, which I really didn't want to do. There was a few bugs here and there, but I think overall it went well. I think it went well. The demo I thought was very cool. I was happy we could get that done. We're going to be releasing a lot more info on Impulsor and just the overall scope of what they're doing pretty soon as well. Yeah, I was happy. I can't complain at all. I was stressed. Don't get me wrong. I was stressed. But in terms of next steps for us, we're going to do a recap internally in a little bit. And really right now we're just cranking on our next curated launch. And we also have a bunch of verified stuff that's coming as well. So not everything will be curated. We want people that maybe were going to other launch pads, want to use our tokenomics model, come verify, right? Use our stuff. It's a way better way to give value to your tokens, frankly. I fully believe that. I think that once people understand what they're getting into with DRP, they're going to realize that this is the most direct way to get access to these companies. Why launch anywhere else? If you're serious, I think this is the model to use. I'm biased, but that's what I truly believe.
Quant has a question about the pipeline here. It seems like you guys have some stuff loaded up. How many are you expecting? You said you didn't want to do a launch every single day when it comes to curated stuff. How much are you expecting? It's possible, but nothing's ever impossible. So what are you expecting on that front?
Yeah, so 5 to 10 days is kind of our cadence right now. I think it'll end up being right around one a week. That gives us enough time to collect our thoughts, think about what we're doing, make sure that we're not it's a mix of could we do a curated launch every day? Of course. Is the curated badge going to mean shit if we do that every day? No, right? Art blocks back in the day, they had a great cadence. You knew that they were coming out once a week with a pretty good launch typically. So we're going to follow that for now. That might accelerate. That might decelerate. I don't know. We're going to be pretty open to it. And I think one a week is kind of where my head's at.
Okay, sweet. Crypto Barber had a question. He said it's in the chat. I'm going to pull it up real quick, share this tab. He said, I haven't read this, by the way. I believe you guys can ratify the point of a company later on doing an IPO by getting an assured stake in the IPO for which you can do legal documentation. Supposedly, a company does an IPO at 500 million for 20%. It should actually be something like 25%, where 5% stake is handed over to SOAR Treasury legally for further staking to token holders and adding value to the token itself. It will be, okay, this is a lot here. Let me zoom in and I'll just let you address it if you want.
Oh yeah, wow, that is long. Holy moly.
Maybe Crypto Barber, maybe just shorten this thing up in a TLDR in the comments.
Yeah, it's a great comment. Yeah, the question comes down to, right, is what we've seen a lot of is the mechanics that you are going to these startups with, right? They have to make sense for them, frankly. Would I love to give a 5% IPO to all token holders? Yeah, of course. Is a company going to sign over 5% of an IPO? Probably not, frankly. I think that it's something that can be negotiated later on, especially if we're very integral in their success. So that comes down to us being the best we can be, not just a launch pad, but a partner. First check-in for some of these companies. We want to be with you in the trenches every single day. I think I've shown how much I'm willing to be in the trenches myself. We'll continue to do that. Can we get a great deal down the road? 100%. But we have to prove ourselves. We have to work our ass off to do so. And like I said, there's a reasonable value amount that people are going to give back to that. But I would love to do so. I'm just not saying it's feasible right now.
So I like this question by CK. pull that one up.
By CK, one sec. Oh, why is Tom guy so good looking? We're trying to figure it out right now, dude.
That's what
he
I'm
looks
saying,
maxes
man.
all day. He does the mock, or he does the viewing, right?
DK's a long time friend. Unfortunately, that's not a rando. I would appreciate if a rando said that.
It's okay. We can pretend. We can pretend.
We can. I'll tell my wife that someone called me good looking today. She'll like that.
Dude, she'll love that. Eat it up. Chill, you had a question?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I think we answered a lot. What else do you guys want to go through?
Maybe the SOAR token. Obviously, people this keeps getting brought up. And before the SOAR token, Tom, tell me a bit about, and I'm blanking, so tell me about the SOAR token.
Okay. So will there be a token? I can pretty much confirm that one. Will it be in the near future? Probably not. I don't know what I define as near future, but it's not. Listen, we have so much shit on our plate right now. We're working our ass off, working overtime. It's not in the immediate plan, so please just be safe. There will be so many comms from myself. I'm sure I'll come on MCG and talk to you all about it when that day actually comes. It's not going to be some stealth launch. We're not launching it on, launching on Meteor randomly. Like, please be safe, most importantly. There's not going to be, it's just not going to happen that way. There'll be tons of disclosure beforehand. What we do see as a huge value driver, a way to encourage people to trade a little bit differently and give some of these companies time to develop is, I can hint that there will be some incentives to trade on the platform and use the platform in the near future. I really want to, like I said, get people and let these companies develop. Like, these are really cool opportunities. Let them.
What about incentives, like a belief score or some sort of like incentive for holding? I mean, I guess
I'm not gonna lie,
you can even do that, but
my fills on the SOAR platform were ass, dude. I got filled so high.
Yeah, I know.
We got to fix that a little bit. I agree. Yeah, no, you're 100% right, Josh. That will be baked into the formula for sure. Not going to be a belief score, but it'll be reflected in other ways. And also, like, the other thing too is our pipeline's sick. Like, would I love to kind of offer that only to certain users of the platform at some point based on their loyalty to the platform or otherwise? 100%, right? Those are things that we've been thinking about for a long time. I forget if I talked to Josh last night. I might have talked to Chill last night, actually, about doing some new stuff with that. We're also working on some new mechanics for the launches. So I think I said this last time, and I'll repeat myself. I think that good companies, the launch doesn't matter that much, frankly. Good stuff will do well over a long enough time frame. But the reality is that we want to make sure that our tokens get into the best users, the longest term aligned people. We're going to do a lot of work and work our ass off to get that done. But it's going to take some experimentation. Like, at some point, inevitably, I'll probably come on here and be like, that was a fucking disaster. Like, it's like we tried. That strategy didn't work, but we're very creative. I know Meteor has been really good to us, but we've been asking them for all kinds of crazy shit. My mind is always spinning on these things. So, yes, definitely incentives, definitely a SOAR token. Want to get it to our biggest users, our best users. Take that for what it is. I think you can put the math together.
How do you plan on really helping education? I feel like people don't realize the CPT token, and someone asked in the chat, how much percent is circulating for CPT? 6%. That's what I'm saying. I don't think a lot of people know really what's going on here. I think education is going to be a big thing. How do you push education, help people understand that, no, this isn't 16.3 million market cap. It's FDV is 16.3 mil, but the market cap's actually more like 1 mil.
Correct.
How do you get that message across?
It's going to take some time. Like, I think that's the most important thing. Like, you know, we all have a tendency not to read, frankly. We've written some really good docs on how everything works, but it's going to take some time. Being on is always a pleasure here because I can try to get the message across. But yeah, it's really a ton of work. We're trying to educate people. That's why I'm in ICM lab all the time, telling people like, no, these tokens are not unlocking in 3 months and you're going to get fucked, right? Like, sure, they can pull tokens, but you're notified beforehand. All of those things just take repeating myself a lot of times over again. Like I said, and I love going on platforms like this because I can talk about it and explain how it works. So appreciate always having me on.
Absolutely. Really quick. And if you need to go, like
let's keep
wrap
going.
this. I do have a question around the comms plan from this point forward. What holders should expect from the company CPT Impulsor. Yeah.
Yep. Totally. So if you didn't gather from their video, they're pretty web too. But they've been working with us for 2 months. They have a whole content strategy. We worked with them directly on that. They have some other stuff that I won't reveal right now, but they are planning a bunch of stuff coming out. And it'll be, like any good platform, right? They're going to slow trickle some stuff and things like that, but they might also have some stuff earlier on. We're working on a full content strategy. The comms will be very good. I promise you that. They're our first curated launch. I'm going to do everything in my damnedest to make sure that people know what they're getting into, that the team is real, that they're going to keep talking to you. All of those things have been thought about for so long. This is our job. Communication is one of our biggest moats, right? Like, I think that our edge right now is that I come on the show a lot. I try to, whenever you invite me. I try to communicate with people all over the place. That's not going to stop. That's one of the ways that we broadcast our message, educate people, bring new people onto the platform for the first time. Like, it's free marketing. Like, why would we not do all of this stuff? Like, if you don't think we're going to communicate, like, you don't know us too well. It's the first step in marketing.
How does ICM.run play into this? Obviously, you guys have a good relationship with that team. Is any supply from the CPT launch going to go to their DAO? Are they going to help education? Any conversation there?
Quite a thorough conversation. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to reveal on that. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
You just leak it all. Mercy will be okay.
Mercy might shoot me. I don't know.
Yeah, he might. He's from Philly, right?
No, we've had a lot of conversations. They're working with multiple of our projects. They're amazing, mind you. Like, absolutely crush it. They make our lives a lot easier because we only have such a big team. Like, we have 15 people, but a lot of them are developers. So they take a lot of load off our plate.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of your biggest things, right? If you guys can put full focus towards token model, platform, incubating launches, etc., you can really offload a lot of that extraneous work to, educational work to ICM.run, the community, MCG, people that are going to educate. And I think that's just a big unlock. So, okay, had to ask. We're coming in on 4 hours. We're 4 hours and 15 minutes into the stream.
You guys are grinders, bro. I don't know how
10,000 twice this week. We've eclipsed CoinDesk.
Yeah, you gotta love it. But I don't know. Any closing thoughts? I don't want to keep this too long, guys. What are you thinking, Chill, Josh, Tom? Anything?
Yeah, I think this is a good area to wrap. I think we answered. I mean, we looked at this at
dark mode.
Need a dark mode. Yeah.
Oh no,
yeah.
I like light mode. Anyone knows me.
Ignore Josh. Don't pay attention to what. Wait.
Imagine that, OJ. They don't even know who Patrick Twang is.
The homie who Patrick is as we speak, and he even put a link to his LinkedIn, and he's like, "This is him. He's cracked." That's what he's saying in the chat. Appreciate the
Satoshi Seeker. It's a farm, Tom. How do you feel about that? Seems this whole thing is a farm.
Man, that's a complex farm, bro.
Wait,
honestly.
Satoshi Seeker.
Man, this guy. Glad we have
guy. I think.
No, I mean, listen.
No, I don't.
There's always going to be people that have their thoughts. I welcome them to do so. please, like I would not be up here with my face on it. I think in the background right there, you can see my law license. That's my degree right there from Clemson. We're not hiding. Like I said, I'm an attorney. I'm licensed. If you think this is a farm, it's just not, frankly. We put so much time and effort into this platform. There's some really big players working with us. You'll probably see some posts about it soon. We wouldn't get there if we had any bad intentions, frankly. These people are very good about sniffing out bullshit. No, it's just not.
Satoshi, go ahead. Just buy some more meme coins, though.
Yeah,
that's
keep,
the better.
keep
That's
paying
the
meme
alternative.
promoters on Dex Screener.
Wait, real quick. Last thing before we wrap. I see this thing. This is floating around in the comments. We might as well just try to address it here. Thomek, Tom, can you explain the team allocation selling? Pretty sure there's no one selling anything, as we just talked about all the tokenomics.
But feel free to speak on that, Tom.
Yeah, feel free to speak on that, just in case.
Totally happy to do so. So the float is 6%, right? There was a very, I can't share their name because I think that would be improper. But the reality is that for a curated launch of this size, our first launch on the platform, you need a market maker. So we do have a market maker working. They have not only have tokens, but they also have stables that were provided from the Impulsor team. I'll leave it at that. I don't know what they're doing. I'm not looking at the chart, but the reality is that we have a license. Like I said, once again, I'm an attorney. Like we have a license in the U.S. market maker working with us. Any good launch is going to have a market maker part of the game. Full transparency. That's all you need to know about it.
Got it. Well, no, we appreciate the transparency. I think it's just good for everyone to.
No, it is. I don't want to get too much into it because I know I might get yelled at the end of the day from back channels.
No, you gave enough.
All of our launches will most likely have some form of market making. It's good for stability. It's good for charts. It's not a farm like people say. Like I don't need to get into all of that, but like I said, I'm here and I'm talking. You know why?
Yep, sounds good. No, we appreciate you. Again, just MCG. You guys are getting like all the freaking alpha. So hopefully you guys are good with that.
And we also were part of the sale just like everyone else. So Dom's fills were not good. My fills were.
You guys can probably see I have this public profile. I only had it loaded up with a little bit of money, but my fills are ass, guys, on the public profile.
So we're along with the chat here, guys.
This is awesome though. This I mean, in my mind, this goes so much higher. I'm excited for you guys to drop some more info. I just think people don't realize. So
they just don't get the market cap yet, which is okay. They'll figure it out.
Figure it out, yeah.
And listen, the chart looks good. I think that if you wanted to get in, I think there's been some opportunities to make some money. We care deeply about traders. This isn't just trying to get as much money for our companies. So I'm very passionate about that. And we're gonna keep working. We have some sick stuff coming up. If you think this was our only good launch, you're misguided, frankly, or uneducated. We have a bunch of really cool shit.
Dude, wait, I want to buy the sword token. Where's the pre-sale? I want to get in now.
Yo, chill.
Yeah, no, we're working our ass off. Like I said, I'm going to be here. There are some bugs. Like I said, not everything went perfect. I'm not even trying to sell you on that. There's a whole bunch of stuff on the website that I want to fix. And you know what? Like the do it live scenario is like very important because you can do all this stuff 50 times in staging and then it goes live and you're like, what the fuck? How did I miss that? So
and credit to you, you were on MCG the whole time. Like guys, we live streamed this the whole time. This was completely transparent to everyone.
Yeah,
the founders were on live. Like that's
none of us knew when the launch was gonna happen. Like literally happened when you guys came on, and I'm just like, we're all scrambling trying to keep up with the interview,
bro,
trying to slam buys in there, and you're trying to fix bugs.
I guess maybe future plans to go on MCG. Let's get the launch before, because I'm like, I'm like trying to focus on Patrick and give a good interview, but man,
I'm like toggling people on stage while trying to place buys. Like, oh my gosh. Yeah,
Yeah, and I apologize. Like I said, if the buying situation wasn't ideal, we need to improve that. Frankly,
There you go.
That'll all be worked on. Like I said, launch mechanics will definitely change. But yeah, no, I appreciate it, guys. It was, I wouldn't say it wasn't stressful.
It was fun though. Good stress. Hey, launch day
Yeah.
is always a mix of emotions, excitement. We've seen it so many times on this channel here, I guess. But here's another one down in the history books.
This is, we were here probably for like the tipping point in capital markets in general in history.
You guys are the pioneers, bro.
I'm ready to hand this off to you. Hey, in a month, about 35 days, we'll be in Abu Dhabi, Tom. And if Soar has earned it, guys, I will crown him the king.
We got a long way to go.
Otherwise, I'll just punch him in the face. How's
last
that?
thing from me, real.
I'll film it. I'll be like,
Last thing from me, we are super open. My DMs are open on like every platform.
Yeah.
Don't send me any fucking links, please. I really don't like links. I know like people are always trying to get me on drainers. Bullshit. Happy to chat. You got a gripe, please talk to me. We're super transparent. Like communication is the biggest thing in my book. All of our team is really active on comms. Love talking to y'all. And like I said, if you got something that you love, don't love, something that's bugging, just tell me. Like we'll fix it. Easy.
And follow Dom on Soar. DOM. Let's flip Tom.
Yo,
Mass unfollow Tom.
Yeah.
I gotta put up a bounty and have people unfollow you.
Yeah, dude.
Unfollow Dom, get extra airdrop.
Yeah.
Adds to your score.
All right, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. As always, it's a pleasure.
Appreciate your time. Talk soon.
Be good. Bye.
We have to cover
boy.
Viva. We have to
Huge
cover Viva
announcement.
announcement. Yeah.
Oh,
Let's
shoot.
pull that up.
Pull it.
Oh man, they're catching a little pump off of it too. All right, let's see. Okay, yeah, I got it. I'm excited for this video. They were telling us about it. Haven't seen it yet though. Okay. Here, I guess we'll read the caption first. You can see my screen. Sweet.
And then we got to
We are
play the
in
video,
business.
of course.
Okay, I'll zoom in, of course.
Sponsors of the show. We love Viva. Great team. This is a
We love
huge
Viva.
project.
Another project we just think people haven't caught on to yet. $1 billion company tokenized? Yeah, they did. Okay. Let's see. Over the past few months, we have built the foundation for the next chapter of Viva, signing landmark deals that fast-tracked our expansion across Latin America, Africa, Europe, and Asia. We are now set to ignite massive adoption in one of the most overlooked yet high-potential markets, Bolivia. As we enter the most significant chapter in history of the Viva ecosystem, our mission remains unchanged to empower and connect communities through innovative access and inclusion on a national and global scale. Moving forward, Viva is taking full control of the Viva token. Believe is getting cut out of the picture here. All associated fees and the LP. This marks the beginning of a new era, one driven entirely by our own direction, our own infrastructure, and our own vision. We want to thank the Believe app team for helping us go from 0 to 1 in a space that was new to Viva team. You've all helped build the foundation of Viva, and now we've expanded that foundation to include our Bolivian community and beyond. We will begin by rolling out our new crypto wallet feature to over 3 million super app users, unlocking the next phase of growth and adoption. Truly, they have a massive user base. Our ad tech platform is positioned to generate billions in annual ad revenue from the partnerships already secured. To close out the year, we will validate the Viva token model through our in-app and in-country launch, connecting real users and real value and real growth. The most exciting chapter for Viva has begun. Okay, key takeaways. 3 million app users. Viva tokens about to be rolled out in their super app, available to 3 million app users soon. We see up here, they said they're expanding not only in LATAM, but Africa, Europe, and Asia as we ignite a massive adoption. Huge. What did they say down here? Our ad tech platform is positioned to generate billions in annual ad revenue from partnerships already secured. Remember, guys, the ad tech is what goes into the flywheels and the buybacks set to kick in hopefully soon. Not exactly sure, but buybacks will be coming from the ad side of the business. Positioned to generate billions in annual ad revenue from partnerships already secured.
I got to break in here. So I want to give you guys a timeline. Guys, why today? Why November 6th? So there was an election in Bolivia. Before Don plays this, there's an election in Bolivia where Rodrigo, I believe was the name, was elected. His government takes office starting, I believe, on Monday, starting in the new week. And that was a key component for this rollout. And part of it is they got their employees to test kind of the rollout to get their initial buying of Viva. And if you remember, we featured an announcement where they talked about a $1 million per day a liquidity facility. It is the only way, Viva is the only way in the country of Bolivia where you can buy cryptocurrency right now. They have 60,000 points of sales where you can buy cryptocurrency now, and they have a $1 million per day credit or liquidity facility to take Bob, which is
On-ramp.
the local currency that will on-ramp, swap it to US dollars, swap it to USDC, and then buy basically the Viva fair launch chart. Guys, this is a half of this supply is locked up. So this actually real circulating market cap is $2.5 million. And now 1 to 2 million users are going to be able to buy Viva in app. So that's pretty wild. And oh, right, 70K POS. Yeah, right. 60, 70K, it doesn't matter. But anyways, long story short, we've seen crypto at a national level kind of be a theme. You know, there's El Salvador with their Bitcoin experiments, etc. So currencies and cryptocurrencies in these countries in LATAM is definitely a thing. So
let's play this video. And again, to reiterate, Viva has gone into Bolivia as with buying Viva, the telco operator, as a test case to prove their ad exchange. They have doubled their revenues. This was a $1 billion company. They have doubled revenues. So it's completely proved this model, which is what I think people are missing. They just think it's a failing telco company. In fact, they've taken a failing telco company, turned it completely around, and doubled their revenues, which I think was, if you look at their public numbers, 250 million last publicly recorded. So they're doing just fine. Here's a video.
Booster now detached. Copy that. Viva's mission continues beyond limits.
Says believe on it.
You hear the commentary said Viva's mission continues beyond limits.
Bro, do you see what's on the booster?
That's hype.
Dude, that's hype.
Crazy. We need more hype videos like
wild. That. Bro, did you see what was written on the booster when it ejected?
You can see it right there.
Yeah.
Believe. So they're detaching from belief, but ultimately, guys, this had to happen. Let's remember, they're about to onboard 3 million users. They couldn't have believe being attached to their company. They had to have it themselves. They had to, again, even from a fee structuring standpoint, right? They eventually are probably going to phase out this 2% fee structure. So like they really had to. But man, awesome video. Excited for Viva. Similar to CPT we were talking about today. One of those ones just Twitter has not caught on to. Again, 50% is out of circulation. This is a $1 billion company that has turned revenues around for telcos. They're expanding. They just signed deals set to generate billions of dollars a year. I don't think people are really picking up yet, but that's an awesome video. Got to retweet that.
Holy, wow. What a day. What a day. Huge Viva launch, huge SOAR launch. A lot of projects still pretty much undervalued. I mean, CPT's at 1.7, Viva's at 2.5. Guys, there's still a lot of opportunity out there. Still a lot of opportunity. Dude, now Alpha Seeker says, let's send CPT to 100 mil. But bro, you were just trying to fud it, bro.
Was he?
So
many people don't understand, bro. That's the thing. And it's going to be, we just got an Alpha Seeker flip-flop. We're going to see that all day. It's going to be people fudding, talking about, oh, team selling, it's market maker. Oh, 90% is held in the wallet. Obviously, it's the equity of the company. Once they realize what's going on here, they will probably turn those bearishness into buying pressure. So shout out Alpha Seeker for flipping, but come on, let's not be idiots now.
Yeah.
But hey, as always, do your own due diligence, make your own trading decisions. None of this is investment advice. So go do your own research.
Etc.
Yeah, I'm buzzing for SOAR, guys. I think their platform is about to be super.
I think this is the model, guys. Like I actually think this is the model. Like
I don't know if it's the de facto. I think there will probably be others. Like MetaDAO is doing great. I think for on-chain companies, I think Web3 companies maybe will lean towards MetaDAO, and the Web2 companies maybe lean towards this debt structuring.
But the guys like today would never have done a MetaDAO launch.
No, that's what I'm
Nah,
saying, because that's a Web
but
2.
that's the
Think
thing.
about all
Yeah.
the companies on MetaDAO right now. Every single
They're all-
one's native Web 3.
Yep, they're native. Because the thing is, they're giving away ownership. They're giving away full ownership of their
Control as well.
company and control their company to the community. I think that's more of a Web3 native thing. Whereas, like, if you're building, like, I mean, look at the tech, bro. Like freaking lasers, the Starlink for energy, pointing lasers and being able to charge stuff, or like going in an area and you're charging your phone, your car, or whatever. Like, they don't want to give over control of that to a community of people that they don't know, So I think what I'm trying to say is, different strokes for different folks. Everyone's going to need their sorry guys, we're going
Come on, finish
4.5.
Finish that sentence, chill.
Yeah, we're everyone's going to need their way, their needs, and taken care of. Every company is going to be a little bit different in that. So I think MetaDAO will fill a need, but I think Soar will fill that Web 2 native need.
Sweet. Guys, let's wrap it. Awesome stream.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you got pulled up here, Josh.
Yes, sorry, this is just the Fubo thing. So the guy behind CPT, Fubo, 50x return in 2 years via Netflix for live sports. Now, keep in mind, this was during the 2020, COVID situation. So
incredible
obviously,
nonetheless.
everything live streaming was super hype back then. But, like enterprise value of 1.5 billion. I think he said he ran it up to 9.5 billion. So pretty legit group behind this.
Yeah, Patrick's a beast. Milkman, you said bullish on Patrick, but not gonna lie, not sure about Soar. If you're bullish on Patrick, you have to be bullish on Soar.
Yeah, I mean,
like naturally, if Patrick's bullish on Soar and you're bullish on Patrick, you're bullish on Soar without even. Do you get what I'm saying there? But maybe Milkman, tell me why you're not bullish on Soar, because it is one of the best innovations we've seen in a while.
Maru, I mean, he's the guy on that level. Why crypto? He explicitly said that he thinks the fundraising model is broken because the access for normal people to get high quality, quote unquote, unicorns is not there. So from an ethos standpoint, he was aligned with Tom and kind of Web3 in general. So that's why crypto.
Clearly, he's a guy that makes bets on things he.
Yeah. He's a trencher too, apparently, just at a whole different level, I guess.
It's what it comes down to. At the end of the day, everyone's a trencher. It just depends how you're doing it. Again, like in this situation, we saw that Patrick made a bet on Fubo. He had that foresight and vision that streaming was going to be what it was. Obviously, in 2020, blew up. He made off like a bandit with those returns. And so again, he has a foresight with something like this as well. Now he's not always going to be right, but I do think he's directionally correct.
I'll say this, guys. Look, you can try to poke holes in this all you want. This is rock solid right here. Yeah. This is rock solid. But I do appreciate it, though. I appreciate the questions. I appreciate even Satoshi Seeker. I appreciate the FUD. Ultimately, if your stuff can't hold weight against FUD, it's worthless, right? It's
That's right.
Shouldn't have been invested in the first place.
So CPT got a market maker. Yes, a U.S. licensed market maker was what he said. He didn't say who it was, just U.S. license.
Sweet. It's been an awesome stream, guys. Let's wrap.
Yeah, we're done. We're
maybe
cooked.
talk about what we got for the rest of the week. Friday.
Yeah, I'll share my screen on the. Let's wrap here, guys. Look, y'all, appreciate you guys for tuning into the stream. It's been a crazy 4.5 hours, and I just want to shout out to all you guys, all 10,200 of you guys. And you know what? I'm gonna take a screenshot of that because holy crap, look at that.
Yeah, take a screenshot of that. Wow.
But no, look, appreciate you guys. We're at 5,700 followers. We just passed 5,000 just like a week ago or something like that. So we're growing at an insane rate, and that's because of you all. So appreciate you all tuning in. Really quickly about the schedule for the rest of the week. If I can find that here, I should be able to pull that up here in a second. But we had an awesome stream so far this week. Holy moly, this thing.
We post a lot, dude.
I think, sorry, Friday is TBD. We do have it, so we're going to announce it right after this.
Yeah. In the meantime, click the link in the bio. Watch all of our stuff on YouTube. Common MCG Dub. Shout out the homie Quad.
Yeah, shout out.
See y'all in the next one.
Yep. go the recording. So this will be on our YouTube, link in bio, YouTube. Go share the TikTok clips with your normie friends, and yeah, sub
Spotify.
YouTube. See you guys, and Spotify too. We're on Spotify now.
And if
See
you're
you guys.
Chinese account.